condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday, January 28th, 2026, 11:29 a.m. and I'm a little late, and I apologize for that, but I have a very good reason for it, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and NBs. We're live. We're alive. And yeah. That's it. That's all I got. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. So help me God, that's precisely what I'm going to do. Need that jacket ID. Is it Ralph? Yeah, I mean, what do you think it is? Of course it's Ralph. I haven't worn this in a long time. It's an old ass jacket that I got a long time ago and haven't worn it in a minute. But folks, we're live. We're alive. I got that shit on. You already know what it is. And this is personal news time. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the stop and start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. And as far as things going on in my life, there's not really much going on. There's not really much going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. One time you should introduce your stream in Turkish. Merhaba. Benim adım Hasan abi. Ve şu anda canlı yayındayız. Anyway, personal news-wise, there's not much going on except for the fact that you might have noticed that I'm in a very good mood. And the reason why I'm in a very good mood is because I worked out today. In spite of my back pain, in spite of my injury, I worked out today. And you've been saying the same shit, really? And it's been popping off now. We'll see in a second. Heated Rivalry update. No Heated Rivalry update. I was with my mom last night, so I didn't watch Heated Rivalry. Damn, Hasan's Turkish really does sound like Borat. Ne diyorsun oğlum? Ne Borat'ı oğlum? Borat'a mı benziyoruz? Anyway, when are you going to SS Plus go mad? My recovered white supremacist husband says buttoning up your button all the way to the top is a dog whistle for other neo-Nazis. Yeah, that's what I've been doing this whole time, and it's not a fashion statement. It's just I've been dog whistling to all the neo-Nazis. I'm luring them in here. But yeah. Are you a Fed? You look like one? Yeah, I am a Fed. We're going to be talking about the Candace Owens leak in a little bit, but personal news-wise, I didn't really do much last night. You know, we're setting up for a bunch of crazy events coming up in the next couple of weeks. By the end of this week, I'm going to be in Qatar. Okay? And then afterwards, I am going to go to the Qatar, the Doha of America, New York City, also known as Mamdanistan. Working on a few things there as well. And then, you know, we got a string of events. UBC in Canada, which is basically the Riyadh of the North American continent. I would not go to Qatar now that the carriers are approaching Iran. I know. Well, we'll see. Did you see that Almond Gold defended you against Pestany? I did see that. Link up with Ebro. I'm going to be linking up with Maro. Please get security in Qatar, Unc. Iran might get attacked. What do you mean? Security in Qatar? What are you talking about? If Iran attacks Doha, what is the security going to do? Deflect the missiles? I'm fucked. If they bomb Doha, I'm dead. Okay? Like, when you say, please get security, Unc, do you mean a Patriot missile system? Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, let me go rent a surface-to-air missile system, some Stingrays. I'm gonna have my own personal Iron Dome, dude, wherever I go. Anyway, a good Habibi with a firearm Yeah, my own personal Gojo. He's gonna do a domain expansion as the missiles are flying in my direction. Hopefully, that'll do it. Anyway, other than that, I like I said, I woke up this morning. I had back pain, but it's like not as bad as yesterday. So I was like, I'm definitely going to work out. And I did leg day today. And let me tell you, it is fucking tough to go down the stairs right now. My legs are shaking. My pussy was quaking by the time I was done with this leg day. Okay. Foot's recovered pretty well overall. There's still a little bit of a nuisance in the mornings and stuff, but I think it's like, you know, we're far better. We're far better off than we used to be. But other than that, which Apple Watch band you have? It's just fucking basic shit. I don't know. When are the indoor basketball runs coming back? I don't know. Probably no time soon. Okay, headphones are going on my desk now. Yeah, bring those headphones up. Yeah, we're gonna do another Mero Brace episode. We're gonna run it back. Don't worry. As soon as I told Mero I was coming, he hit up Brace and was like, "We gotta run it back." And that's a classic. That's a classic. So we'll do that for sure. The Clandis video was like an early episode of TrueAnon in an alternative timeline where Brace kept using meth. But yeah, that's it. That's it on the personal news front. Honestly, we got a lot on the agenda today. There's so much to talk about. So much going on. We're going to talk about Clandis Owens and the leaks. The Erica, what's her name? Franza leaks. Clandis leaks. Crazy. Erica Kirk. Voice note. I love your show, Newsboy. I love you too, man. Dr. Oz does Turkish nationalism. That's another one. Get in it now. Dude, I cannot believe the Dr. Oz shit. Like, low key, I am so embarrassed. As a Turkish American, I am so fucking embarrassed with what Dr. Oz is doing. Like, I cannot believe it. It's like a joke, but it's not a joke. I cannot believe it. Like, going after, like, doing ethnic conflict on US soil like that is crazy. He is a real doctor. He's actually a very good doctor too, but now he was a very good doctor, and then he became a television doctor and became a scammer. But like, initially he was a real ass doctor. And his father was also a doctor. His father actually, I think his father might have performed a surgery on my grandfather, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, Dr. Oz's dad was a very famous doctor. Dr. Oz is also, or was a very famous doctor. And then he became a television doctor and became a scammer. And then obviously the next route from being a television scammer is you know, becoming a part of a prominent fixture in the scammer administration, the scammer presidency. And now he's just doing like, I don't know. He's just like getting revenge on the Armenians, I guess. So yeah, we'll talk about that. Natural progression. Yes. Does anyone have a blast off meme? Oh yeah, give Ilhan Omar a Gundam, yes. I'll put that up, yeah. After decades of slander. Okay. All right, this is the blast off meme. Does he also deny the Armenian genocide? I mean, I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised, let's just say. I get annoyed when people say I do it because I don't, and I never have, but it's always good to check. Did you see the new Boots Rally trailer? Yes, and I also hit him up. I hit my goat Boots up, and I said, "Hey, please pull up." And I would love to get him on. I know he does Democracy Now! And stuff, but I'm more radical than Democracy Now! No disrespect to my Queen Amy, but the FBI is raiding the Georgia election building. Nice. SOAT fans still champion the Armenian struggle. Bro, there's only one guy in that grouping that's actually good, okay? And it's the main guy. Everyone else everyone else in the System of a Down, I feel like, has become like a fucking insane right-wing psycho. Like, Serge Tankian is like the only guy that is like consistent, which is crazy because, like, I mean, when I was growing up, System of a Down low-key played a role in me being like, yo, what the fuck is this Armenian genocide stuff? Like, what is that about? You know what I mean? Like, he was the guy. He was that dude for me, right? So it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me that band, with the exception of Surge, has become like either wild centrist or just like straight up reactionary. I don't know. Think the other band members were always that way, to be honest. Would you vote for this guy? Libbing out about due process in your own camera, threat to what? Threat to kill the president using your full legal name is sending me. Guys, I'm not lying to you. I think it's him, Joy Boy. He is Joy Boy. It's true. He's also fucking svelte now. I mean, here, let's do our daily I Show Speed glaze as always, you know, because he deserves it. His African streams were such a treat, dude. W Speed as always. W Speed. On God, W Speed. Did you see his final moments? There was a sultry rub down. I did. And apparently that Shea Butter like spa has been booked until like March 16th or something after he went there. Bro, this man is our greatest cultural export, okay? I will stand on that. I Show Speed is the real life version of Joy Boy. He is literally real life Monkey D. Luffy. He is fucking going around, having fun, eating food, just overall good vibes. I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of like his accomplishments. I'm so proud of what he's grown to be. Obviously, he's still young. There's every now and then he'll have like some dumb moments. Like he'll have like a weird, like, you know, misogyny moment here and there, but like insane work ethic, just overall so fucking awesome. So awesome. Like, I think it's the corniest thing to say, we made the right person famous, right? But honestly, with him, I do feel like that's one of those moments where it's like, I'm so glad that he grew up to be the person that he is. I really hope he doesn't fuck it up, okay? Ghana has granted him a passport. Yeah, I saw that. Following our discussions and a subsequent confirmation of the irrefutable ties of I Show Speed to Ghana, I am pleased to inform you and our compatriots at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is, bro, he is going to bring back Pan-African nationalism, bro. I swear to God. Dude, can you imagine? Oh my God. Oh God. If he read a little bit of theory, I swear to fucking Christ, in like the next decade, I swear to God, in the next decade, he could be the guy. He would be the guy. Okay. Give him the green book. Okay, let's not get him started with Gaddafi. Okay, let's ease into it a little bit. You know. I don't know. Anyway, he's the next Toure. He will be. I'm surprised he didn't go, dude. Yeah, I'm the guy who's like, actually, it's really messed up that he didn't go to Burkina Faso. He could have gone there and taken a look at. He could have gone there and taken a look at the 8-lane highway that Ibrahim Traore is building. Next time, that's all he's doing. You're just too parasocial. Speed is a key part of Belt and Road. Yeah. Dude, he is the man. I show Speed shocked how similar Algerian architect looks to France. I'm convinced Speed is secretly a Maoist on a mission to destroy the neo-colonial empires of the first world. Inshallah, he is successful. And then Eric also says, Speed, Maoist, linking up with daughter revolutionary Kwame Nkrumah, Marxist to unite the global south. Love to see it. And then people got hella mad at Eric too. I was watching because there's like two separate schools of thought on this. The Pan-African nationalists that are of Marxist tradition, and then the Pan-African nationalists that are not of the Marxist tradition, but simply align with the Marxist tradition, because Marxism, more often than not, of course, almost every single iteration of it is going to be anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist. So there are some people who were, yeah, he's literally hours away from reading Fanon. Exactly.
Yo,
Exactly.
It's beautiful though. It kind of looks like
France.
Yeah, it looks like a European France type, if that makes sense.
Looks like France.
Like, Chad, y'all look at the architecture.
We need to give him a copy of Fanon. France Fanon, and then boom, it's over. Yeah, this is the reincarnation of Thomas Sankara. Unsure why this man still gets hate on the internet. He's such a pure soul. I don't get it. He doesn't. Colonized people should arm themselves like chat for real. Send him a copy of Wretched of the Earth. Yeah. Chat. Welcome back, Muammar Gaddafi. No. This clip resurfaced. Oh yeah, HasanAbi have embarrassed the fuck out of that freak, Free Palestine. Yeah, this is the same lady that I yelled at when I said, "Do you not understand the English language?" This is who I was talking about. This is who the lady I was ripping into. Anyway, all right. Fucking let's go. This is the I Show Speed Glaze Hour. But keep making our great nation of Ghana and our beloved African continent proud. Ghana celebrates you both. You remain our worthy ambassadors, and we are ever so delighted to have granted you a diplomatic passport last year for God, country, and continent. This is the foreign minister of Ghana tweeting about I Show Speed getting a fucking passport, a diplomatic passport. He deserves it. Anyway. Yeah, W Speed. Yeah, he.
Anyways, though, Chad, seriously.
Look, this
tour changed my life again. And I want to thank everybody who watched the tour. Even if you watched the stream, even if you watched 10 minutes, I want to thank y'all. And I love y'all. But now I do have something to say. Chat, I want to say something very quick. After all the people I met, I love, yeah, sorry, I was reading a message. Yeah, though, chat, I met so many genuine people, chat. I met so many wonderful people during this tour, bro. And honestly, everywhere, every country that I went to, this tour, it literally felt like everybody was just giving me love. And I just felt love. I genuinely felt love. I felt like somebody was just at the other end of the bed, just open arms, just trying to hug me. You know what I'm saying? So everybody really felt me, like just gave me love. And obviously, chat, we met so many people and we did so many.
Green apple. All right. All right. I'm done. I'm done glazing speed. Jesus Christ. I'm a whole ass adult. Okay. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Other than that, there's a lot to cover. There's a lot to get to. There's a lot to discuss today. What is this? Do the right thing, Christian. Take Stephen Miller down with you, and you will be most likely still going to hell, but it will be funny. Oh yeah. There's drama. There's drama in the Department of Homeland Security. The girlies are fighting. The Nazi girlies, the fascist girlies are fighting. Yeah, it's. I will say this. I know that there's going to be some criticisms of Zora Mamdani that are coming up in a little bit, but before I do that, every time I see this motherfucker on the timeline, every time it just feels like New York City is on a totally different planet. It feels like they're just having the best time. It brings a tear to my eye. It makes me furiously jealous. It makes me a little angry. It makes me a little jealous that like they get to have this, you know. It's kind of bullshit. Okay? It's kind of bullshit. He's out there fucking like, you know, taking care of the snow. He's out there. All of his constituents love him. They are literally on a separate timeline, it feels like. Like, we are looking at the entire American government collapsing in front of our eyes. People are taken to the fucking streets. People are incredibly frustrated. People are mad about their politicians not doing enough to protect their constituents. Meanwhile, everybody in fucking New York City is just having the time of their lives. They're like, oh my God, look at how great it is. Look at our fucking sick ass mayor. I'm sick and tired of it. Okay? I'm sick and I'm tired of it. Fuck you guys. Okay? Seriously, dial it the fuck back a little bit, please, for the rest of us. Oh, look at us. We're having a snow day. Zora Mamdani promotes heated rivalry. Everyone is going to the libraries now. Like, what's next? You guys are going to fucking improve literacy in New York City because you have a sick mayor? Shut up. I'm sick of it. Oh, look at my mayor. He's got dope ass fucking style. He got a personal Carhartt jacket. I hate this. Okay? I'm so fucking jealous. I will openly say it out loud. Every New Yorker, you are my op now. Also, I am going to New York soon after my brief stint in Qatar. But that's besides the point. You're my fucking ops now, okay? I'm sick and I'm tired. I'm sick to my stomach, fam. Why can't we have this? Why can't we have this everywhere in the United States of America? Okay? Lobster's too buttery, steak too juicy. Please, I can't handle it. No, it's fucking crazy. It is objectively crazy. It unironically feels like they are on a totally separate planet, on a totally separate timeline. Like, yeah, this is it. This is straight up what's going on.
Love, and it all comes back to you. You're gonna be remembered for the things that you say and do. You give a little love and it all comes back to you. You're gonna be remembered for the things that you say and do.
Bro, it's like nuclear mushroom clouds everywhere else. And then you just like enter the New York Protectorate and it's just vibes. Okay? You enter the New York Protectorate and all of a sudden everyone is having the best fucking time. I swear to God, he's going to make the fucking billionaires pay the wealth tax and then they're going to be dancing in the fucking streets and celebrating in a similar fashion. Like, the amount of unstoppable riz and the momentum, the zomentum that is happening right now, because of the unimaginable low expectations that we have of our electeds. Like, this is an incredible opportunity, okay? This is an incredible fucking opportunity because everyone's expectation of our electeds is nothing, right? It's nothing. Like, not even bare minimum, just nothing at all. The expectation from our electeds is that they are just kind of there and we should be eternally grateful that we elected them and that they don't do shit, right? And not only are they doing shit, and it is not without criticism before I get to it, okay? It is not without criticism because the SRG stuff is obviously ridiculous, and we'll see what he does there, right? Why wasn't I invited to the DNC? Why can't I have a good mayor? Wait, what? I was invited to the DNC. Also, I am working to elect a good mayor here in Los Angeles as well. Don't worry. You'll see this week. I am going to be collaborating with Reverend Ray Huang, who is going to be running for, she's DSA. She's going to be running for mayor in Los Angeles. But like the election infrastructure, the door knocking operation infrastructure doesn't necessarily exist here in the same way that it does. We don't have a working family party equivalent here. We don't have like DSA LA is nowhere near as primed as like DSA New York is, but hopefully we'll try to make it happen. But my point is, my fucking point is, this shit's dope. This shit is dope. And I wish we could have that. But I do think that the Zomentum is going to have positive downstream consequences for a lot of socialist electeds. That's what I think. I think it's going to have positive downstream consequences for other more radical candidates to come out and be like, this just means I will fight for you, right? For far too long, the term socialism was treated like a boogeyman, was treated like a scary term, what meant that, like, you know, you're going to have bread lines and you're going to have communism. And even the term communism was treated like a scary word, when in fact what America needs is to become as socialist as quickly as possible. Maybe even communist as well, eventually. The United Socialist States of America, the United Soviet States of America, right? It's just like, the time is now. The time is fucking now. Yeah, this is the best part. Look, if you want a reason to laugh, remember that it's conventional wisdom among liberal centrists that Zoran's vitality was a result of his innate talent, and that he would have had the same success, if not more, if he ran on a moderate liberal platform. Virality, not vitality, law. That is unironically how people operate. Pretty sure Soviet means united. Okay. The wine moms are ready to harvest millet. Now is our time. Simply move there? No, because, dude, this is my fucking home. What do you mean? It's like saying, why don't you move out of America and go live in China? You know? Hutch ass take. Oh, you're talking about the take that I was just reading. I'm so glad he's doing so much more than every other government official who sits on a desk for a few hours and goes and eats at 5-star restaurants and gets rich off of our U.S. tax money. Yeah, he won because he had the Riz and he had the sauce, and he also had the policies. First and foremost, he had the policies. Policies are what anchor the campaign. Policies are the fundamentals that matter. But yeah, Hasan, be aware that they are not letting U.S. citizens back in the country if they're deemed hostile to the powers that be. Do the research, please. What? I mean, this is the best message I've received. My man said, listen, do your research, please. I feel like you are running around and running your mouth unresearched. Okay, it's a little messed up. Do your research, please. You are not coming back into the country, sir. I mean, last time they tried to pull that shit on me, it was an international incident, so we'll see. I mean, I'm not going to put it past them. I can totally see them trying some fuck shit again, right? But, you know, yeah, it's like saying this Trump shit's getting crazy. Do your research, please. Is it a smart time for you to leave the country? I'd have anxiety. I mean, brother, sometimes you got to go directly in the fucking line of fire. What are you talking about? When have I shied away from doing that? let's take a look at this though. He is gearing up for taxes on millionaires and the super wealthy. Let's take a look.
David Tepper was a hedge fund manager in New Jersey who left the state. All of a sudden, they lost something like $140 million in revenue annually. And so the question is, you know, if you lose a couple of those people, is that in your mind okay? Is that a cost of doing business? Or is that a problem? And what do you do about that?
Well, I think I have to prove that this increased revenue leads to an increased quality of life. And frankly, the other day I was speaking to a New Yorker who self-identified themselves as someone who would be taxed by our proposals. They said, you know, I've heard that you're going to tax millionaires. Is that true? I said, yeah, that's what we want to do. We want to increase personal income taxes by 2%. They said, I'm going to leave, like you're saying. I said, I don't think you will. They said, why? I said, because it's a 2% increase. We're talking about $20,000 on an income of $1 million. They said, that's actually much less than I thought it would be. I wouldn't actually be making a financial decision on the basis.
Oh, wow. It almost turns out that most of these fucking billionaires are not smart and they don't actually do the math. And they just get whipped up into a fucking frenzy when they hear the term tax on the wealthy and lose their dang minds. They're not leaving. They're not leaving. They're not leaving at all. I hate this. Do you think it helps because he's handsome? I mean, sure, that probably plays a role.
Of that kind of an increase.
Yeah, he's going to do a zakat. He's going to do a forcible jizya on the billionaires. Yeah, it's a new kind of jizya we're doing. That's my Ottoman son right there. That's my Ottoman brethren right there. Okay. Halo effect, or I mean, I go back and forth on my worries about whoever is in a position of power that I've like played a role in getting elected and pushed for and correspond with, you know, whether it be AOC or, you know, whether it be Zohran Mamdani, let's be real. And there are always going to be issues when you are in a delicate position of power, when you're trying to be a movement guy and you feel like all of the eyeballs are on you and that you represent something far larger than just the mayor of New York, right? And I will always call balls and strikes. Like, for example, last night there was here, now that I've done the fucking Zohran Mamdani Glaze sesh, last night there was a demonstration in New York City at a Hilton hotel where ICE agents, you know, what is this? Well, you don't need to run. What the fuck? I just saw this on my timeline. It's so funny. Well, you don't need to run ads when foreign governments pay you. I will give you $1 million if you can present a single piece of evidence that a single foreign government has paid me. Brother, I get detained by the Trump administration. I am a critic of the Trump administration. Do you think if they had an opportunity to catch me on some fucking FARA violations, that they would not exhaust it into oblivion, even if there was like a fraction? Even if there was a fraction. Japan tourism stream, I didn't even get paid for that. Remember, I didn't get paid for that. I didn't get paid for that at all. The trip was paid for to go to Kobe, and that was Connor. I found it. $1 million, please. Yeah, exactly. Is that where you're going to Qatar? Are you coming back with a free jet? Yeah. No, I'm going to the fucking Web Summit. In any case, these guys are on like maximum cope. And it's so funny because it's like, when you literally have millions of fans, 70,000 of them paying you $6 a month, it's enough money to live on. Hope this helps you, complete fucking moron. Why are you so triggered, Law? You can't accept he's popular and has morals. He has morals, Law. He's a hypocrite at best. These guys are such fucking whiny little babies, dude. Oh my God. I could be out here wearing a fucking barrel around my chest and they'd still find a way to be like, well, that barrel was unethically sourced from trees that were chopped down that weren't supposed to be chopped down, you fucking piece of shit. Meanwhile, you got the goddamn administration being like, we are the scamming administration. We love scamming everyone. We will never stop scamming. And these guys will still be like, you know who the real problem is? the fucking socialist Twitch streamer who doesn't run any fucking ads, who exclusively is funded by his audience voluntarily subscribing. Okay? Voluntarily subscribing. That's it. That's the primary revenue source for the Piker Broadcasting Service. And it's still, these motherfuckers are still like, nah. I have said no to tens of millions of dollars of advertising. And it's easier for me to do so because, like I said, I have a fuck ton of paying subscribers. Who said it was voluntary? You force us. The hair on your head comes from unethically sourced hormones, you evil fuck. Yeah. Caroline said other content creators laughed at her when they found out the trip to China was a big money hole. They couldn't believe you guys went sponsored without sponsoring the trip. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Many people do get those kinds of sponsorships, which, by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, if you have it depends on which country you're getting sponsored by or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, no one's going to fucking get mad if you get like a Japanese tourism sponsorship, right? I mean, they might get mad at me for it because they're fucking delusional losers, but like most people will not get mad at that. Obviously, there's a difference there. If you're doing like a fucking tourism board sponsor for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it's a little bit different. But the disinfo being pushed by your greatest haters is that you don't run ads because of Israel commentary and brand risk. Okay, let's say this is real, right? Let's say it's because I'm a brand risk and because of Israel. Okay? Doesn't that further prove that I'm the fucking real one? Yeah, there's a reason why nobody fucking talks about Israel, right? What is the fucking issue? They literally are saying, my bitches are too bad, my lobster is too buttery, and my steak is too juicy. They're complaining that they're complaining that I'm fucking too honest. They're complaining that I'm not compromised. I'm not going to like shut the fuck up about a firm commitment that I have to the truth just because there's like, some brand risk associated with it. I mean, it's not a secret. Like, I did get fucking blacklisted by AT&T. I've talked about it before, right? That didn't stop me. I still said, fuck Israel. What is this? Less Twitch Primes equals we got them, boys? Is that what? I don't even know what the fuck this means. I don't know what's going on here. Chat is already saying the Qatar trip sponsored. No, motherfucker, it's not. A lot of this stuff, in my opinion, stems from people being, people getting upset that they just don't have their own like moral backbone. And when they see someone who is morally consistent to the best of his fucking ability, at least in an otherwise like very chaotic and easy to be corrupted, like a very corruptible environment, right? And they think, oh, there must be something going on here. Instead of just being like, hey, maybe this guy isn't a fucking piece of shit the way that we've presented it. Stockman got upset that you have 52,000 subs, so he pivoted to you saying you have less Twitch Prime subs than previous. Do I? Are these guys okay? What is this fucking goalpost? Do I even have less Twitch Prime subs than, like, I don't even pay attention to this shit. Why the fuck are they paying attention to this? It's so crazy. I don't even know if that's the case. Also, what the fuck difference does it make? You just made me run upstairs thinking someone had broken in. Thanks for the cardio. You got it. Oh, it's crazy. All right, subscribe with your primes, chatters. Going forward, don't use it elsewhere. Use it on me, your favorite broadcaster. Jesus Christ, they watch the stream more than I do. I don't even understand. Yeah, no, I think the reason why they're saying that is because I assume the reason why they're saying that is because like they in the past they were saying the meta was that like I was falling off because I had less subs. I was falling off because I had less subs, I guess like month over month or something. I don't even fucking know. Like I said, I don't even like pay attention to this shit. But then, you know, I've had a lot more people watching and a lot more people subscribing as of late. So now we're back up to like 56,000 subscribers. So then they were like, well, he's back up to 56,000 subscribers, but also, what is this? This is the link. Okay. Hasan can't run ads because he's basically Hamas propaganda. His subs are up because I exposed last month how long they were and the paypigs came pouring in to rescue him. You know what paypigs can fake? Primes, of which he is at his lowest point in his career. Wait, but that doesn't make any sense. So he's complaining that people are actually like literally purchasing subscriptions instead of. I don't even know if this graph is real, by the way. I don't know where this is coming from. But AKA people are not using Prime as much as they were because of the price hikes. But what doesn't make sense about the commentary here is that like, so he's now saying that I've fallen off because people are actually buying like a $6 a month subscription as opposed to Prime subscribing. Why is this how is this an own? Like this makes no damn sense. Yeah, there's more tier 1. I mean, these are also not like complete data points. These are incomplete data points, but like what's the argument? Also, in January, I have more Prime subscriptions than December. So I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about there. What a fucking stupid argument this is. What the hell are we doing? All right, we got to stop. I can't fucking deal with this shit. It's so stupid. Anyway, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? He's saying paypigs are making you look like you haven't fallen off. Okay, but like, if the number of subscriptions have increased, and primes have decreased, that means people are just buying subscriptions. Sure, I'm sure there's like more gifters or whatever too, but why are you looking for an argument? It's an announcement over his obsession. It isn't, it's his obsession. Yeah, but what I don't understand is like how stupid this argument is and also why people even lean into it, right? Where they're like, wow, this guy is really fallen off with his fucking 40,000, 40,000 average viewers and almost 60,000 subscribers. Like he's fucking fallen off so hard. It's like, brother, what are you saying? Like, do people in his audience not realize like this is a dumb argument? Because it's not meant to be put in front of people that are fans. It's literally just for fellow stalkers. I know, but like if you're a fellow stalker, shouldn't this like dissuade you a little bit where you're like, maybe it's not, maybe this is not going the way we thought it was. Yeah, it's always this. Dual poll and see how many people canceled Prime because of their support of ICE. I doubt that that's the reason. I mean, look, back in the day, all right, this is the last thing I'm going to say and then we're going to move on. So back in the day, I used to, at the top of every hour, I would warn people that I was going to run an ad. And if they no longer wanted to see those ads, they could subscribe, right? And of course, that was a call to action that happened once every fucking hour. So people would either A, remember to subscribe because they wanted to, or B, subscribe because they didn't want to see the ad. Once I stopped running the ads, of course, people, and I stopped doing a call to action because I keep forgetting, people subscribe less. That's it. It's that simple. Yeah, subscribe now to make Israel dick riders mad and also sponsor the Piker Broadcasting Service. That's what I'm going to say going forward. You should bring this back so you can utilize the PBS branding, man. I think it's a huge loss that you're not doing it, not for subs, just for community unity. Yeah. The argument is that you can't give Prime, so every Prime is a unique person, while subs can be heavily gifted. Still stupid, though. Yeah, but they'd make that distinction between gifted subs and like regular tier 1 subs. You know what I mean? You should do one every hour again, regardless. It was slap for audio only people. Yeah. Anyway. Stalkers are known for their logical reasoning. It's not people. It's a dude who gets like 1K likes on his tweets. You don't need to take Dan Stalkman seriously. Yeah, true. He's gonna nut now that we gave him a notice here. That's what I've in my career. I've had a lot of fucking. I've had a lot of stalkers, right? I mean, I had stalkers when I had like 30 people watching me. We were actually thinking about all of the OG stalkers back in the day a couple days ago, and one thing I did that was a major mistake was like I reached out to a stalker once back in the day because I was like genuinely worried about their mental. Their mental state, right? And I was like, bro, this is not gonna help you. Like, and it made them so much worse. So I think one of the worst things you can do is basically acknowledge the existence of a stalker. So when I do that, it's like it makes it much worse. It literally backfires on you. It's not good at all. So look up Jaden Scott's X account. He's the new right-wing stalker. Who's Jaden Scott? I don't even know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know who these guys are, honestly. It's probably best that I don't know. All right, let's get to my queen, clandestine operators. Clandestine operators, rise up, okay? Because this actually is juicy. This is juicy as hell. So there is a leaked Turning Point USA Erica Kirk audio that Clandis got somehow, okay? And it unironically is crazy. We're going to start here. You are not ready for it, okay? This is, I believe this is like recorded approximately 11 days after Charlie Kirk had been killed. And an ex-Turning Point USA employee leaked this to Clandis. Let's take a look.
That Charlie has not been dead for 2 weeks. That's where you have to go back to. Not even 2 weeks after Charlie was publicly assassinated. The obvious point of this call to set this up is to introduce Erica. She's the new leader. Not even introducing, she's just heading up this call, but obviously she's going to be at the helm of this, so they're getting to know her. So let's take a listen.
Hi, everybody. I still love all these emoji Zoom things. Wow. I don't even know where to begin. The fact that we were able to pull off an event of a century, like, it's just insane. We had over 200.
Bro, I'm sorry. I don't expect someone to be crying all the fucking time. Okay? I don't expect someone to be crying all the fucking time 11 days after their husband and the father of their children got assassinated. But god damn, dude. Being fucking giddy about the funeral proceedings like that is so crazy. That's her husband. The reason why there's so many people is because her husband got shot in the neck. I feel like I was more emotionally distraught than Erica Kirk was. Because this was a motherfucker I knew for a longer period of time than Erica Kirk did. Let's be real. I mean, when you think about it, No wonder Candace Owens has a different attitude about this. Like, I genuinely, think about that. I have known Charlie Kirk for longer than fucking Erica Kirk has, and I was more distraught than she is. Holy fuck. If you have ever had a loved one pass away, because, like, remember, Charlie Kirk is not a loved one for me. He was an op. Okay. So I'll be carrying the fucking flame all day, every day, because I think his worldview was toxic. It was repulsive. Okay. But even then, I at least had the wherewithal to be like, oh my God, this is like an insane situation. Right. Especially because, like, it's one of those moments, as I said immediately after experiencing the assassination in real time, I said, like, it's impossible for me not to see myself in this situation, right? It's like a mirror image of, like, watching your own personal assassination. And even then, like, Erica Kirk's reaction a week after, like a week and change after her husband's assassination, is crazy. Be real, bro. If any of us talked about Charlie Kirk like Erica does here, we would be out of a job and blasted on the timeline. Yeah. I mean, I think we are discounting how much Erica Kirk's attitude post Charlie Kirk assassination played a role in why people Kirkified everything too. I think that was also a major component of it, where they were basically doing, like, you know, LeBron celebrations on the fucking timeline to be like, yo, we're so popping right now. Turning Point USA, we're fucking popping. Like, that was definitely a part of that, for sure. Aside from the administration being like, if you even repeat a Charlie Kirk quote, we are going to come to your house and we are going to arrest you, right? Like, all of those things combined made people go, bitch, why am I supposed to respect this guy when you guys clearly don't? You're farming his fucking corpse right now. Wait, you precogged this years ago? These are girl bosses. They are gatekeeping. They are slay queening. They are doing this in the name of Allah, of course, but they are doing girl boss shit. These are girl bosses. Yeah, this audio went fucking viral back in the day from 2021. Boom, hit that with a repost. Even Trump was more distraught? Nah, Trump was not distraught at all. The morning pyrotechnics, I think, made it impossible for anyone to keep taking it seriously. I know.
175,000 people that attended, and stadium overflow, Westgate, insane, you guys. And then you have, was it 100 million? We had thousands.
Do you think Charlie was an abusive husband or something and she was low Kirk happy? No. I think Charlie is a repulsive commentary person, right? Like, his output was repulsive, but I don't think he was like an abusive person at all. If anything, I'm going to be honest with you. If you were to give me an option of, like, who was more abusive, if we're speculating on who might be more abusive in this relationship, I would say Erica probably fucking has a much, much higher likelihood in the way that, like, she's been maneuvering around these parts, okay? And I say this as someone who has no love for Charlie Kirk, okay? I have no love for Charlie Kirk. I have to be honest with you. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, he was a brilliant guy. He was a beautiful guy. Oh, he's a great soul or whatever. But, like, he carried himself, even with all of his ideological enemies, myself included, in a way that I think most people will say consistently was much more cordial, much more understanding, whereas like, Erica Kirk is giving sociopath, okay? Charlie Kirk's output is sociopathic and monstrous. Charlie Kirk's input, or Charlie Kirk's, like, personal conduct in his life, in his own personal affairs, definitely seems a little bit better than Erica Kirk's, okay? Yeah, submit to your husband Taylor was a call to action to Erica. Erica heard that and was like, bet. You're telling me to submit? Bet. Benjamin Netanyahu, do it. That's what happened. That's my headcanon now.
Thousands that were registered to vote. I think we're at, like, over 200,000 for merch sales. Don't quote me on that, because I think
God damn, she's talking about merch. Bro, Brother, your husband's neck exploded on the timeline and his body only freshly buried, and you're talking about how many sales you're driving. Oh my God. It's crazy because it's like she is so dialed into businesswoman mindset. This is craziness.
Keeps like bumping up like crazy, but I just wanted to say a huge thank you.
That's it, bro. Candace Owens is the real work wife, straight up. Candace Owens demonstrated more emotional tumult than Erica Kirk did in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Straight up, I'm saying it. Oh my fucking Lord.
To the events team, the development team, the graphic design team, the production team, it's just phenomenal. Their incredible work leading into the memorial. And honestly, a lot of the staff that worked on the memorial.
If you told me that like Erica Kirk was doing, Erica Kirk was popping champagne behind the scenes in the aftermath of her husband, father of her children's untimely demise, I'd be like, come on, guys. You're laying it on a little bit too thick. Like, I'd be like, if you told me that, yo, this is exactly how conservative right-wing grifters operate. Like they look at every opportunity and they're vultures. Like they're picking apart the corpse of Charlie Kirk. I'd be like, okay, like I don't like these people, but maybe we're exaggerating a little bit. And here it is. There's proof. There is straight up proof recorded. Unbelievable.
They had 20-hour days for a week during the time of us grieving the loss of my husband. And honestly, I know several staff that didn't even sleep. Again, you guys are breathing angels. I don't care if any of you have beef with each other from the past or have any issues with someone said something about this or that. Like, if you guys have any of that, please put it to rest. My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead. And it puts life into perspective of how short life is and relationships.
It is the general tone that is off-putting. It's the laughter that is off-putting. It's, again, we are not even 2 weeks after watching your husband be assassinated. We're talking about numbers and metrics that have been hit. And my husband's dead, not to be morbid. That is a sense.
My husband's dead, not to be morbid, but the KPIs are looking good, okay? Let's talk about how much merch we're driving right now in the aftermath of my husband's death. Shit's popping. That is crazy. That's crazy. This is 11 days after his neck exploded, man. What the fuck? That is, I cannot believe it, brother. This is the most naked, the most brazen, out in broad daylight, parasitic attitude that right-wing conservative grifters have. I hear he's actually stable, thank God. Oh my Lord, dude. Brother, when my dog, during COVID, when I was also alone as well, in the beginning of COVID, my previous dog, Fish, passed away to cancer. I cried for longer than Erica Kirk did about her husband and the father of her children. Are you fucking kidding me? For years, I was like, I don't know if I can get another dog. I can't handle it. It was too much. Like, the loss is too much. Erica Kirk, fucking 11 days after Charlie died was like, yeah, we oh my God, the amount of merch we're selling is so popping, dude. You're just jealous. What is love? By hypercapitalizing the death of your partner? We should all be so lucky. I guess Charlie would be honored by this. I don't fucking know. Yeah, she speed ran grieving any percentage.
That and this was not my husband, and I had no sort of the type of relationship that she had with him that I was able to utter. Least of all, I mean, that's moving pretty quickly to the acceptance phase. Now we know everybody grieves.
Yeah, this is how Melania would be operating when Trump. This is how Melania would be moving if Trump got, you know. But we know that already, right? Like, I don't think Melania would be even shy about it, right? Like it'd be like, oh, finally, my prison. I have been released from my chains.
Differently. In my imagination, I just thought she would be more upset. The employees are working 20-hour days.
Not to be devil's advocate, but she barely had time to breathe after his death because of how they forced the work TPO on her. Sociopathic behavior could come out of anyone in that situation. Yeah, let me tell you something. She did not have to immediately assume the role of fucking girl boss at Turning Point USA. If she was like, my husband just fucking got killed publicly, I need to take some time for myself, everyone would be like, that is the most understandable position of all time. That's kind of the point that we're making here, which is that she immediately went into girl boss mode so fast that it literally snapped Christian believers, Christ cucks, Christ believers that loved Charlie Kirk or learned about Charlie Kirk and learned to love Charlie Kirk in the aftermath of his assassination, to look at the situation and go, what the fuck is this? Why do you think Candace Owens got so much motion after Charlie Kirk got killed? Because they were like, okay, there's a difference between how this woman is behaving and how Erica Kirk is behaving. Like Candace Owens, who I also do not like at all for a million different reasons, was very clearly grieving. Erica Kirk was not.
But also their founder, Charlie, was publicly assassinated less than 2 weeks ago. You got to address that. And you're going to hear her address that.
If you do need additional time off, please talk to.
Yeah, well, we won't give it to you though. If you're, I'm not taking time off, and neither can you. Okay, take it up with your managers if you need additional time off after Charlie Kirk got popped.
Director about using paid time off for that, and again, it's not easy.
Did I think Steven Crowder was abusive before the leaks? Yes, absolutely.
Easy, but again, grief.
Wait,
not
wait,
to
what?
your director. Additional time off. Please talk to your director about using paid time off for that.
I was kidding. I was joking. She actually said it. Brother, one of the beautiful aspects of this, by the way, is that they can't even do the grieving widow card. You know what I mean? Like Republicans that are at least like a couple steps removed from the situation would so shamelessly and transparently go, how dare you attack a grieving widow? Bitch, she ain't grieving. What do you mean? What do you expect me to do? Am I supposed to grieve harder than the widow? The fuck? What the hell, man? She said, talk to your managers about paid time off. It's not a guarantee you might get it.
And again, it's not easy, but
she's like, it's not easy, but it's easy for me, so it should be easy for you too, okay? Oh my God, bro, these guys are vultures, dude. You loved him more than her? Yeah, and I did not love him at all. And yet, seemingly, I guess I was more respectful to Charlie than she was. You're being very disrespectful. Everyone grieves differently. Some of us sell merch and then celebrate how much merchandising we're pushing. Oh my God, bro. Oh my fucking God.
again, grief is hard. Otherwise, honestly, Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action,
Hello.
full steam ahead, you guys. Charlie would want us to get back to work, and that's what we're doing, and that's what we did with the memorial, and I'm so honored and proud of each and every one of you, because that's what we're going to do in his honor and in his name. We have so much to do, which is exciting. Charlie in heaven is like,
It's so exciting. My husband's dead. Bro, Erica Kirk's attitude is like those little ads that you used to get at like Pornhub. My husband's dead. I don't want to date. I just want to fuck. It's like those ads that you get. My husband's dead. I don't want to date. I just want to sell merchandise. Oh my God. Oh my God. MAGA MILFs in your 5-mile radius. Dude, what the fuck? Oh. Oh, wow. Wow. Doctors hate me. No credit card, no bullshit. Oh, Jesus.
You guys thought you had a busy schedule then, just you wait. We have 300,000 new donors. That is a blessing in itself. Again, not normal. All God. I think we have 50,000 plus hat orders to fulfill. It's weird to say I'm excited. I really hesitate saying that. It's really hard for me.
I don't think you do. I don't think you're hesitating at all because you've said it numerous times. What is wrong with you, girl? You have said it so many times. Why do you keep saying it? Oh my God. Like, yeah, okay, let's summarize this. The financial gain from my husband's untimely demise is exciting. It's thrilling. That's what she's saying. Yeah, this is what she did. This is what she did. This is what she did. This is Erica Kirk.
At maraming salamat sa iyong pagsali, Abby Rivera.
Erica Kirk, 11 days after Charlie Kirk's assassination, be like, oh my God. Now I feel like, I'm gonna be honest, now I feel like the person who leaked this didn't even leak it because they were like, yo, fucking, I love Candace Owens, like I believe in her conspiracies or anything. They just leaked it because they were like, bro, I am a Republican operative and I have had my fair share of sociopathic monsters that I work with because I'm a Republican operative, but goddamn, Erica Kirk is at a whole nother level, dude. Yeah, maybe he didn't get the PTO. He didn't get the PTO. That's why he did this.
To say that, it's a really weird thing to say, but I think it comes from a space of peace, knowing that God's using this and we're humbly witnessing the gospel in real time.
I don't know what to say. She doesn't want to say she's happy. I don't want to say I'm happy, but where it comes from, I'm going to explain the happiness that I feel. It comes from peace because we're witnessing the gospel in real time.
Y'all are great. You're so fast with it, dude. You're disgusting. You disgust me, Hoscord. How dare you? Someone needs to change this to instead of see my pussy and I only want sex to my husband is dead. I don't want to remarry. I only want to sell merch.
Of that, all
see
of
my
this
merch
makes my skin crawl. It genuinely makes my skin crawl. So basically what the employees said to me was that they got onto this call and everyone's exhausted, everyone's working.
Bro, if I die, I need a ride or die Fedayeen like Clandis, dude. I swear to God. That's crazy. Cause I hope one can only wish to have someone actually unironically carry the fucking flame in the way that Candace Owens has been doing. Okay? Because oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Everyone's been eating off this man's corpse, dude. They are picking his corpse. I'm definitely posting this one. This one is like the appropriate one. This is like, you can post this. I'm posting this. Listening to the Candace Owens leaks of Erica Kirk. Erica Kirk celebrating them. father of her. Hold on. But for real, she's probably happy that she can finally get some good. Austin would come out and say, yes, you were in a secret relationship all along. I cannot believe how much these guys tried to fucking make us feel bad for something that they objectively did not feel bad about at all, dude. Oh my God. They felt good. They felt good.
On the cross.
They didn't feel bad at all. They felt awesome. They were like, thank God he fucking died. We can make so much money. And they were running around being like, we're going to punish you. We're going to punish you for saying anything. The fuck? People got fired. Thousands of people got fired for this. For so much less. People got fired for literally being like, I don't think Charlie Kirk deserved to die, but he was like not a great guy. HasanAbi precog. What is this? Living as a capitalist every day, Jank? Yeah. No, for real, dude. What the fuck, man? God, this is so fucking, like, I feel dirty. I feel dirty seeing this shit. Yeah, I posted. I said, listening to the Candace Owens leaks of Erica Kirk celebrating the merch sales right after the father of her children was assassinated and she was moving like this. On this same call, the invoice for the pyrotechnics was cleared. Bro, she's going to hire a hitman for you? I mean, she doesn't even need to hire additional hitmen because if it was Israel, then I'm assuming I already got those hitmen up my ass anyway. Leak footage of Erica Kirk during this phone call. Oh my God, brother. What the fuck? Bro, I don't even know if Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Now I'm thinking maybe Erica did. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Maybe it was just on her own, you know? Like, maybe it wasn't Israel. Holy fuck, dude. She's like, oh, this was so awesome. This is so dope. This is so awesome.
Off this.
Erica saying funeral food so good. I forgot who the fuck died.
Massive memorial. And then there's kind of this approach where it's like, well, if you guys need paid time off, like Charlie's in heaven dancing, wanting you to work harder. He's just up there like, you better work, but you can use the paid time off that you have earned, by the way, if you need to grieve more. But imagine you're the employee and you're like, okay, well, this is his wife saying this. So am I weird? Would I be like, I would be pretty weird if I needed to take time off and his wife is saying she's full steam ahead. That's the mentality that they had. Like, how are we supposed, like, are we weird for wanting to grieve? Is that not the vibe?
This part is also really funny because fundamentally, if you're working as a right-wing operative, and I've talked about this quite a bit because this has been a debacle in the past as well. If you're working for a right-wing institution, of course they're not going to fucking have any good labor laws. Like, what is the expectation here? Your entire propaganda output is about how workers ain't shit and they deserve less. So why would you think that they would somehow have like any investment or any interest in making sure that your workplace conditions were adequate? Of course they're not going to be adequate. That's the whole point. You're a fucking right-wing operative. What, you thought you could unionize? Yeah, can we please unionize so we can do more propaganda about how labor unions need to be abolished? What did you think was going to happen? And by the way, this is not new. This has happened with Steven Crowder. This has happened with Daily Wire. This has happened over and over again, which is why it's always funny whenever it happens, everyone's like, wow, I can't believe it. You mean to tell me that a fucking psychopath, a psychopathic right-winger, what is this? Normal Wives, I Miss My Husband. Erica Kirk at Rolling Loud, Orlando 2016. This is Psy, right? They put her in the Psy. No, that's Erica Kirk. No, I'm at the OG. Nah, bro, this isn't AI. I was there. Yeah, it was her. It was her. Haters will say it's AI, but it's actually her. Erica Kirk entering a room moments after watching her husband take his final breath. Yeah. Oh my God, 400. Yeah, I was right. It is Psy. Yep. Today on liberal alternate reality, not a liberal. It's okay to criticize people you may agree with politically when they are obviously being performative and grifting. You don't baby to blindly support an entire political side. Think for yourself, make your own opinions. Damn, this guy wasn't even this guy was a right winger too. But that's pretty funny. Yeah, our based anti-imperialist Unk Psy. God damn, he fucking got height on that too. Holy shit, look at that. Boom. Your AI slop bores me. My AI slop bores you. Well, this isn't fucking AI, dumbass. This is real. This is what he actually did. Yeah, this is an Arkansas boy saying this too. Also, so was the Erica Kirk one. That's not fake. It's real. Erica Kirk did that shit. That's real, bro. Don't even fucking cope and act like that wasn't her catching air. Now, it is pretty funny to then turn around and try to do the, oh my God, they're disrespecting the grieving widow shit, as Libs of TikTok is trying to do, right as we found out that Erica Kirk was basically disrespecting Charlie Kirk as aggressively as possible.
On the cross, our Savior said, Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do.
What do you want to say to the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now? Stop.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Damn. Damn. I mean, that's a 1-to-1. Is Libs of TikTok mad because this is a 1-to-1? Is that what it is? Fucking got him, dude. Smoked him. You cannot arrive at a level of pinpoint accuracy like this. This is not even being a drag queen at this point. You're just basically, you're a doppelganger. You're a doppelganger. This is something different. This is autobiographical. Yeah, it's a 1-to-1.
That's it.
Oh my God. Oh, it's so fucked up. It's so fucked up. And then they're still out here. They're still out here trying to be like, wow, this is a grieving mother. This is a grieving widow. It's like, yeah, I don't think so, man. I mean, look at this fucking audio, dude. Let's run it back for the one time.
Emoji Zoom things. Wow. I don't even know where to begin. The fact that we were able to pull off an event of a century, like, it's just insane. We had over 275,000 people that attended, and stadium overflow, Westgate, insane, you guys. And then you have, was it 100 million? You guys that heard the gospel and all about Charlie and all about everything that you guys do, and the hard work of Turning Point USA is insane. We had thousands that were registered to vote. I think we're at like over 200,000 for merch sales. Don't quote me on that because I think it just keeps like bumping up like crazy. But I just wanted to say a huge, huge, huge thank you to the events team, the development team, the graphic design team, the production team. It's just phenomenal. Their incredible work.
The pyrotechnics.
The memorial. And honestly, a lot of the staff that worked on the memorial, they had 20-hour days for a week during the time of us grieving the loss of
Hi,
my
new
husband.
subscriber here. I'm from Israel.
Honestly,
I was born in and currently living in an illegal settlement.
Couldn't even sleep. Again, you guys are breathing angels, and I'm so grateful for all of you. And obviously, a huge thank you to the Mosaic team. VI, you guys are 10 out of 10. Like, we have.
Man came in and said, "Hello, I am born in Israel. I am born in Israel, and there's a lot of things you're getting wrong about Erika Kirk. This is normal. This is the normal way of grieving. We love Charlie Kirk in Israel. Number one politic guy. We did not kill Charlie Kirk. How dare you say this?"
There's something really special to be seen in moments like this, and it's not easy. I'm speaking from experience. I'm right in the trenches with you guys. And so the fact that you just, a simple thank you. I don't care if any of you have beef with each other from the past or have any issues with someone said something about this or that. Like, if you guys have any of that, please put it to rest. My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead.
My husband's dead. I don't want to grieve. I just want to sell merge. To which Jeet here says, this is quite interesting as a window into conservative ink and the grifter hustler mindset, which mixes the evangelical imperative to proselytize with multi-level marketing, hard sell business predation. I love how they're basically admitting to blatant labor law violations too with 20 plus hour shifts without sleep. I know. Oh my God, they're farming this man. They are farming this man. No, you'll be like, listen to the clip and they'll literally be like, I'm not listening to it. Yeah, no, this is my favorite, this is my favorite conservative grift, okay? They're just like stupid maxing. Just spoke to President Trump and asked him if he had seen the video of Representative Omar being attacked and sprayed by a substance. No, I don't think about her. Lies, okay? I think she's a fraud. I really don't think about that. She probably had herself sprayed, knowing her, the president said. I asked again if he had seen the video. He said, I haven't seen it. No. I hope I don't have to bother. Every ICE story has been a hoax. Even if one eventually ends up being true, I don't want to hear it. Democrats have created chaos. They cannot put out a fog of war and then play these games. Oof. Apparently, these videos are so inculpatory for ICE, you can't even put a spin on them. I haven't watched them. I'm too old for this Covington 42069 latest hoax. And I didn't even watch the interview because I didn't want to watch that. Like, these guys straight up are just openly admitting, like, I don't care. Anything that you can show me that will actually make me reconsider my position. I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. La, 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 la. I can't hear you. They're fucking baby brain dipshits, bro. They're stupid maxing. They're fucking stupid maxing. This is what the modern conservative movement has become. Like, obviously you could say, like, you know, back in the day they were also doing this, and you know, I can't disagree with you on that. I've been at this game for quite a while, and yes, they were pretty fucking vicious, but I never realized how stupid it could have gotten. They moved on from believe your lying eyes to I simply don't have eyes, checkmate liberal. Yep. That's where we're at. She's so fake. Oh, yeah.
Good morning, America.
Sex sells fake.
Hi. Good morning, America.
Yeah, this is Erica Kirk's like OG content too. Like, she was doing crazy stuff, man. She was always like, I mean, she was hungry. She had W hunger, okay? She was trying to get as much clout as possible. She was trying to max out on the clout. So it's not exactly shocking or surprising that she would be behaving like this in the aftermath of the untimely demise of the husband of her children. Charlie would be proud of his wife for using his death to sell merch. They only care about profit and success. As Mark said, all that is solid melts into air. All that is sacred is profaned. I don't think so, man. I don't. The husband of her children, sorry, the father of her children, husband of Erica Kirk, father of their children.
Really handsome.
You look gorgeous.
Okay, this unseen footage will shock you.
Babe, that's deep in there. Give them cleavage? People want cleavage.
I've seen this footage before.
Pay close attention.
Sex sells me.
It goes against everything in the narrative being displayed now.
Kurtlar Vadisi ne abi? Ne alaka lan? Wait, Kurtlar Vadisi'nin şarkısı mı bu? Oh my God, the Turks are saying that the score, the soundtrack to this video is a very famous television show from my childhood. Oh my God. Oh my God, what the dog doing? I don't know. Wait, hold on. Let's see. Kurtlar Vadisi müzik. Operasyon müziği. This shit was goated, dude. This shit was so goated. Abi Kurtlar Vadisi Gladio. Wait. Oh no. Hold on, let me find it. That's crazy. I mean, this is irrelevant, but it is kind of funny. I need to see it. Hold on. I don't think this is it.
You need a God and it's not you.
That's me.
Believe me, this gets even worse the deeper we go.
Oh, Gendere. Gendere. Wait, I think I remember that. Hold up. Yo. Oh my God, it is. Bu diziyi Amerikalılara nasıl anlatacaksın şimdi? I can't. Kurtlar Vadisi is the Valley of the Wolves. That's what it translates to. And it's like a espionage, a parallel government, deep state, a cop show. I don't know how else to describe it. Anlatma. Özelimiz o amına koyayım. They're saying, no, don't explain it. It's private. No, it's about the Turkish deep state, which, by the way, ironically enough, deep state as a terminology does come from espionage in Turkey. Was it good? It was fucking spectacular. I watched this as a kid, yeah. Also, this is the most Turkish poster that anyone could have ever made. This is the main character. What was his name? Memati. And then this is his eyes in the side. His piercing eyes. God. Turkish telenovelas are goated? Yes, it is, yeah. Kind of music you blast when the merch starts selling.
Hi, I'm JT
Or no,
Massey.
Memati. Polat.
Hi, I'm Eric.
Polat Alemdar. Sorry, Polat Alemdar. You're right.
So we've got...
Dude, it's been fucking like 20 years since I watched this goddamn TV show, okay? Hayır onlara söyleme, özel bir konu. They're saying, don't tell the Americans. This is our secret.
Joking about her religious values.
That's me.
We've got a confirmation of living in California.
I currently live in Venice, California.
And now also stating she lived in China.
Because I've lived in China. I've lived in Chongqing.
There is a lot to unravel. I'm still analyzing it.
You lived in Chongqing?
Yeah.
In the last video, I broke down the acting career. This video is different from everything that we see today.
Whoo! Bro, she was in like a bunch of different TV shows and shit. She was like a model. She was doing all this shit, right? Bro, she is a spy? I don't know, man. I think she was just a clout hungry. She more Chinese than you? How dare you? Don't even come at me with that bullshit. Okay? She is not. She has W hunger. That's it. She has W hunger. On God. W hunger for Erica Kirk. Okay? She's trying to get W clout. She has W hunger. Y'all are just jealous. That's a white Chinese queen. Okay? Girls gotta eat. She was girl bossing. She was slay queening. And a lot of you guys are just jealous about her W hunger. She's Falun Gong 100%. Yeah. I will say this cured my, the white women are exotic takes that I've had, because like I'm so scared of her. Like she scares the fuck out of me, bro. I swear to God. Candace Owens too at the end. Oh yeah, Candace Owens was a video vixen too. Yeah, I knew this though. Yeah, there she is. I mean, it's not that confusing. A lot of these guys in the fucking conservative ecosystem are all failed actresses. Like, they all just wanted to be famous. And this was the easiest route for them. That's all this is. Sounds like you're envious. Did you have a secret relationship with Charlie Kirk? You did say that you knew him longer than she did. I mean, objectively, it is true. I mean, she knows him better than me, obviously. But, like, CCP Senator support Kirk in the quest to destroy America's standard of living. We need to support artists more. It keeps happening. True. Actually, if you want to destroy the conservative ecosystem, just like fund the arts better. Because like 90% of these fucking dudes would have just stayed television artists or like television famous and they would have been happy about it. But instead they had to become basically terrorists that are hell-bent on destroying America. Many such cases, man. Failed artists to unimaginable fascist pipeline is real. Is as alive as it could be. You know, Adolf Hitler, obviously. If that's true, explain Trump. Excuse me. Trump is another perfect example of this. He wanted to be a fucking Broadway producer. What are you talking about? He literally just wanted to be a Broadway musical producer. He could have just been a Broadway musical producer and he would have been the queeniest of queens, okay? He probably would have been gay at that point. He probably would have been like openly like, I'm bisexual, aromantic, and I love Andrew Lloyd Webber. That's all he wanted to do. Have you guys never heard him talk about Andrew Lloyd Webber? His father shamed him into being a fascist. Trump is an artist. We all saw his doodles. Oh, yeah, that too. But they all have no talent. Who would consume their shit art? It doesn't matter. Just fund it so they don't become fucking fascist monsters. You know what I mean? Just fund it. Just fund it so they can feel happy. There are millions of failed artists around the world right now that are still carrying on with their endeavors because like there's at least some kind of funding mechanism that allows them to survive and make their fucking doodles or allows them to survive and make like dog shit product. You know? I feel like I feel like it's better to just like have this scholarship system so you don't have them become like fucking fascist monsters. Make them produce bad art. It's so much better. It's so much better than whatever the fuck's going on now. Anyway, speaking of which, we are going to, we're going to move on, but I did want to mention this. I reached out last week about my citizens only survey. Your file says you're a top MAGA patriot, but my records say my survey still says response pending. Don't tell me you're an illegal alien. That cannot be true. This is your final moment to prove me wrong. Brian, please. Are you a proud American citizen or does ICE need to come and track you down? Take citizens only survey. I don't know if this is real or not, but it is pretty funny. There's no way this is real. I can't believe that this would be real, right? There's no way that this is like, there's no way that he is farming his, it's real. I saw it in my parents' email. Oh my fucking Lord. You can only submit by donating. Yeah, donate to me or else I'll fucking send ICE I'll send ICE to your neighborhood, you illegal alien. It's awesome. All right, we're now going to get to Nicki Minaj at President Trump's summit. I am probably the president's #1 fan.
We're also pleased. My daughter, she went crazy when she heard that this was happening. I want to go. You know, she happens to be in the wrong state right now for that, but when she heard that there's a certain person that's here who's the greatest and most successful female rapper in history, Nicki Minaj. Come on. And, you know, and Nicki makes a lot of cash. Not as much as Michael Dell. Not quite. Not as much. But that's okay. But Nikki makes a lot of money, and she's generously stepping up. She's investing hundreds of thousands of dollars in Trump accounts to support the children and really the children of her incredible fans. That's great. Focus on that. Why should you give to somebody else's fans? Give to your fans. I like that. But and I just think she's great. You know, I've been hearing so much over the years because I didn't know Nikki, and I've been hearing over the years she's a big Trump supporter and a Trump fan, and she took a little heat on occasion. Her community isn't necessarily. I tell you, we did pretty damn well with that, with your community, as we say. But Nikki has been an unbelievable supporter. She gets almost as much as Mr. Wonderful over here. He's been another one that's been so good. But I'd like to ask you to come up, Nikki. Come on up. Come on. She's been such a great supporter, and a great supporter of Trump accounts. And I said, I'm going to let my nails grow because I love those nails. I'm going to let those nails grow. She's so good. She's been MAGA. What can I say? She's been with us all the way, right, Alex? She's been with us all the way. And just want to thank her. And it wasn't so easy. For you, it was easier, right? You want to come up? You want to come up? Mr. Wonderful, come on up here. You've been terrific. Come on up.
Hello. Well, I don't know what to say, but I will say that I am probably the president's #1 fan. And that's not going to change. And
are you welcome back to Sephora after this? I have never been more vindicated than my clock of the fucking century with Nicki Minaj's reactionary right-wing pivot. Literally in 2021, okay? 5 fucking years of pain and torment. 5 fucking unlimited years. The lock of the fucking century. Okay? Does Nikki know who you are? Yes. I mean, I don't know if she still remembers, but I made the mistake of ratioing her during COVID, and then her fucking fans spent years and years calling me a fucking white supremacist. Non-stop. Now, of course, I didn't move away from my positions even one bit because I'm not some person devoid of backbone in the way that all these fucking people go, oh, man, the left yelled at me, so I left the left. Oh, you guys are so annoying. It's like, you know, fuck everybody else. But my point is, I clocked this shit from a fucking mile away. This former Bob right here did not listen to you in 2021. Yep. I ratioed her. The Barbs got big mad. I said she's doing a right-wing pivot. Always right, just too early. One of my greatest clocks. Okay? One of my greatest fucking clocks of all time. I bought her mixtape off MySpace in 2009. God damn.
The hate or what people have to say, it does not affect me at all. It actually motivates me to support him more. And it's going to motivate all of us to support him more. We're not going to let them get away with bullying him and, you know, the smear campaigns. It's not going to work, okay? He has a lot of force behind him, and God is protecting him. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you. Just stay right here. Say a couple of words, please.
On behalf of all the entrepreneurs in America,
wow,
I'd like to thank you, Mr. President, because we create 72% of the jobs. Companies 5 to 500 employees, and all we care about is policy. We love policy, pro-business policy, and these accounts are fantastic for independence and support. I thank you very much.
It is pretty fuck. It is pretty crazy that on that stage you got a Lebanese Canadian, not an American, mind you, and a Trinidadian undocumented immigrant. Tell me that the motherfucking new wave of fascism isn't so diverse. Tell me. People still operating on the previous rad lib boundaries do not understand. Okay? DEI fascism is here. They don't give a fuck. As long as you're a piece of shit, they're like, you're riding with me. Okay? If you have hate in your heart, we will welcome you. Okay? This is the craziest three-piece I've seen on stage at the same time. I mean, yes, Kevin O'Leary is Lebanese, obviously, because let's be real, there is a real conspiracy. It's not Zog, it's Log, okay? Lebanese occupied government. There are so many Maronite Christian Lebanese in positions of power in the fucking Western world, it will blow your mind. Once you take the Lebanese pill, okay? Once you take the Lebanese pill, you will never be able to unsee it, okay? He's Irish Lebanese like Austin crying. Judge Janine Perot. Yeah, it's POG, Phoenician occupied government. Japan has secret Korean conspiracies. We have secret Lebanese reality. Exactly.
It's all about the entrepreneur, and I think you know that, sir.
Thank you very much.
Erica Kirk's mom is Syrian. Levantine occupied government. No, Erica Kirk is Lebanese too. Yes. Like Austin is also like Syrian / Lebanese. It's the same shit.
Well, that was great. A little interlude. I don't know. That's better than getting Scott Bessent up.
We're going to begin with the new uproar in Minneapolis, where Democratic Congresswoman.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to the Ilhan Omar thing in a second. But I will play this. Israel did a anti-Semitism conference, and they brought it was the funniest lineup of all time, because they brought straight up anti-Semites to the conference. And at that conference, of course, hilarity ensued as expected. This is the same conference that had to be disbanded last year because they invited too many neo-Nazis, and like some of the people in Israel were like, what the fuck are you guys doing? These guys you're like bringing straight up anti-Semites to the anti-Semitism conference. Like this is unacceptable. This year, I guess they uninvited the naysayers, the Jewish naysayers in Israel, and instead invited all the fucking neo-Nazis instead. And they basically did a Nazi convention, okay? Which, I do find to be very funny and very ironic, but also not unexpected, right? Because Israel is a fascist country. And at the conference, Benjamin Netanyahu talked about the real enemy, which is left-wing anti-Zionism. He straight up said it, okay? He straight up said the real problem here is left-wing anti-Zionism. Sure, there's some people in the far right. Sure, there's some people in the fucking far right or whatever that are like, they don't like Jews. But let's be real. The real enemy here is left-wing anti-Zionism. To a conference full of actual neo-Nazis. So if you want to come to me and talk to me about anti-Semitism rising in the country or whatever, take it up. Take it up with Israel, okay? But the hilarity doesn't end there. Apparently, the Israeli government's latest anti-Semitism conference featured a tribute to Charlie Kirk, which leaned heavily on his vocal support for Israel. For Charlie, Israel was more than a nation. It was a beacon of
Message
truth.
reignited faith in freedom, responsibility, truth, and values. For Charlie, Israel was more than a nation. It was a beacon of truth.
Do you support Israel?
Yes, of course I do. Yes.
Yeah, that's good for you.
He stood by our side in times when only a few dared to do so.
13.
Yeah, dude, famously, people were really shy about supporting Israel, you know? He stood by us when few famously... Yeah, dude, no, literally. That's... When I think of like pre-October 7 Israel support, I think of like how little support Israel got. Is there a fucking end to the greed, dude? Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Virtually every fucking institution is like, Am Israel Chai. And these motherfuckers are still acting like they're the victims here. Jesus Christ, dude. Who was not supporting Israel? Now, times have changed, okay? Times have fucking changed.
100 Jews were killed in their homes, kibbutzes, and a music festival. Was that a genocide?
No, because... No. And in the face of rising anti-Semitism, he stood tall and declared, truth is not hate. Standing with Israel is standing with freedom.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk stood with Israel, and then he fell for Israel in the hands of Israel, okay? Clock it. It is great to be it is bad to be an enemy of Israel, but to be Israel's friend is fatal.
What you are saying, and you're saying it very clearly, is that we look at the Holocaust and it's just a matter of opinion.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem of being an atheist. You have to bite the bullet.
He thought an entire generation valued intellectual freedom, bold conviction, and brave kindness, even when the world shouted the opposite.
The challenges are immense. I'm going to now overcome all those challenges and go on an adventure. I'm going to prove everyone wrong. I'm now not going to be a victim. I'm going to be a victor. I'm going to dig deep. This is still a great country. This is a free country. I'm going to use my agency. I'm going to use my ability. And I'm not just going to go point in the corner and be like, I'm overweight because of the Jews.
Wow, look at that.
Beautiful. 3, 2, 1, smile.
Bro, this is nasty work. This is nasty work. They're doing a highlight reel. They're showing their work, brother. That's crazy. That's nasty work, Israel. God damn. God damn, dude. They're like, yeah, this is how much he supported Israel. Also, on this day, they silenced his voice. And by they, I mean not us.
Until a single bullet.
Bro's posting the fucking phase adapt camera angle, the Call of Duty kill cam. That's crazy.
Loaded with hate, shook the world. And one silenced voice echoed a cry that
They're dabbing on him. They're dabbing on him. They're dabbing on him as hard as Erica Kirk is dabbing on him. That's crazy. Overwatch rewind camp. That's
from
crazy.
one end of the earth to the other, calling for justice.
They're
for
dabbing
truth,
on him.
For hope.
He wasn't a violent man. He honored those who disagreed with him. He'd let them go to the front of the line because he knew that debate would stave off violence.
Charlie Kirk is
A legacy of light, of faith, of Israel. Yeah, it is a legacy of Israel, not in the way that you think it is, though. Goddamn.
gone, but his voice lives on. A voice of freedom.
That's crazy.
The voice of Charlie Kirk. May his memory be blessed.
Bro, this is like when King Von rapped about how he murdered his ops, Israel style, okay? This is the Israeli edition of a King Von song. I mean, how else can I read this? They're like, hey, look at what we did here. Some of our finest work. Do you really believe Israel did it? I mean, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Listen. Israel's crazy story. Top. Listen. Do we have enough evidence? No. Seems like a lot of people believe it. It's out of my hands. It's out of my hands. Isn't there like zero evidence Israel was involved? I'm confused. This is the media environment y'all wanted. Not you guys, but this is the media environment that they created. I can't do shit. What can I say? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Constantly course correct? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's too difficult. Changing up, shaking my head. Yeah, I'm going to be posting the courtyard menorah. God, it's so funny. That one interview you did where the waiter said Israel killed Charlie Kirk unprompted, that was crazy. Yeah. I thought you used to be really against that theory because I don't think, okay, guys, I'm fucking joking, okay? I'm fucking joking. Yes, I don't think there's enough evidence that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Can you please let me fucking joke? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh my God. Motherfuckers in the chat being like, no jokes, no jokes, no jokes. Yes, I don't fucking actually believe Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Or more than that, even though there's like inconsistent information about like what actually took place on that day or whatever, I do know for a fact that Charlie Kirk was not going to do a public pivot against Israel. I do know that for a fact, okay? The only aspect of this that I can lean into, the only aspect of this that I can say sincerely is that I know for a fact that Charlie Kirk was not about to pivot on Israel because we were going to debate him. I was going to debate him on Israel. Part of the reason why I was doing that fucking debate prep with the rabbi was because I was about to debate him on Israel. That was the whole point. And then he got killed. So unless you think that he was supposed to like turn around and make a big pivot on stage when we were about to debate about Israel, it's ridiculous. Also, like I said, it's out of my hands. There's nothing I can do. There is nothing I can do. I am one guy. I can't be the only guy that's constantly trying to defend the honor of Israel in this situation as Israel's number one op, you know? Sorry, it's out of my hands. Y'all love misinfo. Well, sometimes that misinfo turns around and bites you in the fucking ass, all right? Anyway. I think no for a fact is obviously not true. You might know beyond a reasonable doubt, but considering that as a fact is tough, look how many people have pivoted that you never expected to pivot. No, the only reason why I know beyond a fucking shred of doubt is not just because I was supposed to debate him on the issue, but also because Charlie Kirk has demonstrated in the past that even if he actually has a consistently held position on Epstein, for example, as long as Trump doesn't pivot on Epstein, he won't pivot on Epstein. He demonstrated that over and over again when he farmed the Epstein stuff for the longest time and then literally got a boss call from Trump and then turned around and said, okay, I'm done investigating the Epstein stuff. So there's no reason for Charlie Kirk to pivot on Israel if Trump is not going to pivot on Israel because Charlie Kirk was Donald Trump's strongest warrior. That's it. That's it. He knows where his bread is buttered or knew where his bread was buttered. And as long as Donald Trump was going to be up Israel's ass every fucking day, constantly supporting Israel, then of course Charlie Kirk was going to do the same. There is no these guys are grifters. You guys are fucking stupid if you think that he had a sincere change of beliefs, okay? You're wrong. Not only are you wrong, but you're dumb if you think that any conservative operative, we're literally watching conservative operatives like Erica Kirk do touchdown celebration dances days after Charlie Kirk got fucking murked. And you're over here being like, well, what if he had a conscience? Like, get the fuck out of here. They're grifters, brother. What they believe in here does not matter. What matters is this, and this is not changing. It's starting soon. I can't believe this video. This is still up, by the way. 3 waiting. Schedule for September 25th, 2025. The Dartmouth Political Union and Dartmouth Dialogues presents the DPU debate series, The Politics of Youth, Charlie Kirk versus Hasan Piker. Scheduled for September 25th, 2025. Kind of morbid. The 3 people didn't hear the news. Will he show up? Is it canceled? All right. Anyway, before we get to the Ilhan Omar stuff, what is this living out about due process in your camera? In your on-camera threat to kill the president using your full legal name is sending me?
Hi.
Elliot Forehand, Democrat candidate for Ohio Attorney General, says he's going to kill President Trump through capital punishment.
This is Elliot Forehand, candidate for Ohio Attorney General. I want to tell you what I mean when I say that I am going to kill Donald Trump.
Liberals are going beast mode. Liberals are going beast mode. It's beast mode time. It's beast mode time. We're oh my God. Dark woke, beast mode. This guy has real mental health issues and is really pro-Israel. This guy is?
I mean, I'm going to obtain a conviction rendered by a jury of his peers at a standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, based on evidence presented at a trial conducted in accordance with the requirements of due process, resulting in a sentence duly executed of capital punishment. That is what I mean when I say that I'm going to kill Donald Trump.
He was my neighbor. He's super pro-Israel, you said? Dude, what planet are these guys on? Bro, the FBI is going to go to his fucking house? Oh, for sure. He will get a call. He will 100% get a fucking visit. He was my neighbor, check logs. Okay, I'm checking your logs. There's nothing here in your fucking logs. Bro, isn't that basically what you said about Rick Scott? No. Guys, words mean things. When I was talking about it, I was highlighting the inconsistency and the hypocrisy of the Republicans saying that they care about fucking actual fraud that's happening in the Medicare side of things, and said if they were sincere, they would actually dish out a punishment to Rick Scott. That didn't actually get a single fucking notice from the Secret Service to my house, because even the fucking current administration Secret Service are not so stupid that they would be like, this is a fucking death threat. Okay? That, on the other hand, what he's saying here, on the other hand, is the, you know, is definitely going to get him a visit, because that is direct. That doesn't mean he'll get punished for it, but that will at least get a visit, in my opinion. Because he said, I'm going to. You can't say, I'm going to bleep the president. You will get a fucking visit. The only way that in the past you could get away with saying that is the whitest kids you know, by slapping it's illegal to say in the beginning.
Did you know that it's illegal to say I want to kill the president of the United States of America? It's illegal. It's a federal offense. It's one of the only sentences that you're not allowed to say. Now, it was okay for me to say it right then because I was just telling you that it's illegal to say I want to kill the president of the United States of America. I'm not actually saying it. I'm just letting you know that it's illegal to say that. It's kind of like a public service. I'm letting you know so that you don't accidentally go out and say something like that. But what's interesting is that it's very illegal.
So you can say it like this, but I don't even know. I don't even know if you can get away with saying it nowadays. I feel like nowadays they'll probably fucking knock down your door a little bit.
To say, I really, really think someone out there should kill the president of the United States of America. That's illegal, extremely illegal, very, very illegal, but not illegal to say with a mortar launcher. Because that's its own sentence. It's an incomplete sentence, but it may have nothing to do with the sentence before that. So that's perfectly fine, perfectly legal. I also found out that it's incredibly illegal, extremely illegal to go on television and say something like the best place to fire a mortar launcher at the White House would be from the roof of the Rockefeller Hewitt building because of minimal security and you'd have a clear line of sight to the president's bedroom. Insanely illegal. Ridiculously, recklessly, insanely illegal. Yet even more illegal to show an illustrated diagram. Insanely illegal. Ridiculously, horribly, felonious because they will come to your house in the middle of the night and they will lock you up. Extremely against the law. One thing that is technically legal to say is that we have a group that meets Fridays at midnight under the Brooklyn Bridge, and the password is 6 Semper Tyrannis.
Isn't there a conspiracy that this video got him assassinated? No. I didn't he die of cancer? Like many, many years later. Did you see the leaked Erica Kirk, Candace Owens audio? Yes, I did. I already covered it extensively. No, a fall? No, he died in a crash a few years ago. He fell off his roof. Okay, everyone is giving me different. It was an accident? Okay, now I believe it. Maybe they got him. Maybe they got him then. Speaking of Israel, Amos Hochstein, who was one of the key architects of Biden's unlimited support for Israel's genocide, Amos Hochstein, IDF soldier Amos Hochstein, alongside Brett McGurk, it was the two key figures in the grand design of Biden's unlimited support bear hug strategy to the nation state of Israel. Okay. That Amos Hochstein is mad. Why is he mad? Because President Biden said, because in a rare press conference, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu claims that soldiers were killed during the war in Gaza from a lack of ammunition due to a partial embargo that was imposed by the Biden administration. And President Biden's advisor, Amos Hochstein, told Barak Ravid, another Israel agent, Barak Ravid, just two Israel agents talking to one another, by the way. They're just chopping it up. Anyway, an agent of Israel who also happens to be a CNN analyst and a global affairs correspondent for Axios. It's just how it is, okay? That's just how it works, Don't fucking say anything about it because, oh my God, you're anti-Semitic. Anyway, so two agents of Israel just talking to one another, chopping it up. Anyway, Amos Hochstein says Netanyahu is both not telling the truth and ungrateful to a president that literally saved Israel at its most vulnerable moment. Amos Hochstein continues and says, "Let me be clear to journalists," in quotes, commenting, "after more than 20 billion military support, largest in Israel's history, 2 aircraft carriers rushed to the region, deterring a massive regional war, defeating Iran's missile and drone attack twice, defending Israel at most vulnerable moments after saving countless lives of Israelis. Only acceptable response to POTUS, Biden and American people is thank you." I really hope Biden is not so demented that he reads this stuff that Netanyahu is saying about him, and then he gets so sad he dies, allegedly, in a video game, okay? It would be a real shame if Biden read this stuff and then it caused him to literally collapse. If he is not so demented at this point that he has no fucking capacity to understand this, where his like final moments, I hope. And that's not even like, that is not even, for the record, an acceptable and appropriate punishment. Obviously, evil never dies. It's not going to happen. But like, it is crazy how much Biden dick rode Israel into oblivion, allowed Trump's second fascist term to take over as a consequence of that. Literally everything collapsed because of this. And yeah, we've spent years in a lab testing it, and we found the perfect Democratic campaign message. You're going to have you ever said thank you one shtick to Netanyahu while whining about how we gave him $20 billion to rape prisoners? Yeah. It is fucking unbearable, okay? It is fucking unbearable how arrogant and how entitled the Israeli government is. And yet, we just have to still sit here and be like, it is really fucking strange. It is really strange that there is this, there is this bipartisan support for the apartheid rape regime. And we just have to give them unlimited support all the time. And if you fucking question it, you're an anti-Semite who needs to get, a talking to, a stern talking to, a warning. You need to get fucking deplatformed. And yet, Benjamin Netanyahu will run around and be like, yeah, fuck Biden. Liberals that are still, like liberal analysts and liberal media figures that are still pro-Israel after all of this shit are literally the dumbest fucking people of all time. I hate them so much. You are a straight up fucking goon. You do not care about America. You only care about Israel, and you only care about the money that you're making off of your fucking pro-Israel propaganda. Shouts out to Van Jones, Maoist third worldist. Like you. Yeah, like me, exactly. I am Israel Chai, am Israel Chai, am Israel Chai. I love Israel. 3 Israeli lawmakers sent a letter to former President Biden expressing deep regret over the inappropriate and untruthful remarks made by Prime Minister Netanyahu, who blamed Biden for the death of Israeli soldiers in Gaza. Oh, man. I think people blow this Israel-Palestine issue out of proportion. In my opinion, real Zionism hasn't been tried yet. They're trying to keep Biden alive with this. They're sending this letter to Biden, not knowing that he can't read anyway, so it doesn't matter. In case you thought the Dems didn't have anything to say, Democratic majority for Israel. Joe Biden was amongst the most pro-Israel presidents in U.S. history. We stood with Israel on October 7th, delivered the strongest pro-Israel speech ever. Like, dude, I'm sorry. At a time, Kaya, I'm going to fucking accidentally step on your tail, lady. You are crazy. Kaya's also working with the state of Israel. She's my ops now. You're crazy. You are on a suicide mission. You want your tail to get caught under the wheels. I know for a fact. Why are you looking at me like that? Why are you looking at me like that? Come here, Kaya. Okay, come here. Come. Kaya, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh my God. Oh. The fat rolls. The fat rolls on this one. Hello. 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 Hi. Hi. Oh, yeah. Okay. What are you smelling up here? What's going on up here? Anyway, lip kisses without consent. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. She's trying to get you canceled. Yeah. Yeah, she's a Mossad operative. Stop abusing your dog. Let her have uppies. My dog is 120 pounds, okay? It's abusing me. Anyway, these guys, like the Democratic majority for Israel, dude, look at her fucking putting her paw on my lap. She's like, come on, it's uppies time, Dad. It's uppies time, please. Performative affection? Yeah, I know. I have a dog just for a prop because I'm a fucking sociopath and I'm only doing performative affection. You're right. What is that except for pure projection? Why the fuck would I take care of a dog? Do you know how fucking expensive and difficult to taking care of a dog is? Another life. If I didn't love the shit out of this dog with her neck jowl, with her jowls and her neck fat. Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, I'm choking her. I'm choking her. What? 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 No. Anyway, make it full screen, please. No. Okay. No. Don't lean into my whole. As Jen Wells said, the whole crib is outfitted for her. Yeah, this is her home. I just get to live in it, and it's nice. Supreme Leader Kayatollah. So, where was I? What was I talking about? Oh. These kinds of groups are so openly just invested in Israel and nothing else, dude. At a time when there is unprecedented unpopularity surrounding the apartheid state that has been doing a genocide and hasn't really stopped killing Palestinians, even with this like fake ass ceasefire bullshit. Anyone that still turns around and gets offended or mad at you because you're making comparisons to Israel or still talking about Israel is just only invested in Israel. They're not like, it's not dual loyalty shit, is Israel first, okay? There's single loyalty there, just Israel. That's it. That's it. And all this back and forth that they're having about how mad they are that Benjamin Netanyahu won't dick ride Joe Biden after all Joe Biden did to murder Palestinian children is just that. They do not have the capacity to read the room because they do not need to read the room at all. They do not need to read the room at all. They don't care. They have no care or consideration for that. They just care about Israel. Israel first. That's it. But why? Is it money or are they just brainwashed? I mean, they're brainwashed. It's money. It's everything. This is both a pathetic plea for credit and a perfect description of the Biden policy as Palestinians aren't even mentioned. Their lives simply don't matter. I mean, that's true. That's exactly what it is. It was a massive, spectacular indecency, abject cruelty. And every single dumb fuck that has spent years trying to gaslight us can suck my dick to be like, oh, Biden actually did care about the Palestinians. Kamala Harris did care about the Palestinians. Suck my fucking dick. Neither of them gave a single shred of a fuck. And they literally allowed Trump to win again. And they're both still very quiet about it, too. Anyway, now let's get back to Amer Israel, where Ilhan Omar, Congressperson Ilhan Omar, had an incident where a psychopathic right-winger attacked her during her town hall back in Minneapolis, or back in Minnesota.
And Ilhan Omar was assaulted last night during a town hall. You can see here a man sprayed her with an unknown substance. Does not appear that she was hurt, but it comes as new details emerge about the shooting death of VA nurse Alex Preddy. A memo obtained by CBS News from Customs and Border Protection does not line up with what DHS officials originally claimed. Our chief correspondent, Matt Gutman, is in Minneapolis. Matt, good morning.
Vlad, good morning. What stood out most from that memo from Customs and Border Protection was what it omitted.
Okay, they very quickly move on from that and go into this memo, but this angle is the best angle because you can see she was ready to throw fucking hands. I covered this last night, obviously, when it first happened.
As Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
Dude, look at that. She straight up goes in. She was about to throw hands. God, I love Ilhan Omar so much. We do not deserve her. We do not deserve Ilhan Omar, okay? She is a goddamn treasure. She is the best we have, straight up. Her and Rashida Tlaib, I will ride till the ends of time. Like, I will ride for them no matter what. Oh, my God. And of course, the way that this played out, Summer Lee too, they're all incredible. But the way that this played out obviously makes Ilhan Omar look like a fucking brave warrior. And the cowardly right-wingers have no idea what a real fucking hero looks like. So immediately they started going, oh, this is fake. This is staged. Yeah, you can see how fucking sloshed this two-time divorce champion was over here, trying to get the fucking courage to be able to do this indecent act.
And round of applause for Congresswoman Omar's staff who's here. Hi, everyone.
God, he's so fucking disgusting. A gross freak. I know, I looked at his Instagram profile because they found his Instagram profile after, after his name was revealed. And he has like children that I suspect have been separated from him because they are, I think they look queer. They could be, I assume they're like, they're woke. He has woke children. Okay. And now the right is using that to fucking claim that this person, this fucking lunatic, is actually a secret Ilhan Omar fan. Okay?
So, hi everyone, I'm Hennepin County. And round of applause for Congresswoman Omar's.
Oh. Yeah. Also, The Independent actually found who the dude's brother labeled suspect who attacked Ilhan Omar, a right-wing extremist who has hated Somalis for decades. In my mind, he's a piece of shit. Anthony Kazmierzak's brother told The Independent. I'm not surprised this happened, Anthony James Kazmierzak's brother said Wednesday morning on a phone interview from his home in North Carolina. Not at all. Unfortunately, he and my mother are both right-wing extremists. Kazmierzak, a 55-year-old Minneapolis resident, is just a different person than I am, according to the brother, who said he has been estranged from his sibling for the past 4 years. The Independent agreed not to name the brother, who said he had begun receiving death threats, of course. I believe in helping people, Kazmierzak's brother, 52, went on. He believes in blaming people. When asked if Kazmierzak had mentioned Omar before, the brother responded, "Oh, yeah," and said he is thankful for the Somali-born Democratic legislator who fled her war-torn nation as a child and became a U.S. citizen in 2000, wasn't badly hurt. Kazmierzak's antipathy towards Somali Americans, whose presence in Minneapolis makes up the largest Somali population in the U.S., dates well back to before Omar was elected in 2019, according to the brother. He has had a hatred of the Somali community probably 20 years, Kazmierzak's brother continued. There's a reason I don't talk to him. He's got a lot of anger. I have no idea where it comes from. He has always been that way, in and out of treatment since he was a kid. Another fucking mentally ill, sociopathic MAGA dick rider. And of course, as expected, once again, just like with the David DePipe situation, just as it was the case with the David DePipe situation, they immediately went and said, this is a psyop. This is a psyop, and it's staged. And how did they arrive at this photo? With AI, of course. They hate seeing themselves on camera doing the deed that they claim they want to do. They hate it. They hate it so much, they immediately go into fucking cope mode. Because this is what you look like in public. Okay? On Twitter, you might hide behind an anonymous account, but this is what you're at. This is who you are. This is who you want to be. What is this? Do you wear fake war jackets, a cosplay struggle for people who Uber their groceries? Or is that just the official uniform of socialism when it's sponsored by DoorDash? Fake war jacket. This is fucking Ralph Lauren double R edition, brother. If you think this is a fucking war jacket, you are literally a moron. That says more about yourself than anybody else. My man said fake war jacket. Let's see. Are we going to get a lolly PFP? Let's take a look. Oh! My man got mad because I called him out because I said, this is what you look like in public. Nothing streams workers love revolution like designer cosplay made by underpaid factories while you explain socialism from $1 million chair to people who Uber their toothpaste. Brother, what happened? You mad? You big mad that there's a spotlight on people that look exactly like this, that think exactly like this, that you have to fucking lash out? It's not Lolly, it's Hunter Hunter, but still, I'll take it. It's Killua, I know. Check the Roachman logs. Apparently, this is his Twitter. Oh, yeah. Yep. Major Trump supporter, major follower of like Tim Pool and all these other people. Anthony Kazmierzak's Facebook page has been found. He's Andy on there. He's a massive Trump, Israel, and Charlie Kirk fan. He even changed his Facebook profile picture of Trump and Erica Kirk. In conclusion, he's MAGA. His neighbor said he's pretty conservative. His brother said he's actually out of his fucking mind. So let's just, ban all Hasan viewers, lol. Hasan channel. Can you check Fox News Live? What happened, big dog? You still lashing out? Now I watch you. Oh, well, you don't just watch me, huh? Just wanted to say thanks for confirming what the jacket is. Appreciate the fashion patch notes. You're welcome. Anyway. Hot take, in 50 years, we will have massive studies linking right-wing ideological inconsistency with literal physical mental disability. And no, this is not just me calling them R words in a nice way. I genuinely believe that a vast number of Americans don't have the mental faculties required for adult-level critical thought, whether it's genetic, environmental, or something third. We'll know eventually. This goes past the classic philosophical argument that we are formed by our environment, while the vast majority are subjects shaped by society. They grew up in material conditions, etc. There is a substrata of cretins so profoundly inconsistent that one must recognize their failings as more biological than political. To contextualize, right-wing political thought is almost purely social disease. TLDR 1, system in crisis. 2, those who benefit from system don't want to change it. 3, they want to create alternative explanations for why everything sucks, moving attention away from the system. And 4, the people who believe that are reactionaries, I'm talking about a substrata of reactionary which apparently literally lacks the ability to comprehend contradictions. It just doesn't click for them. Like wearing a "Don't Threat on Us" shirt on your pro-ICE protest after they killed a guy for practicing their Second Amendment rights. The proactivity and the logical inconsistency creates cause for concern on whether their behavior is caused by social environments or the physical inability to process information adequately. But hey, this is just a theory, a game theory. I think people like this have always existed throughout time. It's just that the internet has made it a little bit crazier. Don't say it's a bit eugenic. The solution here isn't to fucking kill them, okay? The solution is to figure out what the hell's going on. Also, stupid people should still have health care and adequate mental conditions, you know? Adequate mental care, adequate health care, adequate material conditions. Like, it doesn't matter. The goal is to actually make the goal is to soften the impact of stupid people like this. Okay. The goal is to make sure that they get the proper treatment. The goal is to make sure that they're not likely to go out and do something like this. Okay. I think it's just the American education system being so dogshit doesn't push people to exercise critical thinking and thus brain development gets stunted. I think that's what it is, yes. I think that's precisely what it is. Like, you can't sincerely tell me that a guy like this is, all there, okay? Lives of TikTok, Benny Johnson, Charlie Kirk, Babylon B, Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro, Elon Musk, Hodge Twins, Tim Pool, City of Minneapolis. Also, lead pipes, for sure. The most complete glimpse yet into the life and radicalization of Anthony Kazmierzak, the man who rushed Ilhan Omar, from rarely posting anything political to physically attacking members of Congress in just a few years, another victim of the algorithm. Okay, boom. Divorce number 1, DWI. DWI 2, sued for $11,000 in debt. Divorce number 2, court filings revealed that he was unemployed and received a $39,000 annual disability. He had no retirement account or plan. His Lexus was stolen and had over $10,000 in loan and credit card debt to his name. His best friend dies in 2021. Attempts to troll his local Nextdoor group about Kamala Harris. First political post in 10/12/2021. Post political cartoon about Ilhan Omar on Facebook, 10/31/2021. How do people know this? It's because his Facebook account. Court, they look through everything because as soon as his name was revealed, they basically looked through his fucking Facebook account, which is where he's most active, a lot more active than Twitter somehow. He's not Polish. This is very clearly a Belarusian instigator. Look at his head shape and physiognomy. Belarusian or Czech, not a real Pole. Don't let that last name fool you, brother. I don't know how to explain this to you, but that's a Polak man, okay? That's a Polish man, okay? Listen, not all Poles. Not all Poles. I'm going to say that. I'm going to say that. But that man is Polish. Okay? I love the Poles in the chat. Okay? I ride for you. I die for you. Okay? But come on. This one is definitely Polish. Kurwa. Polish people in the chat are getting Polish people in the chat are already having a hard time because all 10 of them that want socialism are getting absolutely cumstered and dumpstered in one of the more reactionary countries in the European continent. Okay. And then on top of that, they're getting anti-Polish hate here. Okay. I love pierogi, kurwa, but that's a Polish man. All right. Kurwa. All right. Attempts to troll his local next door neighbor. Post political cartoon about Ilhan Omar. Purchases Glock 43X. First date with black girlfriend. Race relevant later. Last new photo with daughters on Facebook. One has since moved out. Other appears to be still be involuntarily committed. One calls themselves gender fluid in their Instagram bio. Other uses she, they pronouns. Last public interaction with girlfriend on Facebook. Does not post again until 9/21/2023. Significantly less activity after he returns. And the majority of posts are old photos re-uploaded. Sued again for $1,000 debt. Daughter involuntarily committed for mental illness and chemical dependency sometime between April and July 2024. Answers questions on Quora pushing election fraud, conspiracy, expressing hatred for Democrats. Says he feels sick at the thought of Biden winning. Asked when descendants of slaves will pay reparations to descendants of Union soldiers for freeing them. Sued again for $1,200 debt. Daughter's involuntary commitment extended. Creates Twitter account Andy's Right. First post criticizing Klobuchar. Tweets frustration about black people reproducing. More racist tweets calling black people, I'm not going to read that, an evil beast. Makes President Trump his Facebook profile picture 9/11/2025. 9/21/2025 makes President Trump and Erica Kirk Facebook profile picture 11/14/2025. Tweets that black people are reverting to apes 12/28/2025. Tweets dismay at lack of Somalis arrested by ICE in Minneapolis. 12/29/2025. Tweets that white people are genetically superior to blacks. Also tweets further dismay that black people are reproducing. 1/8/2026. Tweets about and justifies Renee Good shooting. 1/28/2026. Rushes Ilhan Omar at town hall event. And this man had a gun. Okay? Because this could have gotten a lot worse. This story, this trend of radicalization is so common, dude. Is so fucking common. Like this is, and it happens to people like Elon Musk even. Divorce, financial issues. Obviously, Elon Musk doesn't have the financial struggles because he's the wealthiest person on the planet. But like divorce, queer children, not being able to deal with any of that shit. In and out of family court, constantly in fucking debt, on disability payments. Like this is the most common right-wing story, dude. Would this be considered a hate crime when adding all his tweets into the picture? I mean, good luck prosecuting anything in this fucking court system, but this is straight up a person whose brain has been destroyed by the internet. A person whose brain has been warped by the internet. Hold on. I have to text this person. Fuck. There are a million examples of this. My leading theory at this point is that Kazmierzak blamed the left for taking his 2 daughters and fell deeper and deeper there from there down the rabbit hole. Without any family or money left, he had to find somebody to blame other than himself. Like, you see it too. You see it with like constantly talking about like black people being evil beasts and stuff like that. This is how white supremacy is the ultimate cope. Okay? Here is some of his profiles, by the way. I mean, one of the profile that we were looking at earlier. No. And obviously, blacks were first modern human. We will continue to evolve as white people. Blacks are the old homos. Whites are the newly improved version. Like, this is why I talk about the psychology behind white supremacy all the fucking time. Okay? The psychology behind white supremacy is that if you are a fucking loser, if nothing is going well in your life, if you're a whole ass loser, and you recognize how big of a fucking loser you are, you recognize how your life has not turned around, your life is not going the way you thought it would be when you were a child, you desperately hold on to some kind of tribalist attitude that gives you a sense of superiority over others. You find an automatic group to blame for every single thing that's going on. It's the same with like anti-Semitism as well. Okay? It's the same thing. It's always like you're shifting your own personal failures in an effort to find power in something. And then white supremacy and fascism basically causes you to like, white supremacy and fascism allows you to lean into that, this idea that like you are superior just because you're white. Okay? Do you know about the dump by black women to racist as fuck pipeline works on men from all backgrounds? I can see that too. This guy isn't going to jail forever. He'll be out in a while. 100%. This guy becomes an influencer or goes deeper into his hatred and does something bigger. I can see that. It's also something that I've brought up before. Like, dudes on disability payments fucking hate welfare queens too. I found it's not just with loser whites. Successful whites will turn around and say colonialism was good, as they see it as responsible for their existence and material wealth. I mean, at least there's a logical through line there for those guys, though, because they are beneficiaries of this unjustifiable system of violence. Okay? But the much larger, much more significant movement of lumpen proles is this. Guys like this, just whole ass fucking losers who inevitably snap and try to take matters in their own hands. And there are a fuck ton. There are a fuck ton of dudes like this on disability that constantly chirp about welfare queens, not realizing that like they're cutting off their own lifeline. They vote for it, thinking blacks will be punished. Like, that's their mentality. And it's like, brother, what are you talking about? It's you, brother. This is the suicidal ideation of white supremacy. Okay? This is how it works. The hard beat, yes, I'm LARPing as the person, chatter. Calm down. Anthony Kazmerzak, classic MAGA, socialism for me and not for thee. Unemployed and on Social Security since at least mid-40s, $85K in consumer debts, discharged in bankruptcy, a classic. Oops, I missed a second bankruptcy in 2004, another $36,000 in consumer debts written off. He used a different middle initial, so I thought it was a different guy, but then checked the Social Security number, same guy. This is straight up. I mean, guys like this are so common. I don't know how to describe this to you. If you have fucking never been to a rural place in this country, if you've just spent all of your life living in big cities, and there is guys like this in big cities too, for sure, but they're less common in big cities because big cities are so unaffordable. But like in the more affordable sides of this country, in the rural areas, in the suburbs, guys like this are a dime a dozen. Okay? And they do not understand that the system is fucking them super hard. And it's virtually impossible for them to understand, especially when they get to this level. Okay, but this is a perfect demonstration of that radicalization pipeline. And it happens so frequently. And they are the backbone of the Trump MAGA movement. They are the backbone of this movement. Many of you that came from small towns, know this guy. You see their Facebook posts all the time. Okay, maybe you moved into a bigger city. Maybe you got a job. Those guys never did. You know 10 guys like this. Okay, if you still live in a small town, you are surrounded by guys like this. I live in southern Idaho, and most people here receive Social Security as their only form of income and are all MAGA. Yep. And they do not even understand. These guys are different than cops, okay? This is a different level. This is, like, if we're looking at hogwatch as a person who has basically a fucking PhD in hogwatch, okay? I have studied the hog so perfectly. And let me tell you, this is the backbone of the MAGA movement. They are different. There's like the HVAC business owners that are the relatively financially successful. They still get a fuck ton of debt as well. Debt is so common in America for many of these people, including people in this chat as well. So debt is normal. They all have debt, like a shit ton of debt. They get it written off with bankruptcies and things like that. But this is a different demon. This is a different demon than the guy who becomes a cop. The cop is at least like has a job. You know what I mean? This is a guy who does not have a job and cannot hold a job and basically tries to self-medicate through alcoholism, self-medicate through drug abuse, and will then talk about how black people are, doing drugs. They're fucking beasts and all this shit, while not even recognizing that they are, they're actually lashing out through racial animosity what they hate about themselves. Okay, it's pure projection. This is the lumpenproll, the backbone of every fascist movement. Two-timer DWI champion, two-timer divorce champion, constantly in and out of family court. Spends every waking moment watching Fox News and then slowly but surely moving on to Newsmax, OAN, and way worse outlets in general. Kids don't want to fucking talk to them because they're obviously like, my dad's a fucking loser. And they cannot comprehend that the reason why everyone has isolated these people is because they're a fucking abject failure. And in that abject failure, they just fucking fester. They get more and more mad until it turns into this like weird right-wing psychosis. And racism at that point, white supremacy and fascism and conspiracy theories that lean heavily into bigotry become this self-soothing lullaby. Okay? If your dad calls you a drug addict and you have to fight back tears behind a fake smile while a random female tries to comfort you, then you should know you've seriously fucked up. Clavicular's dad texted him calling him a drug addict after watching him act on stream while he was allegedly on ketamine.
My dad said full-blown drug addict, sad. My dad said that. Oh, Dad. Dad, I'm making money. What the fuck do you want me to do? Next stream, we'll give shit to the homeless or something. We have to do something nice next stream, all right? Like,
I mean, this is why he actually started jester maxing. He was not mogging when he was holding back the tears, I'll be honest. This is pathetic, dog. I know, man. America is in such a sad state of affairs, dude. Logs, please. I got a question, Poppy. How does this relate to my black father, Lamau, straight from Zimbabwe to Alberta, and he's a MAGA? I mean, I think by now we have realized that white supremacy is like a universal factor, right? Like white supremacist fascism is a universal factor. I mean, look at fucking ICE. ICE agents are majority black and brown, okay? Majority Hispanic. It's Alberta. It's the Alberta effect, I suspect. But that's what it is. Yeah, Fanon even called this. Yeah, that's true. I mean, he did talk about this of like diaspora constantly trying to be something better and immediately landing on white supremacist principles as a way to make up for what they feel lost. Like a revenge fantasy, right? Something along those lines. Desperate to be a part of the in-group and then overcompensating to be a part of the in-group by leaning into some of the worst, like most violent aspects of white supremacist imperialism. Don't worry, Trump will fix all of America's problems by bombing Iran. Yeah. But I do think that this is for me, I think that this still stems from like deep insecurity born out of your material conditions, born out of your abject failure, and a recognition of said abject failure. When you're a kid, you just assume your life is going to turn out much better. You know, you're like, I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going to be a firefighter. I'm going to save people, right? And then, lo and behold, before you know it, you're fucking 55 years old, 2-time divorce champion, 2-time DWI champion, numerous bankruptcies. Kids don't want to fucking talk to you. You're just a whole ass loser. You desperately seek out why you're a loser. And then someone tells you a comforting lullaby where it says, oh, you're a loser because the elite liberals have actually ruined your life through feminism. Elite liberals have ruined your life through feminism. They've made your children woke and gay. They took your children away from you, you know? You're not an abject fucking failure. It's just everyone else has made you into the person that you are, and then you love that shit. It's cope. To be fair, I think a lot of black immigrants don't fully get why we black Americans are treated like shit. And when you're wealthy enough to come here, you think capitalism is the only barrier. Gotta humble yourself and do the research, though. I mean, I'm not going to get into this stuff either because, like, I've experienced this with my friends who were, like, you know, fresh off the boat from Nigeria that went from having, dare I say, straight up white supremacist adjacent opinions about black Americans to realizing very quickly that white supremacy does not make a distinction between how you got an engineering degree and that the cop that pulls you over still is going to treat you in the exact same way, to then be realizing very quickly that, like, you're still black, you know? Let me tell you, a cop that pulls you over does not give a fuck that you have an engineering degree and you're from a relatively well-off family in Nigeria, you know? They do not give a fuck at all. And then when you realize that, when you experience that, then you realize, okay, never mind. Never mind. This shit is actually the same no matter where. They're doing the same thing they did to you. From Kaya Gate to Ilhan Omar. Yeah, I mean, these guys are fucking delusional. They're...
Face impeachment.
Oh, she moved her arm like Kaya Gate. Like when I move my arm. Oh, God. They're saying that was quick, but did you catch that? Where she moves her arm to gesture. She hits the button. She hits the zapping button, the self-zap button. Fucking idiots, dude. Hello. 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 You guys like my new rug? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Is this rug available on ideology.shop? No. We catching bans in this hoe for sending you Candace Owens teas or what? I don't know why I was 24 hours banned yesterday. I don't know, but probably not.
But
Marie Concentration Camp Perez defending her ICE vote. We'll get to that later. Is the rug electrified? Yeah, it's an electric rug. To be honest, I feel like a loser most days. I'm underemployed, depressed, single, and bald, but I refuse to sacrifice my humanity to hateful right stances. The left and compassion is the only thing that keeps me on this planet. Chatter, you're not alone, okay? And that's precisely what I try to do here in this fucking community, which is try to pull these guys out, okay? Try to be a North Star for many of these people before they fucking move into a very dangerous place in their lives. That's why a sense of community and a sense of purpose is very important. That's why I have an unflinching mission to explain to people that they are not responsible at the end of the day for their own material conditions, that there is a systemic analysis at play here. The problem that I have with right-wingers is that they actually don't conduct the proper systemic analysis and simply tell people that they are great because of the virtue of their whiteness, or simply tell people that they would have done much better if it wasn't for feminism or trans people existing. That's it. While I hate all the stuff with you beefing with other streamers, I see how huge it is that viewers get the chance to hear you. Yeah, the real minority group that you should be blaming is billionaires. Is capital owners, not fucking random black people that have the exact same material circumstances as you, that have the exact same class position as you. Yeah, the real POC to blame is not people of color, people of capital. How hard is it to be nice and equitable? I don't think it's that hard. I mean, I think I do a pretty decent job usually, unless it manifests into genuine violence like this. But that's how it is. And sometimes you got to say, all right, fuck this guy. Okay, enough is enough. Obviously, when they reach a certain level of violence, when that hatred actually manifests in the form of like violence against someone like Ilhan Omar, then yeah. I'm not going to be fucking pleasant about this person at that point. Fuck this guy. This guy can suck my dick. The problem is there are millions of these fucking people, and they all consistently vote for Republicans. Your dog Kaya, what happens when you put a cucumber next to her like that jump scare video I once saw on the internet? Cat versus cucumber. Anyway. Everyone's got some kind of personal struggle, trying to make it, trying to live out their dreams, and having a hard time achieving this. Have you talked about the EU-India trade deal yet? No. Ken Clipperstein got leaks to confirm that DHS domestic watch list and applications. Yeah, I was talking about that last night. The class that HasanAbi is by far the most disparaging and violent towards is gaming frogs. He knows it's wrong, and he's lashing out against us because of his own insecurity about gaming. It's sad to see. It's true. It's true. But yeah, at the end of the day, the reason why incels are the backbone of like the fascist movement, and the reason why these guys are the backbone of the fascist movement is because they always have been, okay? These are the loyal soldiers of fascism, people with nothing to lose, people who think that they have lost everything in their lives as a consequence of like other people, socialists at the time when socialism was obviously a much more robust movement. There's a reason why they have so much resentment, so much anger towards, who they have declared as their ideological opposition. And yet, in the aftermath of this, they will still continue to engage in this self-soothing behavior. Okay? That self-soothing behavior extends when they see something like that. Yeah, that photo is AI. The photo of them together is AI. Ironically enough, even if it was real, it still wouldn't mean anything, but it doesn't matter. But here it is. Here is the self-soothing behavior, which I responded with, we need to put these people in a fucking, isolated area. But, well, the alleged Ilhan Omar sprayer, Andy Kazmerzak, seems to have some far-left gender pronoun children. But yeah, totally MAGA. This stinks of being staged. There are 30 million reasons why. Yeah. The most prominent Republican on the website that you're fucking tweeting on is literally the exact same story. How is this an uncommon story? Far left gender pronoun children? The fuck are you talking about? The head nod and not immediately go to the hospital for potential hazardous material contamination seals the deal for me. That and all the other scams. And the left is saying, but Elon Musk. Elon is not going around spraying Democrats with weird liquids who are under investigation. Smells like an op. The thing to look for is here. Will Ilhan Omar press charges? If not, extremely telling. It's crazy because it's like, this is the most common story. This is the most common hog story. And these guys who probably have similar fucking stories in their own lives, similar points of radicalization of family members that go no contact when they realize you're like a psychopathic rabid fascist. Okay? That will turn around and sincerely be like, oh, something smells fishy here. It's literally the most common trajectory for right-wing shitheads, man. It is the most common trajectory of radicalization. It is insane that we are living in a universe now where a solid chunk of the population is hallucinating. How the fuck do we get back to reality? How? But the other reason as to why they're doing this narrative, the other reason why they're doing this is because Ilhan Omar bravely stood and continued to deliver her speech saying, I will not let them win. Okay? And also squared up on them. And that kind of bravery is not something that they've ever seen, which is precisely the reason why they're like, oh, this looks too good for Ilhan Omar in spite of the psychotic attack that she received. So this must be fake. Okay? But I'll take it. I'll take them saying it's fake because now I'm going to fucking keep saying the Trump assassination attempt was fake. The fight moment was totally staged. And that's the reason why they're projecting. Okay? Fuck you. I'm just going to lean into the fucking psychosis going forward, just left-wing style. We need to put people who are this stupid in a concentrated play area without any immediate hazards and let them free roam all day. They can't be outside driving cars like John Fetterman, is what I said. Yeah, I'm dark woke now, baby. It's all staged. They're all claiming it's staged because they know they wanted it to happen they wanted it to happen real bad, but also because the president's assassination attempt was fake as fuck. I am totally with Blue and on this now. Yeah. I don't know if the Ilhan Omar thing is staged or not. There's certainly plenty of reasons to be suspicious. Like what? The fact that she's Somali American? Is that the only... What reason do you have for it to be suspicious? Yeah, Charlie Kirk's neck just... fentanyl. Charlie Kirk's neck just did that because of fentanyl consumption. Donald Trump's ear had a little thing that exploded. He didn't actually fucking bleed. His ear is perfectly fine. If his ear got snapped out, if his ear got shot at all, it would have exploded. We didn't even see a little bit. We didn't even see a little bit of damage on his ear. It's fucking bullshit. He had like one of those vessels, like those explodable things on the side of his ear. It was a fucking special ops sniper who shot the firefighter behind him, and they swapped the body, or they had staged a body on top of that container, and Trump's ear blew up a squib. 100%. That's what I believe now.
It did not mention that Alex Preddy had been brandishing a gun, as government officials had alleged. And just as things seem to have calmed down here, that frightening moment last night with Representative Ilhan Omar sprayed with that unknown substance. Now, she's been a frequent target of President Trump, and it happened in front of dozens of people.
Kristi Noem must resign.
Just as Congresswoman Ilhan Omar called for Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to step down, police say 55-year-old Anthony Kamirzak charged at her during that town hall Tuesday night, using a syringe to spray an unknown substance before being tackled to the ground. Despite safety concerns, Omar, insistent, continued the event.
Here is the reality that people like this ugly man don't understand. We are Minnesota strong, and we will stay resilient in the face of whatever they might throw at us.
The attack followed yesterday's release of the first Customs and Border Protection internal report on the shooting of Alex Preddy on Saturday, the second fatal shooting by federal agents in 3 weeks here. The memo sent to congressional staff and obtained by CBS News said one Border Patrol agent yelled, "He's got a gun," multiple times before two federal officers opened fire at Preddy as he was on the ground. There was no mention of the 37-year-old brandishing a gun, as DHS Secretary Noem had claimed soon after the shooting.
I don't like that he had a gun. Despite that, I say that's a very unfortunate.
President Trump said Tuesday his new on-the-ground commander, Border Czar Tom Homan, is part of a new effort to, quote, de-escalate a little bit.
There has clearly been a change in tone as America watched that video.
Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar told us the federal pullback in Minneapolis has begun, and that President Trump's change in field commanders signals a change in direction for the operation.
So would you say that this is a different but the same operation?
I have not agreed with everything that Mr. Homan has said in the past or done, but I believe the intent is to change this and bring these agents out.
On Tuesday, CBS News confirmed a federal judge blocked the deportation of 5-year-old Liam Conejo Ramos and his father, a case that drew national attention last week after federal agents detained them in their driveway after the boy returned home from school.
Now, police tell me that the Congresswoman was uninjured, but they're still trying to determine what that foul-smelling substance was. In the meantime, that suspect is being held in county jail, arrested on assault charges. He has a record of 10 DUIs, but Gail has not had his first court appearance yet.
Well, we will all be watching that one, Matt. Thank you very much.
As new details emerge following the fatal shooting of Alex Preddy, 2 federal officers.
We're gonna get into like the fact that there was another Alex Peretti
this is a
encounter.
moment the news
The man who appears to be Alex Pretty filmed interacting with federal agents. This is the incident, I believe, where he broke his ribs. We'll talk about that too. Wait, 10 DUIs? Wait, did I miss something here? I thought he had...
We're going to begin with the new uproar.
Federal agents detained them in their driveway after the boy returned home from school.
Oh, in the last video at the end?
Now, police tell me that the Congresswoman was uninjured, but they're still trying to determine what that foul-smelling substance was.
I thought he was a 2-time DUI champion. He was a 10-time DUI champion?
In the meantime, that suspect is being held in county jail, arrested on assault charges. He has a record of 10 DUIs, but...
10? 10 fucking DUIs? That's an all-time ballot Hall of Famer, dude. What the fuck? That is a DUI champion. How can you get 10 DUIs? Anyone that lets you fucking behind a wheel after the third one is irresponsible and should possibly also be prosecuted. Yeah, it turns out the fucking real thugs that they're releasing from prison over and over again is the fucking white supremacists. It's not the migrants, brother. 10 DUIs? Are you fucking kidding me? Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God. He probably drove drunk to the fucking event. He was hammered at the event too. Oh.
He's not had his first court appearance yet.
Well, we will all be watching that one, Matt. Thank you very much.
New detail.
Bro. If you have 10 fucking DUIs, that means that the amount of time that you have been behind the wheel sober is less than the amount of times that you've been behind the wheel drunk. Okay? Like, it's easier to find moments where you were driving sober. Or not easier to drive sober. It's easier to find moments where you've been behind the wheel drunk. What the fuck do? You know how hard is it to get pulled over for drunk driving in the Midwest? 10 DUIs is insane. I mean, yeah. Had to have lost his license, but still drove hammered. 10 is incredible. I just don't. Yeah, and motherfuckers were trying to tell me this dude is not Polish, by the way. Come on, brother. This dude behind the wheel's a weapon of mass destruction. Yeah, how did the judge let him out of jail? Is he an illegal immigrant or something? Nope. I thought you only got away with doing crimes like that if you were from Guatemala. Turns out, not the case at all. Turns out it's actually that guy that gets fucking released from prison. Interesting. Yeah, the judge must have been hammered too. Jesus Christ, dude. How are you allowed to be around a car? Brother, at that point, you're so fucking consistently drunk that you shouldn't even be in a car as a passenger, bro. You're going to give people a contact high from how drunk you are. This is new. This is a new meta that I didn't even know was explored in the past. Like, this is something that I did not think was possible. Oh my God. Rank professional drunk driving. My man went up in a fucking ELO. My dad didn't get his license permanently revoked until like number 11 or number 12. How was that possible? Isn't there like a 3 strikes law on DUIs, at least for like, you know, just 3 strikes and you're out. You can't drive anymore. Sorry. Midwestern alcoholism is a different beast, dude. Yeah, I see that. Oh, God, how pathetic, dude. God damn. I also don't understand. Like, if that's what my life turned out like, I would have killed myself after like the 8th one. You know what I mean? I just straight up, I mean, I probably would have died due to the DUI, but like, I don't even know how this guy has a fucking will to live, you know? How is that even possible in a video game? No, I'm saying like if I had his circumstances, like it's not even a video game. It's not on some video game shit. I probably, like, I don't know how, I guess he's like holding on to dear life by this like false notion that as a white man, he was superior. He just couldn't have his, he just could not have his potential be unlocked. Ten DUIs make him Secretary of War. True. By the way, Representative Randy Fine, this fucking psychopathic freak, okay, was approached by Wake Up America, Twin Cities edition, and asked about the Ilhan Omar attack. And of course, lo and behold, this fucking psychopathic fat neo-Nazi, Mr. Israel First, Randy Fine, came out and said it's Ilhan Omar's fault that she was attacked.
I got to start out with your reaction to the attack on Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. I mean, obviously, you know, we all...
I'm going to repeat one more time. You do not hate Republicans enough, okay? There is always more hate in your fucking heart. I promise, dig deep. There is probably more space in your heart to fucking hate these pigs, okay? You do not hate them enough.
often agree with her politics, but this is just not acceptable at any level.
Well, I've got 2 thoughts. First, look, I want Ilhan Omar to be deported and denaturalized, but I don't want her to be attacked or hurt, and people shouldn't do this sort of thing. But I also blame Ilhan Omar for what happened. When they describe people throwing articles at law enforcement, at officers...
Bro, it's getting so hard for me to fucking live stream every single day without, like, stepping on a landmine here. Like, I just... How can I do any commentary when there's a fucking terms of service where I will inevitably violate it? You know what I mean? Like, I can't... I'm just full body shaking over here. Holy fuck, dude. God damn. Please let there be a God. Please, please let there be a God. He needs to experience eternal punishment in hell. Please, I hope there is a fucking God. Oh my God. Oh, this is cope. This is how people believe in religion, I think. This is how they just end up. This is how people end up believing in religion, just so these motherfuckers could be punished in eternal damnation. Oh my God.
Of the federal government as peaceful protesters, they can't be surprised when crazy people start to do that to them.
Wait, what was the reason?
Officers of the federal government as peaceful protesters, they can't be surprised when crazy people start to do that to them. Attacking a representative of the federal government, whether it's a congresswoman or law enforcement, is not peaceful, and we need to start saying that.
Yeah, great. I got to start out with...
If there's a God, he's not on our side, bro. I don't know.
With your...
Omar El Ayat says, behold the double standard of the do you condemn crowd. The left gets asked to condemn every random podcaster, protest, or tweet. I doubt a single Republican gets asked today whether they agree with Randy Fine. I don't want people to condemn Randy Fine. I can't tell you what I think should be done to Randy Fine because it will be a terms of service violation and I will get banned. I can think it, though, at least for the time being, until, like I said, Palantir, Neuralink collaborative efforts make it so that we all have to get fucking microchipped in our brains, and then they can know when I'm thought criming. I'm thinking it's so fucking hard. I wish. I don't want him to like lose his job as a congressperson. I want so much more than that. That is not justice. What are you saying? You are Muslim. Ain't you Muslim? Bro, you Muslim. What the fuck? Yeah, brother. Bro, stop. Oh my God. Insinuating. I'm not saying anything. I think he deserves a strongly worded letter. That's what he needs. That'll really do it. I want him to go to prison. Okay? I want him to go to prison. That's what I want. And maybe more. I can't stand these motherfuckers, man. God, I hate Republicans so much. I hate them so much. I have so much hatred in my fucking heart for politicians in general, but especially Republicans. I can't explain to you how much I hate them. Oh my Lord. What is this? Oh, Trump gave a gold card to Nicki Minaj so she could be a full-fledged American citizen. There you go, Nicki. You did it. Asshole. No wonder you barely have any vices when you need all your willpower to get through your streams without saying your actual thoughts. You say you want him to be primaried, just man up and say it. Yeah, that's what I want. I want to vote so hard. I'm voting so fucking hard. That's what it was. You all right, brother? No, I'm not all right, dude. How can you be all right? Look at the fucking state of affairs. If you're all right in an objectively not all right universe, then you might not be actually all right. Yeah, the doc that I was in premiered it at Sundance. I have a brief, I'm briefly in it for like a short period of time in the doc.
In the killing of 37-year-old ICU nurse Alex Preddy by federal agents in Minneapolis. ABC News obtaining a report sent from the Department of Homeland Security to Congress notifying lawmakers that a preliminary review of the body camera footage worn by federal agents involved has been conducted. It's the first time the agency has acknowledged critical facts, notably that 2 firearms were discharged during the incident. Honestly! The report stating in part that during the physical struggle, a Border Patrol...
Yes, it is by no measure of sanity to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society.
Patrol agent yelled, "He's got a gun," multiple times. You can faintly hear it said in this graphic video. The report going on to say approximately 5 seconds later, a Border Patrol agent discharged his Glock 19, and a Border Patrol agent also discharged his Glock 47 at Preddy.
Oh my God!
The 2 federal officers seen here pointing their guns at Preddy. Preddy's firearm, which he had a legal permit to carry, was removed from its holster by an officer before some 10 shots were fired, killing him. At no point in the DHS report does it...
You got to make your own website or something? Brother, if I said what I truly think on my own website, I would get drone striked, okay? I would go to prison. What are you talking about? I would get hit with a terms of service violation by the government, okay? So it's not even a matter of like the Twitch TOS stopping me. It's a matter of like the federal terms of service stopping me from saying what I think should happen, okay? I'll just stick to thinking it and not saying it out loud.
Say Preddy attempted to reach for his weapon, as officials had initially claimed in the hours after the shooting.
Did I think I was going to be filming a murder? No. an assassination, no.
Overnight, CNN speaking with Stella Carlson, a critical witness who captured Preddy's last moments alive.
I mean, I watched him die. I remember him arching his back and his head rolling back, and it was so fast moving, but not for me. Like, when they left, when they fled, which now I see, that after the shooting, they decided to just scatter and save themselves.
This as President Trump now says he wants an honest investigation, while saying Preddy, who had a legal right to carry, quote, shouldn't have been carrying a gun. And on his first day in charge of the federal operation here, Border Czar Tom Homan meeting with Minneapolis.
What will it take for people to recognize that these guys have no fucking principles, no firmly held commitments to anything, including the Second Amendment? They do not give a fuck about the Constitution. They will use anything and everything at their disposal to make it seem like they have a consistent through line, but it's actually maximum punishment towards their ideological enemies. And they are going to keep doing this over and over again until people fight back and take matters in their own fucking hands. You have to organize against these people. You have to punish these people. You have to push back against these people. And I will ride with anyone and everyone that will do so. And I will stand in opposition against anyone that will also stand with these fucking animals. And that, yes, includes the Democratic Party as well. You are my fucking opposition if you do not stand against these monsters, okay? Any Democrat from here on out, and even before then, even before now, any Democrat that does not actually abide by the bare minimum standard that these people all must be punished is a fucking oppositional figure. They are opposing the population. They are not leaning into the resentment that people have, the justifiable anger that people feel in their fucking hearts. They are selling us an alternative reality that does not exist. This reality where there is actually at least some kind of stability and that we are going to be fine and we're going to go back to business as usual when the Democrats win the fucking midterm elections. There is no more business as usual, okay? It's over. It's been over for quite a while, but it is more over than it's ever been. And it's not like we are alone. The liberal base of support is also on our side. Everyone is on our fucking side, okay? The people are there. They recognize it. They live through it on a daily fucking basis. They're terrified. Some of them, through that fear, still find the capacity to organize and find bravery in the crowd. They find courage because they know that others also feel the same way. But our representatives are not invested in representing us. They're invested in representing capital. They're invested in representing business as usual politics. Business as usual politics in a world where the Republican Party has decided there is no more business as usual politics. They will do whatever the fuck they want. I'm sick and tired of being held hostage by a bunch of zero IQ charlatans that only want to do cruelty to you on the basis of you succeeding, on the basis of you thriving in spite of all of the material, all of the circumstances fighting against you. I'm sick and tired of it. They see groups of migrants that create a sense of community and they despise it because they lack it themselves and they want to punish them. That's what's going on with Somalis in Minneapolis. They see people lock arms side by side with one another and fight against tyranny, fight against repression, and they hate it because they have nothing to fight for. They are jealous babies. They are insecure bullies, and they control the government, and they are not shy about using the government to punish every single person with a conscience. What the fuck are we doing? You cannot deal with these people. You cannot engage with these people sincerely. You need to fight back against these people. And any Democrat that refuses to be that person is an enemy of mine as well. They should be seen as collaborators, because that is precisely what they are. They are appeasing some of the most violent forces we have seen in this goddamn country. Oh. It blows my fucking mind that we're basically looking at the situation as a bunch of psychopathic charlatans are ruining every aspect, every redeemable aspect of this country, of this culture, and are doing it in the most punitive ways possible, because this is yet another opportunity for them to feel as though they have power. Okay? They are force projecting. They are behaving in this. They're behaving this way because it makes them feel fucking powerful, and they're murdering American citizens in cold blood. And the Democrats' response to this is, oh, well, Trump gave me assurances. Trump gave me assurances that things are going to be good now. Things are not going to be good, you fucking asshole. Maybe they'll be good for you because you're going to be fine, at least for the time being, before they throw your ass in the fucking slammer too. Maybe we'll go to the concentration camps before you, but you're inevitably headed there as well. I can't stand these motherfuckers, dude. No more half measures, man. No more, oh, we need to reform ICE. No, fuck ICE. Abolish ICE, but not just abolish ICE, but punish ICE. Punish every single person that's doing this. What the fuck good is law and order and the Constitution if you're going to treat it like a fucking piece of paper that is utterly meaningless? If you're not going to fucking defend it, then there is no Constitution at all. There is no law and order at all. This is pure lawlessness. This is pure disorder. Someone has to do something about it. And if the representatives that are supposed to represent us are not going to represent us, we have to take matters into our own fucking hands. We have to organize elsewhere.
Mayor Jacob Fry and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Homan sharing in a post on X, while we don't agree on everything, these meetings were a productive starting point. But tensions remain high. This video showing what appears to be federal agents attempting to enter the Ecuadorian consulate in Minneapolis, which is illegal under international law without permission. And steps away from a growing memorial, mourners gathered all day and night to pay respects to Alex Preddy. I asked if they feel a shift could happen.
Do you think it might be an inflection point?
God, I hope so. I feel like a lot of people have this strong fear that we're a test city, and I hope they realize it's a failure.
Now, in a statement, DHS saying they provide this report to Congress, quote, to promote transparency, and that it does not, quote, convey any definitive conclusion or investigative findings. Meanwhile, our viewers will remember this little boy who ICE took custody of last week after arresting his father in their driveway. Both father and son were eventually transferred to a family detention center in Texas. And now, Michael, a judge barring their deportation until the legal process plays out.
All right, Matt, thank you so much for all of that. I'm sure everyone will remember every bit of it.
There are growing calls this morning for the resignation of DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, including from some Republicans, all because of the chaos in Minneapolis. We could also, by the way, be looking at a partial government shutdown over the question of funding for ICE. Caitlin Huey-Burns is on Capitol Hill and is covering all of this for us. Caitlin, good morning to you. What can you tell us?
Good morning to you, Gail. Well, this funding bill was supposed to sail through the Senate this week, but what happened in Minnesota over the weekend changed everything. Now, Democrats say they won't support funding for DHS unless there are reforms, and even Republicans are calling for greater scrutiny of the agency.
After the killing of Alex Preddy in Minnesota, Senate Democrats say they will not support funding the agency that oversees Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, unless reforms are put in place.
The Senate must not pass the DHS budget as currently written.
Congress has already passed 6 bills to fund various sectors of the government, but 6 more remain, including money for the Pentagon and the Department of Transportation.
No, the time for reforms have passed, man. No, this is ridiculous. You cannot reform this institution. And people recognize that reality. And it blows my fucking mind. It blows my mind that Democrats refuse to acknowledge this. If ICE handles the deportation and apprehension of illegal immigrants, especially violent offenders, if we abolished ICE, which agency or mechanism of the federal government would deal with this? Yeah. Roll back the clock 23 fucking years and you will recognize that there used to be a fucking agency called the INS. Immigrant Naturalization Services. ICE became this behemoth after 2003. Okay? All of the rabid criminal immigrants are already in prison. They're not, ICE does not grab actual criminals, convicted criminals that are charged and convicted and are carrying out their sentence are in prison already. We already have law enforcement. Okay? These guys, your boy Obama loved ICE, but nobody gave a fuck, Lamau. Bitch, my boy Obama if you had a fucking brain cell working inside of your goddamn body, you would know that I was actually incredibly critical of fucking Barack Obama, specifically on the basis of ICE and extrajudicial killings of American citizens as well. But that was certainly a big part of my fucking argument. It doesn't matter though, because just because you are a fucking brain broken cult monster, you think everyone else is the same way. Oh, my team is doing this, though I like it. Just like when your team does it, you like it. No, motherfucker, that's not my team at all. Now, there are plenty of fucking dipshit losers on the internet that will actively claim that I'm actually bad. I'm actually a bad person for fucking calling out Barack Obama, even at this moment. Okay? The prince doesn't want the position because he's scared, but his people are strong and brave. Oh, God, this fucking idiot. Also, I'm independent, my guy. Okay. Do you like when Barack Obama did it? The older I get, the angrier I get about the tan suit controversy, from treatment of whistleblowers, drone strikes, and 3 million deportations. There was plenty to criticize Obama on. Liberals and Republicans didn't do a good job. This tan suit is a stark reminder of that. That was in fucking 2019. Suck my dick. It's gaslighting to claim that this was the only Obama-era controversy. Black Lives Matter protests were also under Obama. The Dakota pipeline was under Obama. The No Dakota Access pipeline, where Barack Obama sent fucking private mercs to go and fuck with the veterans that were protesting against it. That was also under Barack Obama. Republicans, of course, had to make up racist lies like he wasn't American or wore a tan suit once, but that was far from the only problem with the Obama administration. And once again, another fucking instance of my consistency that still gets fucking... it still gets fucking people to yell at me over, okay? Liberals will get mad when I fucking say this shit. I've been saying this shit for a fucking decade. Why so angry, my guy? Can we have a civil conversation? You're too stupid to have a civil conversation with because you came in locked and ready going, your boy Obama loved ICE, but nobody gave a fuck, Lamau. How am I supposed to have a civil conversation with you? You're the brain of a donkey. Form over function. For the record, I repeated these claims. I repeated these statements. They're not claims. They're just objective realities, okay? As recently as last week when I was in fucking Minneapolis, when we were talking about how liberals have also played a formative role in getting us here, okay? This has been a consistently held position of mine for years. And yet, when I say that, all the donkey-ass liberals, all the donkey-brained liberals were up in my fucking replies on Twitter being like, yo, you're such a fucking shithead. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Why are you talking about Barack Obama at a time like this? Yeah, why can't you be civil when calling out my ignorance? I don't know. Why can't you be fucking normal? Why can't you have a brain? Anyway. I hate that we have to live in a world where, like, these fucking morons and their lack of interest in anything, their lack of intellectual curiosity, their lack of critical thinking skills is somehow everybody else's problem. I hate that shit, man. I am no elitist by any measure, okay? But I can't stand how fucking annoying Dunning-Kruger-addled morons are. They're so confident in their stupidity. It's just unfucking bearable, dude. Unfucking bearable. Did you hear Obama talking shit on Bernie recently? Yeah, it fucking sucks, dude. Fuck Obama, okay? Suck my dick, Barack Obama. Oh, yeah. Let me shit on the activist branch of the party that literally helped me rise to power, okay?
after I got crippled by Republicans and conservative Democrats my entire presidency. Let me just shit on those activists who believed in me and foolishly voted me in twice. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you, Barack Obama, you fucking piece of shit. Barack Obama.
That's what it's like being in the service industry every day. You have to confidently deal with, or you have to deal with confidently stupid people. Yeah, I know. That's why I always say, like, the greatest thing that could possibly happen to the service sector would be if you could just, like, ban people from the establishment with the click of a button in the same way that I can. Can you imagine how much more power you would have over your own workplace if you could just go click, boom, you're fucking out. You just got yeeted. Or you could just, like, mute them. Like in the Matrix, where they just can't open their mouths anymore. Can't believe you said that about your boy. Yeah, I miss Obama. His only scandal was a tan suit, Chelsea Manning's torture, the extrajudicial murder of Abdulrahman al-Awlaki, destroying Libya, arming and enabling the Saudi destruction of Yemen, letting the bankers off scot-free, mass deportation, the drone kill list, Espionage Act, ... Part of the reason why I'm fucking bringing this up right now is because not only do people stupidly say, oh, your boy Obama fucking did this, suck my dick, okay? Yeah, I'm very aware of that. You weren't, dumbass. Also, it doesn't even make sense. So are you saying you like Obama now? Is that what it is? And the other part of the reason why I'm bringing it up is because there are liberals who get fucking really butthurt when I bring that up. Even now, where they say, now is not the time. Why would you bring up Barack Obama now? It's like, well, he played a fucking role in this. He played a role. Where is the fucking clip of me responding in Minneapolis? I need to find it. Oh, here it is. Hasan Piker on the Democrats and ICE violence. It's like 2 minutes and 37 seconds. And everyone lost their minds, okay? Everyone lost their fucking minds. I mean, obviously, there's plenty of people who are dunking on me saying, I want Democrats to listen to their voters. Lamau. I know, chat. I know chatters who responded this way. Okay, I know. You're not a Marxist law, just a Democrat. I know. Infected by the woke mind virus. You got me. You got me. Everyone fucking got my ass. Okay? I want you to grow up and stop doing unpaid labor for Republicans. Like, this is what I mean. So many fucking liberals have this kind of attitude where they're like, oh, how dare you criticize how dare you disparage the legacy of Barack Obama? Why don't you listen to the voters? Do you think Harris Trump's views on most issues are too liberal for you? Yeah, Harris was too liberal. That's why she lost. You're right. Is this out of a position of privilege or ignorance? It's ignorance and privilege. It's both. Some of these people are too privileged to recognize who gets fucked over when the Democrats are in charge and doing, similar things. Maybe not to the same severity, maybe not to the same degree, of course. I will admit that. Obviously, Trump is worse. Republicans are still worse. But they're also ignorant as fuck. And they're so ignorant that they don't even understand that right now, everybody fucking despises the goddamn Democrats. They don't even seek out why that's the case. Yeah, this was funny. More and more Americans are voicing their outrage at the tactics being deployed by federal agents in Minnesota, but it's important to understand that the broader implications of what this administration is doing and the threat it poses to the basic freedoms of every American. Here's a podcast that does a good job of laying out what's at stake. Thanks, Obama. Democrats are the enablers, okay? That's what's so crazy about this. Like, I've been so goddamn consistent in my position, and these guys that hear it for the first time ever, like yesterday, get mad about it for some reason, even though I'm fucking right. They never let you live it down. They hate that you're right, okay? They hate that you're consistent. They hate that you have firm commitments to your own worldview, to a future that you want to see, that you will fight for. They hate that shit because they don't have any of that. They have no fucking backbone. And they just demand fealty, absolute fealty. And they refuse to see that absolute fealty demand is not working. You're the do nothing win guy and Dems are the do nothing lose guys. No, it's not even like do nothing win because I'm not winning. If my theories are coming to fruition, if I'm experiencing what I suspected will happen, that's not a fucking W at all for anybody, let alone myself. It's an objectively worse reality that we now live in. They hate that you're not changing your mind. No, it's not even that. I think a lot of liberals, and this is not like liberal voters, because liberal voters are far more radical nowadays than the Democrats are. Okay? What is this? Andrew Fleischman. So, reasons for skepticism. Facial recognition technology at 97%. That's a bullshit claim. Unclear source. AI exists. Nobody mentioned this guy kicking this car before. If it's real, he's a less sympathetic victim. If it's fake, Republicans are less sympathetic victims. So there's a lot going on here. The way TNM presented it as reporting done by BBC Verify, when that's seemingly not true, is weird. And it makes it seem not trustworthy. It's like a content company, not a news outlet. So maybe that's why they did that. But I found this. Same intersection and day with a reporter saying someone kicked an ICE tail light. With air heavy with chemical irritants in 36th and Park, about 30 agents just cleared out of there. A guy kicked out an ICE taillight and got away. Man, it was a good kick, witness tells us. Unclear if they were detained. It could be AI. It could be real. None of it matters. It doesn't make this unsanctioned fucking murder more appropriate. Who gives a fuck? I don't give a shit if he kicked out a fucking taillight of a rental car that ICE was using. They ran with it. It doesn't matter. What the fuck? Who gives a shit? I mean, if it's AI, then it's even more insane. But it's where is the BBC confirmation? BBC News Verify, I do not believe, confirmed this at all. Like, you do realize if it's real, then this proves this gives us further evidence that ICE is literally documenting people and putting them on what I guess you could explain as a kill list. Okay? This basically makes his murder premeditated. What are we talking about? This doesn't actually fucking... You can't do a revenge on a random fucking citizen for busting out your taillight. What are we talking about, dude? That's not a justification. That's premeditation. Even if it's fucking real. It gives motive. What are we fucking talking about? Especially when we already have this new detail from CNN. Days before ICE ambushed Miramar Martinez and shot her 5 times, DHS circulated a memo to agents with her name and face saying to be on the lookout for her doxing agents. They know what they're asking agents to do. CNN news reporting suggests Alex Preddy, a separate story, was attacked by federal agents, entered into a database, and then possibly targeted by his eventual killers. Federal immigration officers have been collecting personal information about protesters and agitators in Minneapolis. Okay? Sources told CNN and had documented details about Alex Preddy before he was shot to death on Saturday. It is unclear how Preddy first came to the attention of federal authorities, but sources told CNN that about a week before his death, he suffered a broken rib when a group of federal officers tackled him while he was protesting their attempt to detain other individuals. Preddy's name was known to federal agents, according to a source, though it's unclear whether the new intake form was used to share his information. It's also not clear whether the federal agents who encountered Preddy on Saturday recognized him before they confronted him, eventually wrestling him to the ground, taking a gun from his waistband, and then fatally shooting him. Thank God for fucking Israel-backed Palantir, by the way. Alex Preddy was itching for another confrontation with Border Patrol, whom he'd been stalking, harassing, and terrorizing. He had been victimizing them. His felonies are on tape. He was reckless and it cost him his life. Find another poster boy, illegal loving leftists. They're doing victory laps on here. They're doing fucking victory laps on this video that could very well be AI for the record, or maybe it's real, but it still doesn't change the fucking reality whatsoever. This is not a justification for his murder, you moron. This only shows premeditation. FYI, it was confirmed by this Wired scoop. Oh, you mean the Palantir thing? Even if this video is real, which it hasn't been proven yet, this is not a justification for his murder, you moron. This only shows premeditation. Republicans are so delusional. Deserve to be gunned down by masked kidnapping thugs in broad daylight. Why are you taking the back foot on this crazy? Wait, what back foot? Do you not understand what words mean? I'm saying, even in the argument that they're trying to present that hasn't been substantiated yet, it still doesn't fucking prove what they think they're trying to prove here, which is, oh, then he deserved it. Premeditation by I.C.E. Republicans are so delusional they think this means Alex Peretti deserved to be gunned down by mass kidnapping thugs. Redeemable. ICE taillights matter. ICE was doing postponed self-defense on behalf of the vehicle tactically. Yeah. Was Twitter a mistake? Dude, I don't. Yeah, I mean, it was. It was a mistake. Yeah, the only proof of an incident where like an ICE taillight was broken that Jacqueline Sweet was able to find as an investigative reporter was that this tweet from a local reporter on scene. Anyway, let's watch this video though. Let's watch why they're claiming that this is like totally valid to fucking kill Alex Peretti now. Now we have a name for this report.
This is a moment the news movement.
It's this guy. Now we have a name for this report. Is this guy Dan Ming? Journalist, left-handed Canadian, New York City, senior correspondent for the news movement, previous at Vice News and Al Jazeera English. On January 13th, my colleague Dallin Mello and I filmed the man interacting with federal agents in Minneapolis. It appears the man we filmed was Alex Peretti. Our report here. Where's the confirmation from the BBC? Since when do they do facial recognition confirmation? You filmed this yourself? Share the BBC confirmation. I mean, it can very well be real, okay? I don't think that AI is
filmed on January.
AI is not that good, but it doesn't. That's why I said like, it doesn't fucking matter.
13th in Minneapolis, showing a man who appears to be Alex Peretti interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot and killed him. Our footage was analyzed by the BBC, whose facial recognition technology confirmed his identity to a 97%.
Yeah, like, what do you mean fucking the facial recognition technology is so sus? Like, the fuck?
Degree of accuracy. On the morning of January 13th, our team received a tip that federal agents were blocking a street at the corner of East 36 and
I don't think AI is that good, man.
Park Avenue in Minneapolis. We arrived around 10:15 a.m. We saw observers shouting.
Same clothes? Yeah, I mean, he could very well be wearing similar clothes. Like, I don't.
at the agents as they walked back to their vehicles. When they started driving away, the man kicked their taillight. An agent then got out of the vehicle, grabbed him, and pushed him to the ground. During the altercation, agents fired tear gas and pepper balls into the crowd. They continued to hold the man down.
I don't think he's AI.
Before they retreat, and he walks away.
Especially because this also corresponds to the other reporting where he was like, he had an altercation with I.C.E beforehand. None of it justifies murder though, so it doesn't matter. Stop arguing on whether this is AI or not. Okay, it literally doesn't matter. Even if it's a real video, it still doesn't fucking matter. You have to be delusional. You make it seem like if this video is real, then all of a sudden it matters. Like all of a sudden that fucking has any sort of video is incredibly consistent, 0% AI chance, too many variables that do not even slightly change, including the very accurate car and taillights. Yeah, exactly.
The man in our footage is wearing a similar outfit to what Preddy was wearing on the day he was killed. What appears to be a gun is also visible above his waistband.
What's more likely is that they filmed his fucking face and they put him on a watch list. As Ken Klippenstein reports in his exclusive, Sparta, Reaper, and Grapevine track protesters and their friends, plus others, ICE's secret watch list of Americans. We have a nice little database, and now you're considered a domestic terrorist, a masked federal agent taunted a protester filming him in Maine last week, if you recall. Remember this video? We've covered videos like this on numerous occasions on this broadcast, where ICE agents will walk up to protesters and film them in their faces and go, smile, you're on fucking camera, you're on a watch list now. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin's response was firm. There is no database of domestic terrorists run by ICE. There's just one problem. She's lying. 2 senior national security officials tell me that there are more than a dozen secret and obscure watch lists that Homeland Security and the FBI are using to track protesters, both anti-ICE and pro-Palestinian. This is another big suck my dick to all the fucking Israel dick riders out there, you fucking rabid ultra-Zionist pigs. You fucking run around going, oh my God, Israel first, Israel first. Why are you tying this back to Palestine? Because this is precisely the fucking same shit. Okay? You Israel first monsters, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. How can you fucking say that when the first immigration action that the Trump administration took was literally try to deport anti-Israel protesters, trying to deport people for writing articles in their student newspaper against Israel, hurting Israel's feelings, and then they still act like this is not the identical situation. Fuck. Cue Ethan's one meme. Ethan can suck my dick, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. It's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy that one of the biggest pro-Israel IDF donors went and fucking purchased TikTok specifically because he wanted to make it pro-Israel, and that every single person that played a role, every single politician that played a role in the sale of TikTok openly said they were selling TikTok because they were scared that people were becoming too anti-fucking Israel. Every single person that refuses to acknowledge that tries to disparage people for calling this out, that tries to deflect attention away from this issue, is a fucking monstrous liar that is only invested in Israel and nothing else. TikTok just banned Bizon earlier today. Her account had 1 million followers, and if I recall correctly, it's just gone. I mean, it's just one. I can't believe it, dude. It's unfucking believable. And these guys will still go like, oh my God, this is anti-Semitism. What the fuck do you mean this is anti-Semitism? You have diluted anti-Semitism from a valid threat to whatever the fuck hurts Israel's feelings. It's insane to me. There you go, dude. My brother in Christ, you built the sandwich, okay? Have the fucking anti-Semitism sandwich now. You built it, okay? You made the sandwich. It's Subway. Two senior national security officials tells me that there are more than a dozen secret and obscure watches that Homeland Security and the FBI are using to track protests, both anti-ICE and pro-Palestinian, Antifa, and others who are promiscuously labeled domestic terrorists. I can reveal for the first time that some of the secret lists and applications go by code names like Blue Key, Grapevine, Hummingbird, Reaper, Sandcastle, Sienna, Slipstream, and Sparta, including the ominous sounding HELA and HELC, reports generated by Sparta. Some of these, like Hummingbird, were created to vet and track immigrants. In these cases, Afghans seeking to settle in the United States. Slipstream is a classified social media repository. Others are tools used to link people on the streets together, including collecting on friends and families who have nothing to do with any purported law breaking. There's practically nothing available that further describes what these watch lists do, how large they are, or what they entail. We came out of 9/11 with the notion that we could have a single terrorist watch list to eliminate confusion, duplication, and avoid bad communications. But ever since January 6th, not only have we expanded exponentially into purely domestic watch listing, but we have also created a highly secretive and compartmented superstructure that few even understand, as a DHS attorney intimately familiar with the subject. The attorney spoke on the agreement that their identity not be disclosed. Prior to 9/11, there were 9 federal agencies that maintained 12 separate watch lists. Now, officially, there are just 3. A watch list of 1.1 million international terrorists, a watch list of more than 10,000 domestic terrorists maintained by the FBI, and a new watch list of transnational criminals built up to more than 85,000 over the past decade. This new domestic-related watch list, a set of databases and applications, exists inside and outside the FBI and are used by agencies like ICE, the Border Patrol, to organize the Niagara of information in possession of federal government. Collectively, they create ways to sort, analyze, and search information, a task that even artificial intelligence have failed to conquer so far. Among other functions, the new watch list process tips, situation reports, and collected photographs and videos submitted by both the public and from agents in the field. They create a common operating picture in places like Minneapolis. They allow task forces to target individuals for surveillance and arrest, and they create the capacity for intelligence people to link individuals together through geographic proximity, or what is labeled call chaining, by processing telephone numbers, emails, and other contact information. Israel strikes again. Yeah, also, I mean, come on, dude. This is literally Israel! They doing back shots? What do you mean? What do you mean? This is literally Israel. Have you not seen over and over again? It's fucking 1-to-1. Someone send me the fucking here. Send me the IDF back pic. No, not a fucking blue sky link, please. Jesus Christ. Here. I swear, these guys literally look to Israel and we're like, this is it. This is the perfect method. They've perfected. They have perfected. Here, I tweeted this instead. I deleted the Israeli years of lead. IDF takes pics like this because they're all wanted international war criminals. I know. And these guys are coming to that same fucking recognition as well, that there could be punishments coming down the line, so they have to fucking protect the identity of the law enforcement officers, okay? By the way, just so you in chatter knows, Bizon still has an account active. Yeah, I don't think this is her main account, chatter. Are you kidding me? This might not even be an account that's run by her.
Strong.
TikTok under U.S. ownership feels like it's going down the tubes faster than Twitter was / has under
Why
Elon's
you're
ownership.
so mad? TikTok deleted my account. I had 1.4 million followers there, and I have been building that platform for 4 years now. But TikTok deleted it. It's not restricted as every time. No, it's banned forever. And actually, I expected something like that, especially after this interview.
But we have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged. And the most important ones are the social media. And the
Yeah, she doesn't have any other TikTok
most important
accounts.
purchase that is going on right now is class.
Hey, buddy, you got a little dribble on your little chinny? Are you mistaking me for Donald Trump or any number of different fucking social media influencers that you love that actually guzzle Benjamin Netanyahu's semen on a fucking daily basis? Is that what happened? You're tuning into the fucking raw broadcast, bitch. Guzzling the semen of the apartheid state conducting a fucking genocide. Or maybe it might be your mother's pussy juices that are fucking coming off my chin a little bit. Maybe that's what you're seeing.
TikTok.
Will not happen.
TikTok,
Sounds mad.
Number one. And I hope it goes through because it's...
Yeah, keep eating Israel's dick. You are cattle, okay? If you have no self-respect, then I don't respect you either.
Can be consequential.
And this interview lately.
We made a change to designate the use of the term Zionist as a proxy for a protected attribute as hate speech. So if somebody were to use Zionist, of course you can use it in the sense of you're a proud Zionist. But if you're using it in the context of degrading somebody, calling somebody a Zionist as a dirty name, then that gets designated as hate speech to be moderated against.
It's so wild that you could just like literally look at a textbook of neo-Nazi and Nazi anti-Semitic conspiracies and just go, bet we should literally do as much of this as we possibly can, and we should loudly and proudly declare it at like the international consortium of I don't know, like Jewish coalitions or whatever. Like every other week, there's another fucking conference happening where you have people that will turn around and be like, we love punishing American cattle who literally have no capacity to think for themselves, who have no fucking backbone whatsoever. We love punishing them. We love punishing them by silencing their speech, suppressing their thoughts to the best of our ability. We love it. And they're so stupid. They love it. They enjoy it. They defend it. They actively demand more of it. They're so fucking dumb. Ha, 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 ha.
Over the course of 2024, we tripled the amount of accounts that we were banning for hateful activity. We also have, I think, over 24 Jewish organizations that are constantly feeding us intelligence and information when they spot violative trends. There is no finish line. There's no finish line to moderating hate speech, identifying hateful trends, trying to keep the platform safe. There's no such thing as an end game.
But I expected that it will be restricted like every time, not banned forever. Anyways, it's not a loss. We have a proverb in the Palestinian culture and heritage, especially, "Shams ma btitghatta bghirbal." I don't know what does it mean in English, but I'm gonna write it here. You cannot just hide the truth by doing all of these childish stuff, trying to impose your rules, saying that they are the community rules. No, they are the Zayo rules. I really needed that platform because I was talking to different people from the people following me on Instagram here. So definitely like different audience, different comments, different people.
Democrats played a role in selling TikTok. Never forget that either, by the way. They can suck my dick too. They literally allowed TikTok to be sold. They took it. They pried it out of China's hands because they were like, oh, Chinese surveillance, Chinese censorship. They did it. And they said that they were doing it specifically because of Israel over and over again. Buying the most successful social media platform only to instantly run into the ground like they are dead ass throwing money into the trash. It's not about the money. It's the same reason why Barry Weiss is now the editor-in-chief of CBS. It is not about the money at all. You can't have it. If you are organizing on a platform, if you're waking up on a platform, you can't fucking have that platform anymore. They would rather nuke it. Okay? You build a new one, they will go there, they will take that over, they will destroy it as well. Okay? The goal is not to actually make money off this. That's great. If you make money off of it, then that's great. That's fantastic. But the real goal is to control your fucking mind. The real goal is to stop you from thinking. The real goal is from stopping you from organizing, stopping you from waking up to the fucking reality that you're getting ass fucked. Okay? Here it is. Anthony Blinken, okay, and Mitt Romney finding bipartisanship right here about the TikTok purchase. Just remember that.
Why has the PR been
so bad for Israel?
so awful? I know that's not your area of expertise, but you have to have some thoughts on that, which is, I mean, as you've said, why has Hamas disappeared in terms of public perception? An offer is on the table to have a ceasefire, and yet the world is screaming about Israel. It's like, why aren't that
Yeah, I wonder why, dude. The guy in front of you knows exactly why.
Screaming about Hamas? Accept the ceasefire, bring home the hostages. It said it's all the other way around. Typically the Israelis are good at PR. What's happened here? How have they and we been so ineffective at communicating the realities there? And
we're on an intravenous feed of information with new impulses, inputs every millisecond. And of course, the way this is played out on social media has dominated the narrative. And you have a social media ecosystem environment in which context, history, facts get lost, and the emotion, the impact of images dominates. And we can't discount that. But I think it also has a very, very, very challenging effect on the narrative.
Yeah, a small parenthetical point, which is some wonder why there was such overwhelming support for us to shut down potentially TikTok or other entities of that nature. If you look at the postings on TikTok and the number of mentions of Palestinians relative to other social media sites, it's overwhelmingly so among TikTok broadcast. So I'd note that's of real interest, and the president will.
For the record, they refuse to reckon with this, and they refuse to say it on mainstream news, just so you understand. They'll say it in the conferences, but no one, as far as I've seen, from CNN to NBC to, of course, CBS is never going to cover this, has not turned around and once reported on this purchase being done specifically for Israel. Representative Congressman Raja Krishnamurti on TikTok framework deal. We cannot compromise on national security. Shout out to the Democrat Congressman Raja for introducing legislation that forced the TikTok sale in the first place. Okay? House Intelligence Committee for the Democrats, like on the Oversight Committee. Democrats did this. Democrats pushed for it. Republicans dunked it. Why are no other content creators talking or okay with this? Because they don't fucking know about it. They don't know about it. Or if they do know about it, they're fucking objectively terrified of saying it. Because, I mean, look at someone like myself. I'm one of the largest fucking content creators in North America, okay? For politics, I am one of the largest content creators in North America. Look at what I've had to deal with for the past fucking 3 years. For saying the goddamn truth. That's why. You think other content creators don't see that? They see it. They go, oh my God, I'm terrified. I don't want to disrupt anything. I don't want to say anything because everyone's going to yell at me and call me a fucking anti-Semitic terrorist. Murphy specifically endorsing banning TikTok in order to suppress speech critical of Israel. Chris Murphy said that. A nationwide ban on TikTok gained traction after a Democratic senator suggested doing so would combat anti-Semitism. In an interview with Dispatch on Thursday, Chris Murphy of Connecticut, who previously spoke out in favor of restricting TikTok's access in the U.S., said he had moved from supporting regulating the social media platform to an outright ban since September 7th Hamas attack on Israel due to its ability to drive this narrative of hateful speech among young people. That hateful speech that they're talking about is people recognizing that Israel is a violent entity. Okay? Here's Hillary Clinton also openly stating TikTok is the reason why people are fucking anti-Israel. And in some ways, it is true. It's because they were able to see the unvarnished truth about what Israel was up to on TikTok.
Smart, well-educated young people from our own country, from around the world.
Why do you guys think that the ADL has been up my ass every single fucking day of the goddamn week for the last 3 years? Trying to get me banned off of this platform that I'm on. Why do you think so? Do you think it's because I'm anti-Semitic? Of course I'm not anti-Semitic. I've been fucking fighting anti-Semitism, which is something ADLs have even recognized in the fucking past themselves. No, it is because I'm anti-Israel, because I say fuck Israel, and they can't stand it. They literally want so desperately to fucking ban anyone and everyone that speaks out against this live-streamed Holocaust. And there it is. They got it. They got it.
Where were...
And every single sociopathic content creator, every single sociopathic Israel first content creator can suck my dick. Sexpestiny is one of the fucking major content creators that did this as well. They also played a role in this. They still continue to participate in this shit. Ethan Klein is another fucking dickhead who has done this as well for fucking 3 goddamn years at this point. You made your shit sandwich. I hope you fucking enjoy it. You played a role in fascism growing in this fucking country. You played a role by turning a blind eye to Israel's fascism and America's participation in Israel's fascism. Donald Trump took advantage of that and dunked on the fucking Kamala Harris campaign and then quickly turned around and ate Israel's dick even harder than Joe Biden was eating it.
They getting their information. They were getting their information.
Same with Asmongold, too. Asmongold literally now says base stuff about Nick Fuentes, but he was fucking all up and down this shit. Oh, anti-Semitic terrorism manifesting on this fucking platform.
From social media, particularly TikTok. That is where they were learning about what happened on October.
Tectone thanks Ethan Klein for having his back throughout his recently finalized domestic abuse proceedings. Wait, what?
Maybe a clip can get to him. I just want to thank him for having my back and kind of giving my perspective and my POV on why I said what I said. Maybe we don't need to talk, but I at least just want him to know that I appreciate him being pretty level-headed and telling his friend, well, this is why Tectone did this. Because as a guy who's been horrifically misunderstood on the internet, I really appreciate people just, having a level head and being like, well, let me think about this from Tectone's perspective. And I very much appreciate that.
Here we have
And I also hope that him and his wife and, sorry, I will call her by her name, Ela, are doing okay, as well as maybe a clip.
Scumbags, all of them. Every single one of these fucking animals, dude.
October 7th, what happened in the, days, weeks, and months to follow. That's a serious problem. It's a serious problem for democracy, whether it's Israel or the United States, and it's a serious problem for our young people. And it was frankly...
Judge me by my haters and your haters have been judged? Yeah. The court has officially found reasonable grounds to believe streamer Tectone committed sexual assault. He's now banned from owning firearms and has been placed on stalking protective order. Additionally, he will be paying $15,000 for the victim's lawyer's fees. Tectone reportedly admitted in court he pivoted to shitting on Hasan and doing right-wing content to deflect from his sexual assault and stalking charges. It's now over. Now we have all the fucking real details, too. I had to deal with these fucking animals for years, dude. For fucking years, they leaned into every goddamn thing they possibly could to be like, oh, Hasan is against Israel. He's an anti-Semitic terrorist. He should be shot. He should be imprisoned. He should be getting detained by the federal government. When I get detained by the federal government, oh, it's probably fake. That didn't happen. And if it did happen, it should happen more frequently. You must feel vindicated now. Their time will come. Their time will come. These are objectively evil people, okay? These are objectively evil people. They are objectively monstrous, evil fucking people. And that's precisely the reason why I just fucking keep my head down and keep doing what I'm doing, because I don't want to be fucking constantly dealing with this dumb nonsense. Okay? Yeah, a little F there, a little baby F. I got so mad that my internet gave out, dude. Holy shit. What the fuck is going on, man? Oh my God, I hate that. Oh, it's happening. My internet's getting cooked out here. Fuck, hold on. There's hiccups. Let me see if I can fix it somehow. It's happening again. Jesus Christ. Internet getting cooked again. Not them coming for your internet. I mean, hold on. Stream is fine here. I mean, I don't know what is going on, but I'll ready up the backup real quick. Full Tectone update. Do you have fiber? No, of course I don't have fiber. I live in fucking Los Angeles. Hold on.
These people falsely accuse me of being a fucking rapist. And you've let it go on for years.
I think this is the main reason why Tectone has become so extreme. And whenever you think about it, really calling somebody a rapist is one of like the top 3 things that you can say to somebody that is career destroying, career ending, or damaging. And so when you have an entire group of people that are really with no evidence at all.
I mean, allegations.
All saying that Tectone
from numerous former partners, by the way,
is a rapist, rape Tone, and saying, well, Tectone must be a rapist. Look at his dad. His dad had this thing happen with the military. Like, think about how disgusting.
I mean, his dad was also convicted. I mean, it's not, that one is not even an allegation. That just makes matters even worse.
That is, really, if you said that, like, and really think about, can you imagine what it would be like if somebody like Tectone said, well, look at this person, they must be a criminal because their dad is a criminal or their other family member is a criminal, and that person was black. Do you know what would happen to that person? They'd be fucking banned. They would be fucking banned, and they should be banned.
Wait, what? The fuck does that? What? Yeah, falsely accusing someone of being a rapist because they're black is like that's entirely separate from talking about a person who has numerous allegations from previous partners and then finding out that their father also had a similar charge. Like there's like being a generational rapist has nothing to do with, you know, being a black person and then having a black child. Like, what the fuck? This argument is crazy. He said, imagine if Tectone was black. That wouldn't change anything. If Tectone was black and his father was black and his father was also found guilty of rape in a court of law as a fucking as a military official, and then Tectone's former partners, black Tectone's former partners also did that, that would have nothing to do with him being black at all. That would have everything to do with the same fucking dynamic that exists in this circumstance as well. That would have nothing to do with his skin color.
That's the only reason why it's been accepted.
Yeah, bro, they call Hasan a terrorist for no other reason than being Muslim? Yeah, well, because they don't fucking understand the argument that I'm making about anti-colonial resistance, obviously, and the fact that I'm Muslim also lets it stick.
Years. The amount of...
They call him a generational rapist? Yes. It's implying generational guilt.
Yeah, it's a joke. It's not, I mean, it's not a joke because it's real. But also, you know, people are, myself included, are making jokes about the fact that there's, you know, generational rape happening in the fucking family.
Say that about somebody who's not...
No, he's saying we profiled Rape Tone because his father's a rapist instead of recognizing we called him that after credible accusations came out. I know. Credible accusations that have actually landed him in legal trouble now. So, obviously, you know, we were right.
White, and you're going to be taking a very long vacation. It's just the truth. And the point that I'm making is that when you have people that are spreading, you know, at least from his perspective, the court case is not finished, and so I do know more about it than the public. And also I remain to be Tectone's friend, and I support Tectone. You can take that for what you will. When you have people that, and also, by the way, the one group of people that certainly doesn't know anything about this, and for sure...
Well, it's just crazy because you had like deep inside knowledge on this stuff, and for some reason you, I don't know, for some weird reason, despite your deep inside knowledge, you were wrong. And I guess the people that had outside knowledge that chose to believe the victims were right. How does that work?
Or doesn't have any information about this. Are the people calling him a rapist?
Tectone update. The official protective order was filed with Travis County today, as well as Tectone's affidavit confirming he knows he can no longer possess firearms. Here are the highlights from the documents. The court finds there are reasonable grounds to believe Tectone both sexually assaulted and stalked Pink. The court believes it is likely the stalking would persist if he is not legally barred from it. The protective order persists until January 23rd, 2036. Tectone will pay $15,000 in Pink's lawyer fees. Tectone cannot share any photos/videos of Pink with anyone. Tectone cannot communicate with Pink directly or indirectly except through her lawyer. Tectone cannot engage in any conduct that is reasonably likely to harass, annoy, alarm, abuse, torment, or embarrass Pink directly. Tectone cannot go within 200 yards of Pinky Chew or her residence or her place of work. Tectone cannot possess or receive firearms. There it fucking is, dude. Yeah, also, in the court, he straight up, apparently in the court, he openly stated that he pivoted to right-wing content because he had to, like, continue farming. He had to continue farming and continue fucking gaining prominence. And part of that right-wing content pivot was also attacking me, including but not limited to using the Kaya Gate, Dogtober, as a reason for why he was doing it. Oh, fuck. That was a F. That was a big F. I know. I'm checking. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't know what the hell is going on. Oh, it's another one. My internet download speed is 700. My internet upload speed is at 6K megabits, 6 megabits per second. Don't know why it's like effing. They're throttling my upload. They are throttling my upload. I don't know why. I don't know what the fuck's going on. My ISP is cooking my ass. A miniature black hole of an F, my liege. Yeah, I know. I'm working on fixing it. And I'm also setting up the backup as well. Your rage fuels the F's, big dog? No, it's not. Moment of utter vindication. Ugh. Not that it fucking matters. All of the worst scumbags on the internet basically created a fucking league of villains and have been on the wrong side consistently. What is this? Oh, this is the lawyer that is also legal mindset going to bat for Tectone with incredible real lawyer arguments like pro-female bias. Arguments. Travis County has pro-female bias outcomes. Potential activist judge with domestic violence bias. Jury pool potentially biased towards plaintiffs. Skew heavily female bias. We haven't seen abusive communications. Fucking amazing. Oh, is it effing again? I have no idea what's happening with my upload speeds. My upload speeds are gone. My download is fine, but my upload is going down to 0 sometimes. I don't know why. What? It's back up again. They do not want you to talk about Tectone, Unc. Guys, please stop fucking around, okay? The day the victims of HasanAbi Discord server run by Stockman gets leaked is going to be some of the craziest shit we've ever seen. I just know it. Oh, yeah. You mean the one that's like stalking my family and shit? I know. I know. There's that element too. This guy credits Tectone for getting him in Mythic Talent. The amount of fucking shit I've had to put up with for the last couple of years is insane, dude. By some of the worst, objectively worst scumbags. It is fucking crazy.
Shocking to me.
Anyway, let's get back to the TikTok purchase. I mean, I guess we already talked about it all up and down extensively. I wonder why that lawyer is defending Tectone. Yeah, I know. This is Asmongold's talent agency, and they recently dropped Tectone, even though Asmongold has said nothing about, Tectone, or hasn't really said much about Tectone for some reason, even though he usually farms a lot of these like things. What is this?
It's hard to come back. It's really hard to come back. I'm gonna fucking cry here, because when you're super depressed. When you're super depressed, it's hard to do this. It's hard to do this shit, And I love you guys. It's really good. It's really good to be back. It's really good to be back.
He thinks he's being chased by Antifa women? Yeah. Me looking at this guy. Stop. By the way, this is another, like, Ethan Klein's best friend, Legal Mindset. Another Ethan ally. Okay? This dude who's not a fucking real lawyer anymore, I'm pretty sure, who had an entire series talking about how you can become a sex tourism expert. A fucking Passport Bro Legal Mindset series. This was funny as fuck. Actual psychotic episode. He also said he was the Charlie Kirk of Thailand. Legal Mindset did a video where he claimed that Antifa spies were tracking him in Thailand. His evidence for this was that he saw a white woman at a Starbucks and she didn't smile at him. The dude is a complete lunatic. I don't know why anyone listens to him. I think we know why people listen to him. Yeah, Illegal Mindset is right. Yeah, this is the person who Ethan Klein was talking about.
Talking about a certain movement that has blown up on the internet, that's gotten out there. That's right. It's the Passport Bros.
Another one of Ethan's allies that Ethan farmed aggressively, that Ethan Klein was all up and down promoting him to his audience of women, by the way.
There is possibility to get pretty cheap rent in Korea. What is Korea good for? Korea has really hot women. That's just very clear. Vietnamese women are extremely hot, but they're also kind of crazy. Obviously, Thailand, very open in terms of culture in Thailand. It's illegal to have sex for money in public. See, that's the deal. In public. In private, it doesn't matter. So, and the definition of private is the curtain, right? To pull the curtain, it's fine. So just be understanding, if you're a guy who wants to do that, that's available to you down there. Thai women, very much like Western men, very open to it. So yeah, that's how it. Also, Korea, one of the capitals of plastic surgery. There are large-breasted women. I have seen personally women with G-cup boobs, H-cup boobs. Very possible. Now, mind you, a lot of them are wearing padded bras and other things like that. So you do have to, buyer beware.
Another one of Ethan Klein's allies who is, of course, defending Rape Tone. I just want to point that out again. Ethan Klein, another one of Rape Tone's allies. Rape Tone personally thanked Ethan Klein for all the support Ethan Klein has shown Rape Tone. Just remember who these fucking gross loser freaks are. All because Israel, okay? All because they aligned on fuck Hasan and being fucking pro-Israel, okay? Just a couple threads. Hasan gets owned by Legal Mindset. This video is such a good video. Watch. Defo recommended. Legal Mindset. Hasan Piker is one of the people on the internet that is the most comfortable using slander and defamation. He's lucky no one has sued. In another video, Legal Mindset also called out and explained why Hasan is a pseudo-intellectual who speaks deeply on topics he has no idea about. I don't love Legal Mindset. EDB and Runkle have always been my primary law tubers. Legal Mindset on YouTube with the slam dunk. Legal Mindset tortures Hasan for dumb takes on the Ethan Klein lawsuits. Pseudo-intellectuals like Hasan use big words that do not understand. How do these guys get popular? You need to understand, there are a lot of fucking scumbags. Charlatan scumbags. There are a lot of charlatan scumbags on the internet who are just manic, who are just insane, who just run around and spread as much toxicity as they possibly can. There's so many more. Eventually, they started to catch on and said, E needs to be careful with this guy. E-fans posted kawaii edits of this racist piece of shit, by the way. Mr. Andrews Esquire reading Hasan to absolute filth, but with a smile. It's petty Gorley Summer. I don't know how to edit. I have severe ADHD. It's contagious. My condolences. That's why I always say, judge me by my enemies. Okay? They're just malicious. They're just vindictive. They just want to dish out what they have done to themselves, refusing to acknowledge why they're personally, consistently taking L after L. Doors open. They are just angry, resentful, narcissistic little monsters, and they will align with every single fucking person that they possibly can, as long as they're all united. Law of the difference, when they finally did research, Legal Mindset has completely lost his mind. Legal Mindset being weird on Maine in reference to Legal Mindset. Yeah, I guess 7 months ago something changed because they were loving Legal Mindset. And then 7 months ago they were like, okay, this guy might be a fucking right-wing psychopath. They're just straight up evil, brother. That's it. Okay? They're just straight up fucking evil. Not the audiences. The audiences are just duped, okay? Yeah, here. Tectone. Hasan dug up past crimes of Tectone's dad in order to weaponize Tectone's past trauma with his dad against him as retaliation for criticism. The tides are turning. Second pick for context. Tectone and Hasan going at it. 0 votes. H3, please discuss the allegations as being thrown at Tectone. Tectone wishes the fam well. if you are purely driven by resentment and spite, okay? If you are purely driven by resentment and spite and you have no political convictions whatsoever, you are going to find yourself surrounded by the biggest losers, many of them with sex charges for some fucking weird reason. If you're spiteful against me and that's the only thing that you care about, I'm sorry, but you're going to find yourself with a lot of fucking sex criminals as your allies, because I don't know what it is, but I have a lot of fucking ops that happen to become sex criminals at a certain point. I don't know what it is. Okay? If you don't want to be surrounded by these sex criminals, don't fucking behave that way. Don't fucking be driven exclusively by spite. Let's get back to the Alex Peretti incident now. In this 2-minute video.
Here, he continues to stand at the scene. On the day he was killed, the Department of Homeland Security claims Preddy, a 37-year-old ICU nurse, approached officers holding a handgun. That claim has been contradicted by analysis of bystander videos from multiple news investigations, which concluded that Preddy was holding a phone, not a gun, when he was pinned to the street. Shortly after the altercation we filmed here on January 13th, federal agents drove away. Soon after that,
It's very difficult for me to believe this video is AI, by the way. I'm sorry. I don't think this video is AI, but it doesn't even fucking matter. Just so you understand. I can't make this clear enough for a lot of you who simply do not understand. Him kicking out the fucking taillight of an ICE truck does not mean that he should be fucking murdered on the street. If anything, it shows that these guys might have known who he was.
Renee Good's death. It's unclear exactly what the agents were doing. This man has the same...
Yeah, I guess BBC did verify it, okay?
In addition to DHS. These have already passed through the House in one package, and the Senate has until midnight Friday to approve it. Some Democratic lawmakers say they want ICE agents to wear body cameras and unmask themselves, among other concessions.
First would be withdrawing Border Patrol and ICE from Minneapolis. Second would be calling for and then launching a genuinely transparent investigation into this incident.
Some Republicans say they're interested in reforms, but they'd rather see them done through executive order than through legislation.
I urge my Democrat colleagues to continue their engagement and find a path forward that will avoid a needless shutdown.
Aside from the fight over funding, a growing number of Republicans have expressed concern about the credibility of DHS and immigration enforcement operations after the Minnesota shooting. Secretary Noem has agreed to testify on Capitol Hill in March, but Republican Senators Lisa Murkowski and Tom Tillis, who both voted to confirm Noem, said they have lost confidence in her.
She has taken this administration into the ground on an issue that we should own. We should own the issue of border security and immigration.
Now, part of DHS is already funded through the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill that you may remember the president signed into law last year. So even if there is a partial government shutdown, law enforcement, immigration enforcement operations will still continue. Nate?
Caitlin, thank you.
Overnight, President Trump telling ABC News in a late-night phone call he believes his administration can still finish its immigration enforcement operations in Minnesota in a, quote, de-escalated form. The president telling me in an exclusive interview, we'd like to finish the job and finish it well, and I think we can do it in a de-escalated form. A lot of the hardest work is already done. The president praising his administration's efforts on the ground. Amid a shakeup in leadership in Minnesota, I asked the president what the American people can expect to be different with Border Czar Tom Homan now in charge instead of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. The president suggested there would be a more relaxed approach. We've taken out the largest part of the bad, really bad people, the president said, adding, so we can start doing maybe a little bit more relaxed. It's a notable change in tone by the president, who just months ago said this.
I think they haven't gone far enough.
The president would not say when federal agents would leave Minnesota, saying he's asking the governor to hand over criminals. The president telling me when they're out, and there will be a time coming in the not too distant future, then we go on to something else, leaving the door open to other states. The administration under fierce scrutiny after Border Patrol agents shot and killed Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse. Top officials quick to blame the 37-year-old, Stephen Miller labeling Preddy an assassin. And Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem saying Preddy committed an act of domestic terrorism. Earlier in the day in Iowa, the president did not disavow those comments, telling me Preddy, who was a legal gun owner, should not have been armed, calling the incident very unfortunate.
Do you agree with the assessment from some of your own officials that Alex Preddy is a domestic terrorist or an assassin?
Well, I haven't heard that, but certainly he shouldn't have been carrying a gun.
Video evidence so far shows he never drew or even reached for his weapon. Several gun rights groups dismissing the president's notion. The National Rifle Association saying all law-abiding citizens have a right to keep and bear arms anywhere they have a legal right to be. And this morning, Senators Tom Tillis and Lisa Murkowski becoming the first Republicans to call on Noem to step down.
I've lost confidence in her.
She's got to make her own decision, or the president does, but she has taken this administration into the ground on an issue that we should own.
The president defending Noem, telling me she's done a fantastic job, and attacking those Republican senators, calling them, quote, losers, stating they're terrible senators. One is gone, and the other should be gone.
Tillis, of course, is not running for re-election. Stephen Miller, the president's top advisor, did travel with him to Iowa. In a statement to ABC News, he said initial statements from DHS were based on reports from Border Patrol agents on the ground and suggested the administration is now reviewing whether there was a breach of protocol in this incident, Robin.
Insightful reporting from you as always. Thank you, Rachel.
Everything in America feels kind of torn in two right now, and it has been an intense few weeks for Minneapolis.
They'll shoot a woman in the face.
Leave us alone. We don't need y'all here. We don't want y'all here.
How many more people have to die?
So what's the impact of all this? In this city, of course they're angry, but beyond here, do Americans really care? Is Trump in trouble this time?
I'm driving 250 miles south from Minneapolis to Des Moines, Iowa. He's due at a rally down here in the day ahead, and this is Trump country, a good place to test the mood, because if there's anxiety here, well, that is a problem for him.
USA!
Minus 15 doesn't stop the merch sellers,
And then the hats are 30 and the beanies are 20.
or the most loyal of Trump fans from turning up. He's not due here for 4 hours. So what did they make of the killing of an American citizen on an American street by American immigration agents? What about the Minneapolis events at the weekend?
Huge bummer. Wished it hadn't have happened, but feel like there were a lot of choices made by some people that were not the right ones, and that's just really unfortunate, but what happens sometimes.
Don't bring a gun to a rally.
They're such pussies, dude. They're such pussies. They recognize how fucked up it is, but they can't even get themselves to say it because their highest priority is to serve Trump. That's it. That's it.
This is dumb.
Isn't that a Second Amendment right, though?
Is it?
Isn't it?
Do you have one on you now?
I don't, but I'm not American. I don't have a gun license.
So yeah, don't do that stuff.
So that was the problem.
Pick and choose your battles, right?
Yeah.
It's very unfortunate. It's terribly sad.
But ultimately, you think the administration is on the right track with immigration?
I think we have to regain control on many aspects.
I just want to support the president. I know he's dealing with a lot in Minneapolis.
You live in fucking Iowa. What are you talking about? Even undocumented migrants don't make it out there. Regain control of what? This is the problem, is the fucking areas that are the whitest, that have no fucking migrants whatsoever, that are the ones that chirp the most. Parasocial voters? Yeah. I don't think this is fixable. It doesn't matter. As long as we have what remains of a fucking theoretical democracy, we don't need these people. We don't need these people at all. The problem is the Democrats are not doing what they're supposed to, which is scream bloody murder and demand punishment.
Dealing with those troublemakers, it's unfortunate that we just can't have peaceful demonstrations.
I think the guy who was killed was being peaceful, wasn't he?
We
He
don't
was
have
holding a phone.
we don't have all the facts yet. We need to accumulate and gather all that information.
You see all those weird protests?
The weird protesters, she says. It underlines.
Yeah, by that he means he hasn't heard a talking point that is defensible yet, but surely one will arise. And if it doesn't, he will have deflected for long enough that he doesn't need to actually give you a perspective.
The divide. Shows it's not just a divide, it's a gulf. Two sides who can't even begin to understand the other.
Well, the president is speaking at a venue 100 meters or so over there, but have a look at this. On the intersection, a large and growing protest movement. They're vocal and they're angry.
Holy fuck. Okay, this gives me so much confidence. Oh, it's over. It's so over. Bro. Come on, man. Des Moines, Iowa? Oh, thank goodness is right.
I think everyone saw the video. I think it speaks for itself. It was clearly murder.
I think it's awoken a dark...
Get ready for some cringe TikToks from liberals about how you cost the election for Kamala. Brian Tyler Cohen announces Chorus is funding a new class of 95 liberal creators, dark money funded Democrat influencer messaging program. I reported on last year. They still have zero transparency regarding who's getting paid. At this point, I've taken too many fucking photos with Brian Tyler Cohen. If his audience comes after me, or if his chorus comes after me, that'd be real weird. Considering that we find ourselves literally advocating for the same fucking candidates, you know, every now and then. That'd be rather strange. Like, I'll tell you like this. I think Brian Tyler Cohen cares about American democracy. I think he cares about the liberals and the Democratic Party because he actually wants them to win. I would go so far as to say the same thing about like Midas Touch. He's not like a Ethan Klein. You know what I mean? He's not like a Destiny. Those guys do care. I think we just have differences in opinion on how that must happen. You're not a good judge of character? No, he's like David Pacman is obviously very pro-Israel, right? He is incredibly pro-Israel. But he does actually care about like getting progressives elected. He does actually care about like at least like some of the shit that most of the shit that they're talking about. I don't think Brian Tyler Cohen is like that invested in defending Israel. He just will be quiet about it noticeably. But as far as like the Ethan Kleins or the Destinies of the world, they're pure fucking vindictive. That's it. My point is not to say you should agree with these guys or love these guys or whatever. I don't give a shit if you don't agree with them or not. My point is, like, there's a reason why they shy away from like silly fucking drama and shit. Okay. The supposed Alex Peretti video is confirmed to be AI. It's not. It's not AI. Can't support Israel and be progressive in the United States of America. I know, but at least they are quiet. Okay, I'd rather have. Maybe it's because my perspective is warped by how psychotic pro-Israel and Israel first people are, that at least they fucking keep quiet about their pro-Israel position rather than like consistently fucking consistently making it the primary vehicle of enmity. It's the same standard that I apply to Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders himself is a liberal Zionist. But Bernie Sanders never gets ahead or stops from promoting anti-Zionist candidates like Abdul al-Sayed. As long as they're on board with left candidates, that's fine for now. When the issue arises about Israel, well, we'll have that conversation when we get there.
That has been hiding in the shadows, and too many people are supporting him.
74 years old, and I've never seen anything like this in the history of my country. I'm appalled. I'm disgusted. I'm scared. They're being murdered in the streets for simply saying this is wrong. This is not America. It has to stop. For the love of God, please stop it.
Inside, the only mention of Minneapolis, this.
Apparently the gun was Jewish? What? What are these people doing, brother? Dude, anti-Semites are fucking so... Oh my God, bro. They will never see the fucking light of heaven, okay? Jesus Christ. I saw that shit. I saw that one guy who was like, why won't you reveal that Alex Peretti is... Why won't they say what Alex Peretti's race is? Implying that he's like Jewish or something. Not that it would fucking matter at all. Yeah, they started off by saying Alex Peretti was Jewish. I don't know about the ICE members being Jewish. I didn't even see that one. Everyone there was Jewish. The gun there was Jewish. I can't believe... Dude, anti-Semites are so fucking stupid. They're so unimaginably stupid, dude. They are so... Like, I sometimes understand why the pro-Israel crowd doesn't even fucking deal with anti-Semitic, anti-Israel folks and focuses mostly on people like myself. People who aren't anti-Semitic, because these guys are so fucking stupid. Like, they're so dumb. They're too dumb to present like a real threat. Wow, it was a Jewish gun that misfired, leading to the ICE agents to erroneously think it was Peretti. Yeah, because it's Sig Sauer, and Ron Cohen is the president and CEO of Sig Sauer. God, they're so fucking stupid. Unfucking believable. Yeah, the gun got a bar mitzvah. Yeah. Literally how it be every time, bro. Every time. He said it's satire? Okay.
He left the scene.
Anyway, let's get back.
Brought down crime very substantially in Minnesota. We've taken out thousands.
For the record, it's not satire. They were literally saying Alex Peretti looks Jewish. Like, as though that means anything. That's the other thing. It's like, how fucking brain broken are you? Okay, what if he was Jewish? Like, who gives a fuck? Dumbass. What the fuck does that change about the situation? Like, how insane of a human being are you?
Of hard criminals, hardened, vicious, horrible criminals.
He'd come here to a Republican state he needs to hold on to in this midterm election year.
I'm here because
I think a lot of those anti-Semites do sincerely believe the lies that they tell, where they just like end up genuinely assuming that like every Jewish person is just like a secret agent or something. Like they just truly, because like this is so far outside of my scope of comprehension that like I just always assume that they're cynically saying shit like that. And then they heavily lean into the fact that like a lot of Jews are Zionists, right? Like, so then it's like, I just always assume that they're like greatly over exaggerating the information that they've seen from, you know, the fact that like there is a large number of Jewish Americans that are Zionists, right? To varying different degrees. But no, they like legitimately think every Jew is just like a fucking secret agent invested in destroying the Western world or something.
I love Iowa, but I'm here because we're starting the campaign to win the midterms. We've got to win the midterm. That means Senate, and it means House.
He'd come to talk about the economy. That's what his team think he must focus on. He's still blaming Biden and the Democrats.
But we inherited the highest prices in the history of our country, and we've rapidly brought them down. And that's what we want to do. Did you ever see them where they're being interviewed? This will be an election on affordability.
As for the protesters, well, one or two followed him inside.
You do know they're paid agitators, right? They're paid.
Out here, they're not paid. Of course not. But they are agitated, and it's growing. Mark Stone, Sky News, in Iowa.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
To be fair, even Kamala asked Josh Shapiro if he was Mossad. No, that one is valid. Guys, Kamala Harris also asked Tim Walz if he was an agent of China. It was the most valid question to ask Josh Shapiro. The reason why Josh Shapiro was asked that question is because not only did he write like insane articles defending Israel back in the day, likening them to the Klan, likening Palestinians to the Klan, he also went and volunteered for the IDF. And then he also worked for the Israeli embassy. He probably was a fucking agent. Like, what are we talking about? Like, there is more evidence that Josh Shapiro probably was at some point. I mean, we know for a fact he was working for the Israeli government, right? We know that. That's not a suspicion. But the idea that there would be speculation that he could have, like, this is like the Ben Shapiro equation, right? When people go, oh, wow, you just assume every Jew you meet is pro-Israel. No, I don't, because that would mean that I would assume every Jew that I meet is a bad person. Of course I don't fucking believe that. That is insane. I would not be able to operate in Los Angeles, California if I just had the assumption that like every Jewish person I met was a fucking Nazi. Okay, that would be insane. Just as every white person that I meet, I don't assume is a fucking Christian fascist, okay? Having said all of that, there's a difference between assuming that every Jew has dual loyalty to Israel, which is anti-Semitic and idiotic, versus someone like Ben Shapiro has singular loyalties to Israel. That's not insane. That's just a combination of all of the things that he has said about Israel that I'm analyzing. And the same thing fucking goes for Josh Shapiro. There's a difference between, like, if you were to be like, oh, is Bernie Sanders an agent of the state of Israel? No, of course not. That's fucking insane. He is not an agent of the state of Israel. He is a liberal Zionist, but he's not an agent of the state of Israel. He just lived in a fucking kibbutz, and he never gave up on the dream of labor Zionism for some fucking weird reason, even though he's 950 years old and literally was around when Israel wasn't even around. Okay? He's not an agent of Israel. For Josh Shapiro, however, they're not asking that question because he's Jewish. They're asking that question because he volunteered for the IDF and worked for the Israeli embassy. That's it. It's so crazy that people are like, wow, I can't believe it. Don't get too mad at Bernie. He was around when the USSR was funneling weapons to Israel in the beginning, before Israel even existed, by way of Czechoslovakia. He probably was... he too thought that Israel was going to be a socialist safe haven. And then never developed any new opinions after that, I guess. An unshakable L for Stalin, for the record. Bro, you weren't kidding? They asked him also about being an agent for China? Yes, they did.
I'm glad you're a gun guy, because I wanted to bring up this whole thing with this guy, Preddy.
Yeah.
And I haven't talked about it. We haven't done a podcast since that guy got killed. But that whole thing, there's a lot of people that don't understand what's going on, and why riots only in Minneapolis, and why riots in the place where there's an ungodly amount of fraud that has been discovered.
Coincidentally, right around the same time.
Exactly. Like instantaneously.
Oh my God. Oh, brother. Joe is so gone, dude. What is this? Mick Fartman. Hey there, I'm new to this chat. I'm an ordinary guy who wants a free Palestine without being anti-Semitic or denying the Holocaust. Are you good on this, Hasan? What do you think, Mick Fartman? Why would you ever, in a million fucking years, assume that an anti-fascist, anti-imperialist, anti-communist community is ever gonna, one, deny the Holocaust, or two, allow anti-Semitism to manifest? We are anti-Israel because we are anti-fascist. We are anti-Israel because we are anti-imperialist. Also, it's not Mr. Fartman, it's Mr. Factman, but I think it's really funny to say he's Mr. Fartman. Did I say anti-communist? I meant anti-capitalist. Oh, no. Oh, no. I admitted my position. They got him. Hold up. Fed confirmed. Yeah, anti-capitalist. I apologize. Yeah, the mask slipped. I hate communism. The most annoying motherfuckers are going to run with that one? Yeah, oh God. There's nothing I hate more than people who will be like, you have two hands, punch a communist and punch a fascist. It's like, it's just so, no, fuck you. There's no shot. I just saw Joe Rogan talking to Big Papa Fascist. Yeah, he is falling on bad times, brother.
Afterwards, the narrative completely changes. Everybody forgets about the fraud. Now all anybody cares about is ICE and fascists and Nazis.
Yeah.
And it's there's a, you know what a color revolution is,
Of course.
and for people that don't, it's a coordinated effort to cause chaos. And this is a very coordinated thing. The idea that this is an organic protest, these riots are organic, is nonsense. It's provably nonsense because now they have access to the signal chats, so they know that these people.
Cam Higbee, by the way,
yes,
he's been on the front lines of this. The Crucible has been a big supporter of that effort.
I think Joe Rogan was always kind of dumb, but I think moving to Austin made him like medically stupid. He's one of them medically stupids now. Like there's no way, bro. I've fucking listened to this man since like 2014. 2013, 2014. I never thought that he was like brilliant or anything, but I never thought he'd be this dumb. Like this is award-winning stupidity. Like going from all this fraud, now no one wants to pay attention to it because there's a color revolution and riots happening. There's no fucking riots happening, dumbass. And yeah, the organized effort to disrupt regular existence is coming from the federal government. That's the whole fucking point. And last but not least, what is ICE to do about fraud in Minneapolis, Minnesota? Logs, please. Is that the Ulick Sniz guy? Yeah, of course. Made worse by the fact that Joe Rogan chose to have the Ulick Sniz guy on his fucking podcast. Like, bro, you ran out of guests like that? Come on, Joe. I carry 2 extra mags to the fucking bathroom. Isn't this the guy who crashed out because he couldn't open a pickle jar? I live in Texas and our 2 eye protectors would say that Preddy didn't have a large enough gun and that he should have had more guns and ammo on him.
I will often snipe his coverage while it's going on, send my audience over to send in super chats in order to keep this guy going. I think that work is critical.
Yes.
It's critical work. And there's not that many people doing it anymore because of how dangerous it has become.
Yes.
And so I'm a big supporter of that. Doesn't mean I agree with everything he says politically, but what he's doing on the ground there needs to happen.
Right. You need to understand that this isn't organic, regardless of how you feel. I don't feel like that guy should have been shot, but I understand what happened. And what happened was chaos. So what happened, first of all, it wasn't ICE. People need to understand that. It was Customs Border Patrol people. So they were brought in to assist ICE. And they're telling this lady to stand away, and then this cop gets very aggressive and shoves her.
I mean, he's right. Not that it matters, but he's right. About them being CBP. Oh. Wow, I ate so much. Couple more years until Joe's daughters actually have working brains and they will despise what their father has become. I guarantee it. Joe Rogan having on a guy who says stuff like women enjoy being raped and all this shit, unfucking bearable. Either way, he called him a cop. Yeah, they're not cops. They might just become MAGA women. I highly doubt it. No, they were most likely Bortak, the guys, by the way, that the guys that did the shooting. I highly doubt it because, guys, Joe Rogan is a very wealthy man. Okay. Joe Rogan's daughters are like 17 already. Okay, so they're probably woke already. Joe Rogan is a very wealthy man. And when you're a very wealthy man, you want to make sure that your children get the best education possible. It becomes quite difficult in that situation for them to not become woke. Especially as women growing up in Austin, Texas. Ain't no fucking way. Look at Peach, dude. Look at fucking Peach Jars. One of the wokest individuals you've ever encountered. Are you crazy? Joe Rogan's stepdaughter's like 28 and they do not align. Yeah. The problem that you run into if you want to create more, MAGA losers is you can't let them get educated. If you let them get educated, they're going to become woke. They're going to become left-wing. That's just how it is. That's a big part of the reason why Republicans will actively and openly try to stop people from getting a college education. Not true. My wife works at a private school. They want their kids to get good grades, not a good education. You're wrong. There's a reason why so many people that go to like private schools, Catholic schools, and the like end up fucking growing out of this like conservative bubble. Half of my fucking chat has come from that background of being raised by conservative parents and then learning to despise that shit. Come on now.
You have to understand.
That's why I always laugh when motherfuckers are like, oh, conservatives are having more children. It's like, yeah, bitch, thank you. Great. You're building the next legion of socialists for me, okay? That's what you're doing.
The situation that they're in, right? And this is not making an excuse for any of it. But you have to just to put it into context. These people are getting harassed outside of any hotel they're at. People blow horns. They try to smash into the hotel.
They dox them.
They dox them. That's why they're wearing masks. It's a coordinated effort. I'm not saying that guy should have shoved that guy. I don't think he should have. Or that woman. I don't think he should have. And then pepper sprayed. And then the guy who got shot, Preddy, he steps in, which is, if you know anything about concealed carry, if you are a concealed carry holder and you are carrying not just a pistol, but 2 full magazines as well, you do not ever physically engage with someone. You also are supposed to carry your license on you, and you're supposed to have ID on you. Mm-hmm. All right,
and you're trained
Yes.
specifically for this. By the way, I was a CPL.
Yeah. You have to be a huge pussy. If you're a concealed carry permit holder, you have to be a ginormous pussy. And if you see a fucking ICE agent brutalize a woman, you should not defend that woman. You should just sit in the corner and fucking cower away.
Instructor for years.
Okay, so
and
you know about it all.
The thing is, there's a framework here. If you don't mind if I add to your framework. The framework.
Joe Rogan's a libertarian, by the way, supposedly. God, these guys are fucking such delusional morons, dude.
Here is this is a mathematical formula. So I've been following these.
What the fuck is this? I thought you were supposed to be a good guy with a gun. I thought that was half the reason for why you carry, why you open carry. What are we doing? No, don't be a good guy with a gun. Be a good pussy in the corner with a gun, okay? Don't even fucking do anything ever. I finally remember Joe being woke. My cousin has always been a huge fan, Bernie bro. Then he went down the Joe's conservative path. Crazy these guys can form your worldview. I know. It is genuinely insane to me that Joe Rogan went through this fucking radical transformation and became a total asshole. And to make matters worse, there are people who literally lean into whatever he says and believe him and also have become assholes themselves. Yeah. This guy, his former name is Big Papa Fascist. His claim to fame is being on a podcast where he yells at OnlyFans girls and shit and loses them in arguments all the time. Some of his highlights include not being able to open a fucking pickle jar and then yelling at the woman that's on that podcast, the TikTok content creator on that podcast. She's cool. And then also getting fucking destroyed by that other person who's like, are they an MB? They're like lesbian, I think. The Lick Sniz one. Charlie. They're dope, by the way. They're fucking dope. What has stopped you from giving up? Not only am I a fucking unimaginably stubborn person, but I also have a firm belief in my fellow man.
Your wife has 3.
Yeah, I believe in you guys in this community. I believe in people that I haven't met yet. I believe in the kindness of strangers. I know that we can overcome this shit. I can't just give up. And I know neither can you. Pessimism of the intellect, but optimism of the will. Revolutionary optimism. How can I use that stubbornness if I don't want to stream? Well, let me tell you something. I got the stubbornness from before streaming. 36K reasons not to write here, broski. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, what do you do? What do you do? You just give up? What do you do? We can't afford to give up. And even if someone like myself could afford to give up, quite literally, you know, fuck off, go somewhere else, stop streaming, put my money in the stock market, S&P 500, baby, 18% growth year over year. Hell yeah. I don't want to live in a world where these fucking delusional losers win. I don't want to live in that world. That world sucks. I think one of the most annoying parts about this shit is that these delusional losers don't even realize that they are actively and aggressively pursuing a world that is worse than the one that we live in right now. I don't want to live in that world. You could admit you're wrong. Have we seen a new vid of that guy that got shot? Changes everything. You could admit that you're wrong. What? The guy that got shot a week prior to getting shot kicked the fucking taillight off of an ICE vehicle. You think that means that he deserved to die a week later in a totally separate altercation? Oh no, not the taillight of a rental car. I guess everyone deserves murder now. This was your slam dunk? Ooh, slam dunkaroonie. I bet you didn't see that now. To be fair, leftist streamers, including yourself, tend to over-highlight all the negativity and make us feel hopeless. If the content was more optimistic, then it'd be easier to be hopeful. You're right, dude. It's my fault. Everything's going to shit, and my job is to tell you what's wrong, so we fight for it, to fight to fix it. How about you go look for optimism on your own, chatter? No, it's the streamer's fault. Like, come on. Come on. Be a fucking adult, dude. And I do show you optimism. Stop blaming other people because you're streamer brained, streamer obsessed. What Where's that other dipshit? I want to hear that guy again. Not the guys. Stop yelling at this person, okay? They're probably having a bad day. What if Jesus is born in the U.S.? The files that came on Tectone completely changed my opinion on him. Oh my God. That's why he came in here, because he couldn't get Asmongold to talk about Tectone. Maybe we can save this man. See? That's that stupidity I have in my mind, where I look at any little thing I can and assume that someone can change for the better. What is this? The chairman is teaching people how to do guerrilla warfare. That video is fake. It's not real. The one where he kicks the taillight. I don't think it's fake, chatter. I think it's a real video. I don't know why you guys are saying it's a fake video. When you say it's a fake video and it's very obviously a fucking real video, it almost seems like you're admitting. It almost feels like you're admitting that this is like a good enough reason to kill him. It's not. Fake or not, that video is not. That video doesn't justify his murder. That video, if anything, makes the situation worse. Okay, I don't know if this is real news or not. This seems too hopeful. Anyway, this guy that we're watching is famous for these two videos. Well, not this one.
Supposed to open the pickle jar? I gotta grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew. If you can't open it either.
Your hand greased the whole top of it. Literally slippery. I'm supposed to open the pickle jar? Grab me a paper towel so I can dry the top of it off.
You're the big, strong man. There you go. Come on.
I can't grip the fucker. Like, I gotta have a way to grip it. I gotta grip it. Try it. You fucker. That was bullshit. I'm supposed to open the pickle jar?
And then this other video as well. Oh, this one, not this one. Where's the other one? Oh, here it is.
3 baby daddies and has been married twice. Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you
lick sniz.
Under your
There's more to this video, but the you lick sniz is like, that's like Joe Rogan had a dude on that said you lick sniz. That's who's one of the esteemed guests on the Joe Rogan Experience, brother. God damn. Here's the one he did with Charlie. Yeah, I got the you lick sniz. That's what I'm looking at right now. I just keep going back to Alex Jones. Oh, that video is so
religion.
Dumb. You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a fucking dick. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid. Shut your fucking mouth.
You moron! What do you know about anything? If you're so keen on normalizing something, why don't you start with your face? I still got it.
Your wife has 3 baby.
Oh, my wife has 3 baby daddies and 3 different children from 3 different people. Well, you eat pussy. He couldn't even say you eat pussy. Like, he had to say you lick sniz. Oh, God, he's such a fucking loser.
Extremely closely live.
The Clyburn effect continues. My goat. He's running again. I love him. 18th term, by the way. My fucking goat, dude. And when asked why he was running again, even though he's like 87 years old or some shit, he said, all of my friends actually dropped out or died. What am I supposed to do? I got nothing else in my life. He's so awesome. Congratulations to Jim Clyburn. Anyone that wants to, anyone from the left flank that wants to fucking oppose him and primary him has got my blessing. Okay, I will go down there. I will eat all of the racism allegations. I will eat all the racism and white supremacy allegations for you. I will take it. I will tank it. Okay, I will get out there and I will fucking door knock for you. Please get this fucking asshole out of here. Jesus Christ. Did you see Rage talk about you? No.
Los tweeted a tweet. I don't have the Los tweet no more. I don't really care about it, but basically tweeted a tweet essentially saying, stop fucking with ICE and this shit won't happen, whatever the case may be, whatever. I reiterated what SUC said, saying, don't talk to him, Los, you'll get cooked. If you do the Asman method and saying you're a circle jerk, you can be a bot and just think you're right 24/7, right? Los deletes his tweet. I opened my Twitter up. See a community on my fucking dick. Yo, is this Los community? Who's quote? Who's being hella racist in my shit? Why am I seeing hella racist shit? Classic. You know, classic. I ain't even had nothing to do with them, gang. And then I also start saying shit like, Rage, you changed. I'm a funny nigga. I'm not soft. I can do jokes and all this shit, but don't think just because I'm joking around, trolling, I think I'm on y'all niggas' side, nigga. It's you, Elon Musk, Trump, it is ICE, nigga. I was never on you niggas. Are you niggas confused? I avoid talking about shit like that on stream because what come with it is toxicity and them political ass niggas. But I ain't gonna lie, bro. It's getting to the point where you gotta like at least let niggas know what side you're on because niggas getting confused, gang. Los tweeted a tweet. I don't.
Bro's homies with Hasan. My bro got the edge, but he's for the people. Let's go. Hasan is no better, law. True, Hasan is no better, but it was genuinely an egregious take from Lowe's. How is Hasan worse? He's right most of the times. Right doesn't mean he's a good person. You know him personally, lil bro. How exactly is Hasan no better? He's objectively better, Lamau. Hasan is way better than any supporter of ICE, Donald Trump, or this government. Notorious dog abuser. Says some questionable things when it comes to the age of consent. Wait, what? This dude is lying. Unless he's pro lowering the age of consent. What the fuck? No, he must be in favor of lowering the age of consent. That's why he thinks my consistent take on age of consent is questionable. They say he's young enough to count, young enough to mount. Yeah, dude, it's like fucking, it's the gross shit that James Gunn was also doing at the time too. Like, the fuck? That's not a sincerely held policy position. You have to be a fucking moron, dude. Are you stupid? Oh yeah, that's not a take. That's not something I believe, dumbass. What the fuck? Nick Shirley got tricked by a parody Jacob Fry X account that says parody in the name, writing that he had to double check that was really Frey's account, then deleted it. This is a lie. Even if I order the Minneapolis, the Minneapolis Police Department would never follow an order for me. Do better. Go fuck a couch. Such a mature response. Had to double check if this was your real account. Clown world. Go eat some bananas and rice with the newest inmate. Wow, he really did it. You said that? Weird. Yeah, dude. It's called fucking satire. You can have bad satire. And it's not a sincerely held position. Please, are we still doing this in the big 226? Is that what we're doing still? Really? Like, many of you have already gone past the Cumtown equation, I hope. You're talking about something from like, yes, I love saying 226. I think it sounds better than 2026. I'm sorry, I don't like it. Yeah, neither do I, which is why I don't fucking say shit like that, dumbass. Wow, dude, you're so fucking brave. Yes, I was playing a fucking satirical role. Do you watch TV shows? and there's a person playing a role in a TV show, you go, this guy's a villain, man. I hate this guy. Meanwhile, all the people that keep pushing that shit are unironically pedophiles, like openly court exposed pedophiles. Are you fucking stupid? Chatters be like, yeah, Bryan Cranston was famously selling methamphetamine. Why is that guy still allowed in fucking polite society? How dare he? Yeah, deceased Herman Cain running in 2028 doesn't understand the concept of fucking satire. I come in here every day thinking it's going to be a fun time. And it's just him screaming about how right he is and how people in the chat are dumb. It's just exhausting, to be honest. What do you want me to do? Not read fucking dumbass Republicans?
And looking
what is your actual take? I think the age of consent should be increased. It should be higher, not lower. Okay?
at how this is done. Let's go backwards in time. You remember what was going on in California. Nobody died in California. There was an ICE raid on a Home Depot, and they went nuts. And they started smashing police cars. They were starting fires, right? This was not over somebody dying. And now the narrative, they're trying to make the narrative shift. The Gestapo's in here, murdering American citizens. Well, and what was going on in California then? Because there was no American citizens getting murdered there. What was going on there was they didn't.
What about the drinking age? My controversial opinion is that drinking age should be lowered. I think if you were socializing in environments and like outside environments, because I feel like the drinking age being 21 actually, I think the drinking age being 21 causes people to start drinking anyway before the age of 21, and it causes them to drink in uncontrolled environments like house parties and shit like that. If the drinking age was actually 18, then 18-year-olds would be able to go to places where they would have to be a little bit more responsible, and they wouldn't develop like horrible drinking habits in general. Socialized alcohol in environments that are more controlled, I think, lead to less instances of alcoholism and DUIs and shit like that. However, a big part of the problem here is, of course, no public transit. You can get away with doing that in a place like in Europe, for example, but you can't really do it. You can't really do that in America, where bars are 45 minutes away in like rural areas, especially, and then on top of that, there's just going to be so much drunk driving. That's how you arrive at 10 DUIs like that fucking Ilhan Omar attacker. New strategy unlocked. Scoop. House Democrats told by leadership not to go to Minnesota. God, I hate this fucking party so much. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. House Democrats have been privately advised by their leadership not to travel to Minnesota in support of the anti-ICE protest there. Oh my God, oh my God. Someone send me the fucking link without the paywall, please. Oh my God, I'm gonna die. I think I'm gonna die. I think I'm going to perish. I think I'm going to perish. What the fuck? How can a party be so incompetent? Please, 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 please explain to me. They are controlled opposition. That's it. They're controlled opposition. They're 100% controlled opposition. It's fucking nutty. Thank you. Why is the Alex Jones tab still open? I like using it sometimes because there's like HasanAbi Bacanero. When I'm in a being useless competition and my opponents is Democrats. Yeah. If you click the reading mode icon, where is it? I've never done that. Where is the reading mode icon? Bro, Chatter, you're just linking me the article. Okay, whatever. Unpaywalled. Thank you, Chatter. Thank you, Chatter, for the unpaywalled. Scoop. House Democrats told by leadership not to go to Minnesota. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is not a serious party. Oh my God. They want America to be overtaken by fascism. There's only one reason for this. Okay. Breaking news. Do nothing. Don't move. They might recognize that you're alive. Why it matters. Several Democratic politicians have made the trek in the recent days, including Senator Raphael Warnock and New York congressional candidates Brad Lander and Michael Asher. But in an email, Democratic congressional offices dated Monday, a copy which was obtained by Axios, senior staffer to House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries urged members to remain in their districts. A spokesperson for Jeffries did not immediately respond for a request for comment. In speaking with Minnesota delegation offices and the governor's team, it's become clear that the best thing for members to do right now is to support their Minnesota colleagues by participating in the Days of Action in their home districts this week, the staffer wrote. Visiting the state right now, although well-intentioned, puts a burden on local resources, does not support our colleagues, the city, and the state government. Oh, it's fucking bullshit. That's bullshit. That is fucking bullshit. They absolutely should visit, bro. Shut the fuck up. God. Huge update. We confronted Congressman Tom Suozzi. He's one of the 7 Democrats casting the decisive votes to increase ICE funding by $10 billion. Hideous, grotesque, fascist-loving coward. This man has blood on his hands. We will not forgive and we will not forget. My goat, Walter.
People were killed by ICE this month, and you're throwing me out while I'm reading their names? How fucking dare you!
Suozzi, I know you voted to increase ICE funding, so I wanted to get something for you. This is an adult diaper for when you pee yourself. President Donald Trump. You're the type of leader we need right now. Someone who soils themselves with a fascist terror.
I didn't know we were doing gifts up top. I actually also have some gifts. I have some knee pads for you. You can use these while you blow down.
Oh, these guys are so good, bro.
I just would like to say really quick, as a Jewish man, I have never felt safer than when there is a masked Gestapo in the street.
Tell Good you made a mistake. Tell Alex Preddy you made a mistake in expanding funding of ICE after Renee Good had already been shot in the streets.
Nobody could have predicted that ICE would have been killing innocent people. The only way we can fight anti-Semitism is by aligning ourselves with white supremacists.
Alex Preddy, Renee Good, Keith Porter. I'm reading names of people killed by ICE. You're gonna touch me? You're gonna touch me? Alex Preddy, Renee Good, Keith Porter, Parody Law. These people were killed by ICE this month. You're gonna throw me out? These people, 9 people were killed by ICE this month, and you're throwing me out while I'm reading their names? How fucking...
No, it's not a skit. These guys do this all the time. One of their best ones was when they did the climate defiance one. One of the best ones was when they went up to Cory Booker on stage and the dude was dressed as Benjamin Netanyahu. And I think he like tried to give him money directly on stage, if I remember correctly. Yeah, no, they're fucking amazing. All those guys are amazing. Yeah, activists. Yeah, look. Activist dressed as Netanyahu disrupts Cory Booker's speech at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. and pays him for his services to Israel.
Please keep funding our genocide. Thank you, America.
Oh, wow.
There was the Cuomo one too. I'm Andrew Cuomo. No, they do stuff like this all the time. They're fucking awesome.
Thank you for saying something about Thank you for saying something about I endorse 44% Thank you, America. Please keep funding our genocide. Thank you, America.
It's a very big
tent.
Climate Defiance is the name of the group. They're fucking goated. They're awesome. It's Walter Masterson is a part of it. Why did Cory Booker say, "Oh wow," like there was an actual chance it might be Netanyahu?
Please keep funding our genocide.
Oh wow, my favorite, Benjamin, you're here. Hasan yarrağını alayım. Hatırladın mı beni öz abim? Kimsin amına koyayım? Nereden hatırlayayım seni? Oh, it's my buddy Benjamin. Yeah, they're dope. They're fucking awesome. Oh God. That's not Cory Booker. The real one hides in the back. When you run into your boss at an event, yeah. He's like, boss, I'm working hard for you. By the way, Cory Booker literally did meet Benjamin Netanyahu. And remember when he tried to like hide behind other people when they took a group photo? God, he's such a fucking piece of shit. He's like, Daddy, I'm on the clock. Don't punish me. I'm working hard for you. God, I hate this fucking party, man. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. The authenticity of email was confirmed by Axios by 2 staffers who received it. What we're hearing, that guidance has also been shared through informal channels on House Democrats. People really enjoyed your MAGA parent interview. What is this?
Hasan's interview of that red hat couple is the most eye-opening interview I've ever seen. Key takeaways. 1, in those households, mom just listens to whatever dad says, even when deep down she actually disagrees. 2, creamsicle fans roll their eyes when they hear something they don't understand. 3, Fanta fans do not actually have solutions. They're mostly just against things. It's never this thing would improve this situation. It's this should exist to spite this. 4, they don't understand most things. They don't seek out.
It's true. I mean, it sounds stupid, but it literally is true. They genuinely do not understand most things that are happening.
Other sources. It's why they avoid conversations with people outside of their group, because the majority of the information they're going to get is going to be from really one of 3 sources: a post, a podcast, or a headline across their favorite network. But the biggest takeaway that I got was that most of them should be ostracized, and not in a cliquey, let's agree to disagree kind of way. Like Ted Bundy's my brother, and
They started calling him sir when they found out he's wealthy. It's true. That did actually is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy how that like snapped something in the mind of Bob, where he just has like great reverence for wealth. Like he has far too much reverence for wealth. I think that shouldn't like you should have an unhealthy skepticism, or you should have a healthy skepticism of wealth in general.
I'm embarrassed to have the same blood as this person kind of way. In the future, it's going to be very important that we make that distinction. It's actually important right now, but those are just a few of my thoughts at the moment. Oh, grown man, by the way. Don't believe me? Watch this. No active cult member thinks they're in a cult.
True. You confirm peasant brain for your doctoral thesis with that stream? Yeah. Is Bob rich? I mean, not necessarily. I think one of the biggest superpowers I have in that situation is that I'm an outsider. I'm not like their children. Centrist Dems seem to be doing their version of a warpath. Shapiro, Rosen, Booker, Klobuchar good. Newsom, Zoran, Van Hollen, AOC bad. So transparent is almost comical. Also driving up Trump's disapproval rating were comments from Nevada Senator Jackie Rosen, New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, and Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar, among others. What do their statements have in common? In their memo, Blue Rose concluded messages that focus on de-escalating and emphasize specific measured demands for public safety, accountability, and protected constitutional norms perform better than those that call for abolishing ICE or tied to the administration's actions to rising authoritarianism. Meanwhile, some of the messages that most alienated voters from Democrats came from liberal pundits and Democrat politicians wielding heated rhetoric, including Gavin Newsom, who said Trump made a shooting happen, Zoran Mamdani, who called for ICE to be abolished, Senator Chris Van Hollen, who said Trump officials have blood on their hands. Notably, Blue Rose also tested 2 different messages from AOC. One of her posts calling for Senate Democrats. That's weird. You mean to tell me an advertising firm, a private polling firm that specifically works with establishment Democrats, found out that establishment Democrats reasonable, moderate messaging was really fucking good, and that all of these other like populist messages were really bad. We must not be populists. We must be popularists. That's the David Shore method. Primary methodological mistake Blue Rose makes is assuming every independent voter in America is 1, a centrist, 2, as dead inside as they are. It's just every single thing that comes out that says stuff like this that directly counters the barrage of polling done on issue-specific sentiment. In a time when like the plurality is in favor of ICE abolition, is done specifically to tell the centrist Democrats, don't stay the course, don't change anything, please don't do anything too crazy. We are at a tipping point on ICE and immigration enforcement. The shootings are so unpopular. Trump appears to have lost his edge on both deportations and immigration more broadly. Abolishing ICE is now a net popular with independents, and Bovino is out. And yet, the establishment Democrats are doing everything in their power to be like, no, you don't understand. But what people want is reason. What people want is moderation. At a time when like the Republicans are being unimaginably unreasonable. There's a CNN town hall with about ICE, by the way. We're going to be watching that right now. Jacob Fry is live on CNN. Hopefully they cook his ass a little bit. Hopefully they fry his ass a little bit. But
urge needs to end.
Did Tom Homan say he would end it?
He did not make a commitment to ending it on any given timeline. However, my hope, my expectation is that the troops and the agents we're seeing will be drawn down. My hope and my expectation is the conduct that has caused so much chaos on our streets will end. But again, I'll believe it when I see it.
Mayor, I want to introduce you to Mac Randolph. This is, Mac is from Richfield, Minnesota. Alex Preddy took care of his dad, Terrence Lee Randolph, when he was dying at the VA. He was his hospice nurse, essentially, and Alex honored his dad in this video. I just want to play that for our viewers.
Today we remember that freedom is not free. We have to work at it, nurture it, protect it, and even sacrifice for it. May we never forget and always remember our brothers and sisters who have served, so that we may enjoy the gift of freedom.
Mac, welcome. What's your question?
Is there any transparency from feds on a timeline when their operation would be satisfied and they would conclude, or is this just the new reality?
Mac, first, thank you for being here. It's got to be a pretty emotional thing, having someone that took such good care and had such deep respect for your dad get shot and killed.
Call has her speaking. Oh my God, she's smiling.
The question is, do we have some form of transparency in this investigation? How do we know that it will be conducted fully and fairly?
No, actually, it's whether there's a timeline on the operation from the feds. Is there any transparency on when maybe they would be satisfied and conclude this overall operation, or are they just saying this will just be ongoing for indefinitely?
Look, we don't have a timeline as to when and how it will be drawn down. And I know that's as frustrating and as concerning to me as it is so many other people in our country because, look, Mac, you know this as well as I do. This is not about safety. If this were about safety, there would be so many important mechanisms where we could, in fact, partner. And we have partnered extensively.
These people to judge.
We've partnered with the federal government, with the DEA, the FBI, the ATF, to successfully drive down crime. For instance, on the north side of Minneapolis, shootings are at a record low. Crime is down in virtually every category in every neighborhood. But that's not what this is about. And so do I have a timeline as to when it's going to end? No, that would be a better question for the federal government. But we're going to do everything possible that we can to advocate, to push, and to stand up for the neighbors who we love so dearly. I wish I had a better answer for
If this is not about safety on the federal government's part, in your opinion, what is it about that's happening here?
Well, it's not about safety, nor is it, I believe, about immigration. You don't need to take my word for it. Listen to the words that are coming directly from the federal administration and people in it. This is about political retribution. And that should be concerning, by the way, not just for people that live in Minneapolis, but for everybody throughout America. We do not have a system of government where people are penalized, punished, investigated, or you have troops deployed to their city for people that disagree with the federal administration. That happens in other countries, but not here. And so my message, not just in response to this answer, but my message to everybody throughout this country is, look, be a patriot. This is not a Democrat or Republican issue. This is an American issue. In America, we stand up for First Amendment speech, we stand up for our neighbors, and we don't allow political retribution to take place only because there is a disagreement. Disagreement is what makes us better as a country.
Mayor, I want to introduce to you Sophia Karanakis. She is a law student here in Minneapolis at the University of Minnesota. Sophia, what's your question?
So what do you have to say to those who are arguably the majority, who feel that harsh words and public statements are not enough to address this crisis?
Yes!
I would say that they are exactly right. Words alone are not going to do anything. And that's why in the city of Minneapolis, we are taking clear action to change this. And the battlefield that we operate on is the battlefield of the law. We are right, legally. The actions that have taken place in our street are unconstitutional. You can't randomly yank off the street a person because they happen to look Somali or they happen to look Latino. You can't detain United States citizens, rip them away from their family, and they don't even know where they went.
Brother, you literally are responding with more words, okay? Like, the person is like, can you give us more commitments beyond words? And he's like, well, let me tell you, I got the best words.
Several days because
I got the best words. This is, for the record, why I was saying these guys are not meeting the fucking moment. And all these, like, stupid-ass fucking liberals on the timeline were yelling at me over this. Being like, why are you yelling at the Democrats? I'm not. I'm offering a voice to the fucking people of Minneapolis that also want their fucking local administrators to do something.
Afraid to go outside, taking a watch at a daycare to make sure
Looking
that their
at the camera
friends, their
directly.
neighbors,
Oh,
our
hell yeah,
family,
dude.
we are a collective family, that they're safe. And if there's inspiration to take it from them. Take it from the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Minneapolitans and Minnesotans that are standing up saying, you know what, we are better united, we are better together. And that, if nothing else, has been ridiculously powerful. I've never been prouder to be from Minneapolis.
Mayor, one of those people, Alex Preddy, was out there taking video, and many things have been said about him by the administration. You heard words from Stephen Miller, you heard words from DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, you heard from Commander Greg Bovino, all saying things about him, calling him a domestic terrorist, saying he was there to massacre police. Has anyone from the administration apologized to you or anyone in your administration or any officials here in Minnesota about what they initially said about Alex Preddy?
No. And look, Alex Preddy, we saw this from the video involving your dad, Mac, clearly a person that cares deeply about this country, that cares about other people beyond himself.
Hasan, let's be real. They're worried about starting a civil war. Brother, I hate this fucking counter argument, okay? You want to know why? Because there is already a war taking place. So the option here is to just roll over and fucking die. What are you saying? Like, what do you mean?
I mean, it's indicative of him, but it's
the
also
goal here is to apply pressure to make it costly, okay? To develop a response that will make it costly. Trump already is on the back foot. It already worked. And it worked in spite of these fucking idiots. It worked because the people rose up.
So that is what we're hearing from them now.
It's here already. People that say, oh, the response is a civil war. It's like, brother, it's over then. If there is no response whatsoever, and we don't actually make this a costly endeavor for the Trump administration, they're just going to do it over and over again. That's why when I went out there, I said Minneapolis is doing this not just for their own neighbors, but for the rest of the fucking country. That's it.
Look, it's horrific. It's awful. I mean, I'll just ask a simple question. If all of those agents were not wearing a uniform, What would we call that?
I want to bring in Kathy Schweikart. She's a retiree from here in Minneapolis.
Ain't no way
Used to
I
work
have
in
a
General
fan that's
Mills.
also a
Kathy,
Burnt
welcome.
Peanut fan that came in here to be like, this is all boring. Burnt Peanut is live. That's a crazy fucking statement in this community of all communities, bro.
City. Mayor Fry, can you explain what it means to be a sanctuary city, why Minneapolis is a sanctuary city,
ain't no way.
and why you believe being a sanctuary city makes Minneapolis a safer place?
There's a lot of terminology about what is or what isn't a sanctuary city. But in Minneapolis, we have something called a separation ordinance. And what that ordinance states is that we do not work on immigration enforcement. We do not cooperate with federal agencies around immigration enforcement. We do work extensively with federal agencies.
I don't like that when he talks about the dog stuff, but he's very good streamer. I don't give a shit about him talking about the dog stuff. I do give a shit about them doing a fucking accidental N-word slip on one of their streams.
Where we've worked with the federal administration to help.
That chat is just like
but
slur
it's not
Saturday.
Federal immigration law. Why? Again, because I want our police spending time protecting the residents of our city, stopping
that was Closey,
homicides
not Peanut.
and carjackings,
No, I know.
Making sure that violent offenders are investigated and held accountable. What the separation ordinance also says is that we won't ask the question as to whether an individual is documented or not.
Yeah.
And here's why. We want people that are undocumented to have the confidence to call 911 without the fear that they'll get deported.
Slur Saturday is fine. Peanut had an F slur slip up and got banned for it. I mean, look, it is what it is.
By the way, this is a strategy that has been implemented and supported.
Closey shit talks you any chance he gets. Dude's a loser, brother. Who gives a fuck if these guys shit talk me? I don't care. You shouldn't either. You should only care if they're doing like reactionary propaganda. Okay.
That we want people to call 911 and not to have a fear in doing so.
Let me follow up on that, because would you in any scenario be willing if
just the
the federal
that's
government
fine,
came to you
no,
and
that's
said,
not
look,
what I said.
ICE has identified a residence where there is a rapist or there is a murderer. Would you allow Minneapolis police to be involved in an operation to apprehend that person?
Yeah, we're anti-rape in Minneapolis. This the most simplest position I think I've ever taken. We're anti-murder in the city of Minneapolis.
They say they
Bro, they got 67K viewers regularly. It's kind of relevant in the normie sphere. Yeah, bro. So is fucking American football. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, I know. Okay. I know. I know they're popping. They're popping amongst normies. There was a space that was left unoccupied for Dr. Disrespect fans, okay? And Burnt Peanut is occupying that space right now. He is all up and down that space. Listen, 38-year-old police officers, after a long day of sitting around in their cop cars, have to go back home and unwind, okay? Do you understand? There has to be someone entertaining them with like some of the most like boomer tier type jokes. He's a gamer. As long as they're not running around being like, yeah, Donald Trump is awesome or whatever the fuck. You know, I'm fine with that.
Crossing over the border. Is that a possible point of compromise?
I've stated for, my entire political career, and certainly many times over the last month and a half, if they want to work together.
Like, if I'm going to sit around getting mad at fucking Burnt Peanut or whatever, you have to understand, there's a reason why I never talked about Asmongold for years. Okay? The reason why I didn't talk about Asmongold for years was because he was just gaming. Every now and then he'd let something slip. Who gives a fuck? You got to pick your battles. I can't be fucking fighting every content creator on the internet for like shit that they're doing. You know what I mean? Yeah, they're chuds. Who gives a fuck?
Why does that matter in catching a murderer? Just catch the murderer.
All right, Mayor, I want to introduce you, Munira Ali Mira, a Somali-American resident. from Minneapolis and a second-year law student at the University of Minnesota as well. A lot of law students that are represented here. You previously worked as a law clerk for the city of Minneapolis. Monira, what is your question?
Mayor Fry, what material commitments are you making to community members, our community members, who have been harmed, detained, or have had their loved ones brutalized? As the mayor of the city, what concrete actions will you and the city of Minneapolis take, such as providing financial support, coordinating resources, or pursuing legal action?
All of the above, providing financial support, coordinating legal resources, and of course pursuing action. These are actions that are underway, and we need to bolster them even further. So first, we are proactively and responsively suing based on the unconstitutional conduct that is happening in our streets. Second, we are working with a number of victims of these unconstitutional actions to try to hook them up with organizations where they can themselves have standing to sue. Third, we have a task force that is set up so that we've got communication channels that are in line so that we get through this most difficult of situations. And finally, look, our entire city enterprise has been operating over the last several weeks, if not months, to do everything possible that we can to keep our residents safe and to have an emergency response to what's presently taking place. And that includes things like having our community service officers deliver food. These are soon-to-be police officers deliver food for people that would otherwise be afraid to go out of their homes. This is everything that's happening through offices of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs to make sure that they have legal supports in place if and when they need them. And here's the other truth. Is it enough? And this is real. No. And I'm sorry. I never in a million years would I have imagined that this kind of thing would happen in America, that the Department of Justice would be weaponized against local people and elected officials, that we'd have this broad invasion of thousands of agents, not to keep people safe, but causing chaos in our street. And so I'm sorry to you, to your community, and to your soon-to-be profession as a lawyer. And if I could just add one more thing, we need more people just like you, because you're the one that's going to stand up for these constitutional rights going forward. You're the one that is going to ensure the endurance of our republic, which quite literally depends on people speaking out in favor of our country, in favor of America.
We're going to take a short break. We'll have more questions from our audience. We'll hear more.
You've never been more alone in your life than at this very moment. We've never been more alone. As far as like demanding that our electeds do something, it's crazy. He should have listened to Omar Fateh. Yeah, Omar Fateh floated some pretty ridiculous ideas for Minneapolis, but this one takes the cake. He's pledged to direct Minneapolis Police Department to arrest federal agents, a move that would put our entire community at risk. At last night's debate, Jacob Fry had a simple question. How
would our police officers do that? How would our police officers arrest federal agents when, simply put, they have much bigger guns and it would be illegal?
And that's part of it.
But we should actually dig in on the answer to this question, because this gets to the crux of the issues that we actually deal with. You committed to arresting federal agents. My simple question is how?
Yeah, well, if there's any federal agent that has a mask on, that should not be allowed in our city.
I agree with that, but how? How do you arrest them?
Well, we can work with our state partners, we can work with our attorney general, we can work with it cross-jurisdictionally, we can work as a city.
But specifically, how would you arrest them?
The reality is,
this would put our...
What do you mean? That's the job of the police, is to fucking enforce the laws. Enforce the law? It's that simple. You go up and you tell them that they're under arrest for not abiding by the anti-mask initiatives. You fucking ticket the shit out of them. You keep literally ticketing their cars. Okay? Cops love issuing tickets. You gum up the works any way you can. Cops love giving tickets, okay? It's their favorite fucking thing. Tow their cars, man. Issue them tickets. Trespass them when they're trying to break and enter into the home of a Minneapolis resident. The fuck do you mean how? I can't stand these motherfuckers, bro. Issue citations. Anyway, now the full leaked TPUSA Zoom call. This is like right after Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Cute that is. Sorry, this is a little bit more informal than probably Charlie would be reacting. How sweet. I didn't know they could do that. I hate Zoom. I never like Zoom. Sorry, you guys. I just wanted to say first and foremost, my heart obviously is broken for you guys as much as it is for our family. You guys lost not only a boss, but someone that you looked up.
Wait, this is 5 days after?
You loved hearing his wisdom on things. I'm sure some of you have also had very personal moments of where you sat down and
had private conversations with him. I want you all to hold on to those. And I want you all to remember those so deeply. I want you to journal about them. I want you to be able to tell your kids about them.
Charlie Kirk was killed on the 10th. This is 6 days after. Wait, is this the one where she's like laughing and stuff? No, this is not the same one. This is new footage.
You know, like even Stacey said, he's gonna find ways to speak to us. And he's gonna speak to you.
Additional footage of Peretti kicking Ice Cruise's taillight 12 days ago was posted by BBC recently. No, I know. We watched it. And people think like, oh, this proves that he deserved to be killed because they're fucking insane. They're cattle and they're also mentally ill. You know, they're just completely, they are living in an alternative reality. Okay. They think that this justifies his murder. Anyway, this is back. Let's see what else they have to
kicking
say.
their vehicle's taillight as the agents are driving away. The agents stop. They leave their vehicle.
It's not
They
AI.
tackle.
Stop saying it's fucking AI. Jesus Christ, you're making me mad.
A few seconds before Mr. Peretti is able to get up, a gun appears to be tucked in his waistband. It is unclear if the agents noticed the gun. They do not disarm Peretti. They instead walk away. It's unclear what took place immediately before or after this footage. A representative for Peretti's family confirmed to CNN that the man in the video posted Wednesday is
The video is not
Peretti.
AI.
The Department of Homeland Security told CNN Wednesday it is reviewing the footage. We are live in Minneapolis with Mayor Jacob Frey. We're now joined by Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara. Obviously, a video like this, which has just emerged, some people are going to see it as in one way, other people are going to see it in another way. Do you think it changes at all? Do you think this video, to you, what does this video say?
I actually haven't yet seen the video, but are we actually making the argument that Alex Peretti should be killed for something that happened like 11 days prior to the shooting itself? No, I think we should be talking about the circumstances that actually led to the killing and what took place. And those circumstances, I mean, you can believe your own two eyes.
I want to read a statement that we just received from
CNN is fucking crazy for this, by the way. They're like, come on, just say.
Down the street, despite posing no threat to anyone, he was violently assaulted by a group of ICE agents. Nothing that happened a full week before could possibly have justified Alex's killing at the hands of ICE on January 24th.
Y'all are almost as stupid as I am. That's saying something. Sorry, we're so dumb sometimes. We still need you. Don't get discouraged.
In the streets, from a professional policing
Top post on his subreddit is calling it AI. Should probably clap it. Sure.
Well,
I mean, I have no control over my
at
subreddit.
least a number of the videos that we've seen that have been circulated online show a lot of methods that are questionable and tactics that just do not appear safe. They don't appear safe for the officers involved or for the people in the community that they're encountering. I think law enforcement for several years now,
fucking douche.
especially here in Minneapolis,
So the way you see disabled people, you're an ableist
emphasis on trying to de-escalate situations
What?
whenever possible. That means we try to slow things down. We try and, calm the situation.
Are you talking to this?
and
Are you
try
talking to
and
this
not
cop, or are you talking to me?
unnecessarily escalate things. The other thing I would add about a number of the videos that we've seen is, to me, it looks like policing 20 or 30 years ago. It doesn't appear at times that officers are working in a coordinated way, that they don't seem to have sort of team tactics in a trained and disciplined way to safely accomplish a goal.
No, I'm talking to you. You are literally advocating for mask bans. Oh my God. On ICE agents? Mass bans on public servants as they're conducting kidnapping operations, chatter? Yo! Yo! Oh, that's fucking dope, man. What, chatter, are you an ICE agent? Are you like a neurodivergent ICE agent? I'm saying the way you sold it, you were like, make the cops ticket people wearing masks. Perhaps there was some additional context to that, don't you think? Don't double down. Don't double down, because don't try to double down. Are you an immunocompromised ICE agent that's experiencing imposter syndrome? Is that what it is? Don't do it. Don't do the KFC double down now. That person has to be doing a PSYOP? No, that person misunderstood me and then made it everybody else's problem. Dark woke is so bad. This person is not dark woke. This person is just a very angry person. Chatter, come on.
In similar scenarios now, knowing ICE may try to prevent them from doing their jobs.
I am like 25 months subscriber or something. I know.
So I do feel like we are in a better place today than we were in the beginning of the week. I think the situation had increasingly been spiraling in a place we have never been before. You know, we work literally every single day with members of federal law enforcement and all of these different agencies. A lot of our officers, myself included, have personal relationships with a lot of these different federal agencies. And so at least when these shootings that have happened in the city have occurred, each time I have requested the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to respond. That is the agency that we have in this state that independently conducts use of force investigations that involve police. The problem that we've had, particularly the last time, is that while we were present on the scene and trying to preserve the scene, the BCA was not allowed into the scene, not once but twice, and including in the second time, they took the unusual step.
Do you want the Reddit post to be clapped? Also your top mod? Yeah, clap it.
To process a public space at a crime scene.
I have a couple of questions for both of you. Just quickly to you, Chief. There was a description from the Trump administration officials about what happened. I know you've seen the video of the killing of Alex Preddy.
I'll be like, we need to unmask KKK Klans members, and chatters will be like, that's fucking ableist in here. How ableist of you to unmask the Klansmen. Don't you know they're immunocompromised? Oh, Jesus. That was good. That was good. That was funny. That was funny.
In terms of the video speaks for itself. We see somebody standing on the side that's recording what looks like a traffic stop to me, that then there winds up
a bunch of them have died of COVID, so.
And a shooting.
Line of duty death.
That's what's on the video.
All right, I'm going to get back to the audience. We have a grandmom of 20. Yes, you heard that right. Yeah. Amazing, the work that you have had to do in your life. Dana Jabs from White Bear Lake, Minnesota. You are a retired police officer, and you have 20 jobs, plus your own children.
Yes. As a retired police officer, the spouse of a retired police officer, the granddaughter of a retired police chief, a daughter of a police officer, mother of children in law enforcement, I fear the president is putting local law enforcement in situations that force them to choose between a career that they love or having to defend the chaos the president is sending to our cities. Have you talked to your officers?
Yeah. Yes. First off, thank you for your service, and thank you for the service of all of your family members. I've tried to be present as much as possible with our officers, both out on the street and in the stations.
Bro, you got the cop right there. You got King Thumb. Just be like, why won't you prosecute? Why won't you, why won't you arrest ICE agents? Come on. Can we arrest ICE agents, please? That would be very nice if you would arrest some ICE agents. I would like a side of arresting ICE agents, please. Wow, this is a beautiful day. It's only minus 10 degrees today. Probably the warmest day in Minneapolis. Perfect day to arrest ICE agents. Okay? You know, that type of stuff. I think that's the type of stuff that you should be saying at this town hall.
And it's been very, very difficult, not just for them, but for the family members that are at home when they're getting called in, when they're getting held over. It's bringing everyone, our residents, it's bringing all of these emotions from all of this trauma back up to the forefront.
This dude is exploding out of his uniform. Yeah, he is the most. Look at him, bro. He is so thumb-coded. It is crazy.
New officers, both recruits and laterals.
You know he's going into the evidence pile for some steroids that they seized from a shipment, you know?
They want to be the change in this department, set an example for the rest of the country to follow. Those officers that have stuck around after 2020.
It's about to be an incident when the top button pops off and just takes out, decapitates one of these old ladies at the town hall. My man is just sitting there.
They have done an incredible job.
Sitting there like a 10-pound hot dog in a 5-pound bag.
They have improved around de-escalation, and some of this department's harshest critics are now recognizing the juxtaposition between the way our Minneapolis police officers conduct themselves and what we've seen from these federal agents over the last several weeks.
We're going to get to another audience question. We all saw the image of 5-year-old Liam with immigration officials outside his home near Minneapolis. His dad, Adrian, he and his dad, they were detained shortly after his dad picked him up from school.
Did you call the Israel-esque audio? Yeah, earlier today I said.
His attorney says Adrian has no criminal record. The family's been going through the legal process to gain asylum. This is Zena Stenvik. She is the superintendent of Columbia Heights Public Schools,
United
where
States
Liam is a student.
ICE reel on that one too.
Thank you. Can you please outline all measures within your power
fake phone calls to present your unlawful military as the victims to kill civilians? Where have I seen this before?
So thank you. I recognize the concerns that are raised with the child from your district. I can tell you in the Minneapolis Police Department, our #1 priority whenever we are involved in an arrest situation where there is a dependent child present, that we want to do
that Ty doing most of the work for those buttons giving in. Brother, if one of those shits explodes, I'm gonna tell you that Ty is not holding anything, okay? He's about to Charlie Kirk somebody, okay? Exploding buttons directly flying off in every direction. That is not a load-bearing tie. Also, it's probably a clip-on, I suspect.
And houses of worship in our city, and to try and ensure that people do feel safe. But the reality is, there's a whole lot of families in the city that don't feel safe going out of the house at all.
I'm tactically ascertaining that those buttons are approximately going to engage in a kinetic situation in 0900 hours.
There's a whole lot of children.
A kinetic situation that will that will end up with an officer-involved injury.
The community is just very real.
Zena, I want to ask you, what kind of impact have you seen on
flying at 95 miles per hour?
We're seeing the same thing in our school district. There's a lot of fear when we have groups of masked agents roaming our streets, roaming our neighborhoods, at our bus stops, circling our schools. It's having a very negative impact on all of the children.
Wow.
Have either of you spoken to Liam's family?
I have not.
Chief, I want to just quickly ask you, and you, Mayor, should these federal agents be on school campuses? Because I know we have spoken to the superintendent, and they have seen ICE coming onto campus and around the campuses.
No, of course they shouldn't be. I mean, here's the underlying question. What the federal government would have you believe is that they are exclusively going after criminals, that they are going after the most violent of offenders that cause danger in our cities, yet we see a 5-year-old kid getting picked up. We see a pregnant woman getting dragged through the snow. Are we concerned about the person that has committed a serious crime? Because if so, again, there's broad agreement. Or, I mean, are we concerned about the person that has been here for decades, maybe 29 years, who's been working as a baker? As far as I know, nobody has come to me and said, we got to get that baker out of here. The breads and the cakes are just a bridge too far. Nobody's saying that. That guy has made our city a better place. And so why not have the focus on actual criminals? If that were the case, then again, stop making this about immigration.
Do you think they're trying to meet a quota? I mean, Stephen Miller had talked about a
3,000
wanting to get 3,000
what do you mean? Do you think that's
every day?
Brother, your own fucking news broadcast has reported on the quotas. Like, that's not a question that's up for speculation.
Is that it is making our city less safe. What I can tell you is that, yes, it has caused chaos on our streets.
If it is the case that there is quotas, I think we learned a long time ago in this country that policing for quotas is not a good thing, and that bad things happen because of it.
Chief, this is a question to you from our audience. This is Quinn Mudry-Nelson, a PhD student at the University of Minnesota. Thank you for being here, Quinn. What's your question?
Why are local police deploying the same militant tactics as ICE on peaceful protesters, such as tear gas, flash grenades, and others? These actions only further damage the reputation of the MPD, where our communities lump your officers in with ICE. And since they behave similarly in this regard, I can only humbly assume that the MPD does not want to be confused with ICE. So do you speak on that, please?
Yeah, sure. There have been many, many instances over the last several weeks where tear gas and less lethal munitions have been deployed throughout the city. The overwhelming majority of times, it has been from federal law enforcement agencies. There are 2 instances that I am aware of where tear gas was authorized and was deployed. And in both of those instances, those were the times where it was very clearly an unlawful assembly and very, very much unsafe. And it was necessary in order to try and de-escalate the situation and remove local police and state police from those areas. And that's exactly what happened. The reality is there's been about a dozen Minneapolis police officers that have been injured in other instances because we are trying to step in between and we are trying to de-escalate things. But the reality is at times, there have been a few times, we saw it on Saturday, there were 2 fires that were set. There were glass bottles being thrown, all sorts of projectiles and dangerous things happening. I mean, those are situations that we need to try and restore the peace as quickly as possible, try and arrest the people that are responsible, and then get back to a situation where we can de-escalate and keep everyone safe. And I think we were successful at that.
I'm curious, Chief, are your officers, and a lot of people who were in the streets that Saturday, are your officers there to protect protesters from DHS officers or to protect DHS officers from the protesters?
So this has been a question that comes up repeatedly, and it's one that we get accusations all the time. I know everyone sees things through one political filter or another. The reality is the responsibility of the Minneapolis Police Department is to keep the streets and the people in this city safe, period. So what has been happening over and over and over again, once a situation deteriorates where there's a public safety threat, where there is actual violence, threats of violence, or property damage, we insert ourselves into that chaos like we would in any other situation where those types of things are happening, and we try and slow things down and de-escalate and keep the peace.
I just want to say, is DHS making your officers more unsafe with some of the actions that they have
all of these resulting actions and everything that has happened very clearly has had a dramatic impact and a toll on our officers. There's no question about it. But I want to finish, if I may, your original question. Even when we show up where there's hotels being damaged and we try and stop that and make arrests, people then view that
Not the
as,
hotels.
oh, well, you're protecting the ICE agents in the hotel.
Yes, they are.
No, we're protecting literally everyone.
There's a question
Yes,
for
you
you.
are. Yes, you
Chief
are.
Justice
Yes, you are. You are literally protecting the ICE agents in the hotel. You're protecting them from going to sleep. From stopping them from going to
difficult
sleep.
History with the infamous killings of Philando Castile and George Floyd. How do you plan to win back the favor of the people? How can we trust our local police when they seemingly stand by as families are torn apart, people are killed, and protesters are subject to tear gas and other chemical attacks?
Well, our efforts to try and rebuild trust did not begin when ICE arrived. That's something that has been very intentionally happening over the last few years. Our policies have changed dramatically, our practices have changed, and we are taking a very intentional effort to engage with all people in our community. In fact, I would argue that right now, in the Somali and the Latino communities in particular, those are the ones being targeted here right now. I would argue we have the strongest support that this city has ever had for police from the communities that are actually being targeted.
All right, I want to go now to a question from Mayor Fry. Let's turn to Susanna Hollander. She is a law student here at the University of Minnesota.
They're like, please.
There's a lot of billable hours.
I mean,
I am another law student, but I'm also a long-term member of this community. So I'm wondering what makes you the most proud of our community and how we've responded to this situation.
I have never been prouder to be from Minneapolis. We've seen tens of thousands of people peacefully protest in the street. We've seen neighbors standing up for neighbors. We've seen people drop off groceries and food to families that are otherwise terrified to go outside. We've seen people escort their neighbors to work because they've got to be able to pay the bills and pay rent. You know, Minneapolis has been a place of heartbreak, but we are also a place of grit and perseverance. The fact that we've gotten knocked down 7 times, but we get back up 8, I think is something that both makes me proud, but also the rest of the country is seeing. So, I mean, if you're looking for the extraordinary main character energy here, look no further than the 435,000 residents that call Minneapolis home and the many more that come and go. We've been through it all over these last 5 years, but Minneapolis is a shining example of a city that is standing up for America.
all right, we are going to take a break real quick here. And when we return, we're going to be joined by 3 Minnesota state
Republicans. Oh, great. Oh, great. Fucking awesome. Democratic Party machine is now working to create the justification for caving the Trump on the ICE issue. A few days ago, I warned about the tycoon-funded Searchlight Institute run by former Fetterman staffers have been deriding ICE critics. Now we get this update from the Senate. The influential new think tank seeks to push the Democratic Party towards broadly popular positions, regardless of ideology. In the case of ICE, Jenelson writes, Adam Jenelson is Searchlight. He is the John Fetterman caretaker. What is this? Who these pigs are protecting, by the way? Wait, fuck. Dude, you almost got me fucking banned, Jay Mershon. That video has his ass cheeks. Gremlo caught a fucking warning for that, or a day ban for that. It's censored? Okay. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. Looking at this on the other account. Oh, it is censored. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's an ICE agent that's like, it's whatever. I still don't want to risk it. But it's an ICE agent that's like mooning the protesters. Wait, what the fuck? Bro showed whole, not just cheeks. Yeah, he spread them. Not that censored. You can still see it. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, they were mooning. They're like sitting on top of the fucking hotel, looking down at the crowd and mooning them, spreading their fucking ass cheeks like completely. Completely spreading them shits. Yeah, you can see the poop particles on the fucking crevice of that butthole. Anyway, Democrats usually leverage the demand common sense reforms to ICE that have been backing, that have the backing of broad bipartisan majorities of Americans. Gentlemen rights of the memo, which came across the desk of aide Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer Tuesday and continue to make the rounds among Senate Democrats. Oh my fucking Lord, dude. Dude, we're never getting anything. It's so hard not to be pessimistic, man. I'm sorry. Democrats are 100% signaling that they are going to do reforms on ICE, okay? They're not going to try to defund ICE. They're not going to try to take away the previous funding hike, the spending hike that they wrote in the law. They're not going to do any of that shit, and they're literally farming you right now. They're telling you that they're not going to do it.
The Department of Homeland Security is killing American citizens. It's terrorizing our communities, and it's violating the law every single day, and it has to stop. And we have the power to do something about this in the Senate. As you know, Senate Democrats have said something similar.
Don't put your faith on for political change and electoralism then. God, shut the fuck up, okay? That's not the only thing I'm doing. Oh my God, I hate spelling it out for you. Some of you guys are so fucking stupid, okay? I'm sorry. It's not just you in here, okay? Many of you have already been radicalized a long time ago. There are plenty more that are not. Okay, they need to be fucking led to the water. Shut the fuck up. Okay? It's not like I just say vote and then that's it. Vote Kamala. Like, do you think that's what I'm doing here? Shut the fuck up.
We're not going to fund the Department of Homeland Security unless there are serious and significant reforms. And so I want to talk to you for a second about, A, how important this is.
Half of the internet's up my asshole because I didn't endorse Kamala Harris. How dare you? You basically allowed Donald Trump to win. You're the most powerful person in American politics, you fucking piece of shit. And then the other half are like the crustiest of motherfuckers you've ever encountered being like, you need to take up arms and start murking ICE officers immediately. Otherwise, if you do not build the Revolutionary Vanguard right now, you are a shit lib. You are a rad lib. Shut the fuck up.
Is and B, what those reforms should look like. This is important because this is an agency that is just out of control, that is showing contempt for the law, and every single day is lying about what they're doing. The whole country is demanding that the Department of Homeland Security stop terrorizing communities.
Angus King is already fucking caving. Oh my God, we're so fucking cooked. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, okay? You guys can keep fucking crying.
Well, it's literally all the people involved. That's what we're seeing, is that there is not a desire to lower the temperature. It's immediately tit for tat, we're not going to work together. And I was really hopeful when I heard Tom Homan was appointed there, moving out fresh blood. But what we're seeing is
I was so
more
hopeful
of the same,
that the
and
other
that is not
we swapped out the manlet freak for
We need
Jabba
all
the Hutt.
leaders to stop with the negativity and start.
Stop with the negativity, guys. Fucking the state of Republicans, dude.
Now, this is for you, Representative Engen. I want to bring in Rebecca Whiting. She is from Bemidji, Minnesota. Did I get that right, y'all?
Yes.
Okay. Thank goodness. She is a farmer and the chair of the Libertarian Party of Minnesota. She's also an Iraq War Army veteran. Thank you for your service, Rebecca. What is your question?
Okay, so my question is, do you believe protesters have the right to the Second Amendment? Would I, as an Army veteran, still be able to have access to my Second Amendment if I attended a protest?
Well, first off, I want to say thank you for your service. We're all owing you a great debt. And, you know, when it comes to protests versus riots, that's a different thing. Of course you have a legal right to carry. But when you are trying to get in the way of law enforcement officers, when it is your stated goal to get in the way of lawful arrests of some of the most heinous amongst us when it comes to the 1,600 people on a detainer list that Governor Walz refused to give over. That's a whole different...
The Department of Corrections cooperates with the federal mandate. Any criminal that you are actually giving to ICE is coming from prison. Okay? Shut the fuck
chaos.
up.
It's destruction, it's calamity, and it was completely avoidable. Had Tim Walz just given over that detainer list.
I cannot believe Omar has to deal with these fucking losers, bro. Holy shit, these guys are such dildos.
Did you see a riot when you saw Alex Preddy out there using his cell phone against, just holding it sort of and showing what the officers were doing there, the federal officers?
I saw a riot days prior when he'd kicked out a taillight and then continued to try to raise tensions with law enforcement. What's so sad about all this is that we could have never been here. Like sitting here right now talking about a state of emergency in Minnesota, we could have avoided that altogether. But if not for our supposed leaders, they made actions knowingly that were going to raise tensions. And had that original detainer list been, given over to the federal government and ICE agents been allowed to, remove those 1,600 individuals, we wouldn't be talking about 2 dead Minnesotans right now.
But you didn't see a riot the day that Mr. Preddy was...
There were other instances of engaging with police in an unlawful manner. In that scenario, of course, it's a sad ordeal, but it's chaos. They would not stop getting in the way of law enforcement and our ICE agents.
Do you see any chaos being created by ICE agents screaming at people, yelling at people, calling them slurs?
First off, any slur, that's disgusting. But we have ICE agents who are seeing a 600% increase in assaults on themselves
I'm
right
just
now.
wondering, have you heard ICE agents insulting people? Have you heard what ICE agents, Border Patrol, what people have said to citizens who are standing there with cell phones?
Yeah, there's been a lot of negative rhetoric that's been spewed both ways. I will not admit or not deny that. But when it is a stated goal to get in the way of a lawful arrest of somebody who is confirmed to be a federally recognized terrorist member of Hezbollah or a child sex predator, as there's been many found here in Operation Metro Surge, murderers, those are the people that ICE is trying to remove. And when they're the ones being attacked, they obviously are going to have some heightened tensions. And so are the protesters who are being told that they're Gestapo by our own governor.
All right, I want to address a question to you, Senator Holmstrom. President Donald Trump said yesterday that Alex Preddy, quote, shouldn't have been carrying a gun and that you can't walk in with guns. You can't do that. Do you agree with him?
So I along with 200 or plus thousand Minnesotans have a concealed carry permit. I believe that you have an absolute right to carry a firearm in the streets of Minnesota. Again, there's a lawful way to do it. And if you have a responsibility as a gun owner and as a carry holder to be judicious about when and where you carry your firearm. I've been to protests. I don't carry there because it's a dangerous situation. I'm not saying that that's lawful. I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying that you have a responsibility to be judicious in how you choose to exercise that right and all of your rights. So no, I guess I disagree with the president on that. You certainly have a right to bring a firearm. That right ends when you choose to physically engage with law enforcement. You no longer have a right to carry in that situation.
But what if
once
you're just using your cell phone?
Once you take unlawful actions, you've lost that right.
What if you're just using your cell phone to record them?
Yeah. So, and again, when you look at the totality of that circumstance, right? This isn't somebody that was sitting on a sidewalk who was detached and disengaged and recording. This is somebody who was in the street who was struggling. That was a rough thing to watch, and my heart goes out to that family. It really does. But again, when it comes to
I'm a Republican.
the constitutional right to
so
carry
I have
a firearm,
to dick eat Donald Trump.
He had it. Absolutely, he was allowed to bring it. I don't think that in that situation, I would have made that choice. In fact, I know I wouldn't have. And I certainly wouldn't have
I'm a pussy.
in a tussle
I would
with
never
law
save
enforcement.
another woman from being shoved into the fucking ground
I think that
by an
it's gonna be a
unaccountable
really,
Nazi.
interesting investigation. I don't think that it's up to me. I don't presume to be
Do these guys all get the same JD guy liner? Is that what it is? What's going on here?
and then we'll be able to
Did
make
they
that
build these
determination.
guys in the same factory? Is this another Peter Thiel blood boy? What's going on?
The state or local governments.
Yeah, there's a lot of agencies in the federal government. There's millions of people that work for the federal government. I believe that they can conduct a proper investigation.
I want to go to our audience.
I can't stand these
Question
motherfuckers,
for,
bro.
Representative
Oh
West.
my
This is,
God.
Shel DeCondo. She's an educator and a mom from St. Paul. Shel?
Good luck defending
Hi.
this.
What specific actions will you
Oh,
support
ICE
in
drive
the
by
next
pepper sprays people
legislative
standing on the
session
sidewalk
to
after
address
this
both
vehicle
the
passed by
immediate
them?
fallout from these deadly encounters and the broader question of how Minnesota navigates federal immigration enforcement while safeguarding civil liberties?
One difficult thing about this whole situation
Okay.
is the federal government and the
She's
state
giving.
government and all the ways they interact.
This is conflicting. Okay. There's a lot going on with this outfit. Hat's cool, but then I'm looking at the bottom.
Every single law, every time that contradicts, the federal government has preeminence. So we're really limited in what we can do. I do
Get
not
it
have
out of your
anything
system
specific,
before
I'm
Black
sorry,
History
but
Month.
I'm happy to have any discussion.
She's a
that's
teacher,
the fun part of being in
chill.
the legislature is you get to cover every topic
I'm just
imaginable.
saying.
Some of them are
She came in and said both sides. She came in and said both sides with that outfit.
Let me ask you, Representative West, you've dismissed the idea of deporting every undocumented immigrant in Minnesota. The administration, they have not put a number on how many people they want to deport here in Minneapolis or in Minnesota. Stephen Miller has talked about deporting 3,000 people
She's a
nationwide
Sherman
every day.
supporter, but admires Robert E.
Do you have
Lee.
any idea when this will end in Minnesota? When do you want the administration to come out with a number of, when is enough?
Well, I literally have no power over it, so my opinion honestly doesn't matter that much, but I'll give it to you since you asked, is the actually deporting every single illegal immigrant is fundamentally an impossible thing. And
These
especially
guys
since
are
Congress
Republican
dragged their feet
state
on immigration reform.
congresspersons.
You've been covering it in your many years here. Yeah, they've let this whole system become a total disaster. Securing the border was always the first step in that. Now we have to look at, well, what do we do with everybody we have now? And especially given the demographic structure, it would be economic suicide to deport every single illegal immigrant in the country. But we certainly shouldn't be keeping them in our prisons or keeping them in our jails just because the state wants to exert, like, we don't want to cooperate with the Fed. We can free up space in our prisons and move in start dealing with the number of illegal immigrants we have. And then we need the Congress, not us, needs to find a way to get us beyond that. Now, that's a complicated question, but we certainly need to be deporting illegal immigrants who have committed crimes, 100%. And to me, that's the obvious solution. You asked the mayor that in the last section. How about everybody focus on that, and let's get to work and end this.
You would like to see a more, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Would you like to see a more targeted approach here right now? Everybody is saying, well, yeah, we want to go after hardened criminals. Whether that's actually happening here or not, I guess is not.
Anderson, I don't need to jump in here, but you have 1,600
It's not
people
happening.
who
Every hardened criminal that they deported is from prison.
Raids that looked chaotic, and
every
that led
hardened
to
criminal that they've deported, they deported from prison. They were already in prison. They were already in prison.
Chaos here in Minnesota for all the wrong reasons. And even before that, we were in chaos and in dire times because of all the fraud. So it seems as if Minnesota just is the epicenter of chaos right now. But there was a roadmap for none of this to occur. It would have been Donald Trump doing the exact same thing as Gretchen Whitmer, Democrat governor,
if that's the case, though, they've been here a while.
As Tony Evers.
They've been here a while. If it's 1,600 people they were after, you would think they would have picked them up by now.
No, because the state has impeded and gotten in the way and passed legislation.
So you don't think they picked up 1,600 people?
No, there were 1,600 people that were picked up because Tim Walz did not hand over that detainer list. So now anybody that you interact with as an ICE agent with orders to detain and remove people that the administration wants to, they're going to have that.
So there were more because of what Governor Walz did.
Yeah. The administration, though, said that they were initially going after the worst of the worst, quote unquote.
That was their goal. And the worst was held back.
Now people are being picked up who are legally here, detained for days, and then let go. And there have been American citizens picked up. Do you think that's what they should be doing?
I think that would not have happened had Governor Walz and other leaders here in the state not made it their stated goal to impede everything that the federal administration does.
Do you think the administration has any role in this? Because I know you're putting the blame on the governor, but...
So a heightened tension or a heightened escalation from the state where they say they're going to get in the way, that they're going to fight it at every turn, that's been met with equal force from the federal government. Now, do I like it when I hear that Americans have been apprehended based off of skin color, as some have said? No, of course I don't. That's disgusting. We shouldn't be doing that. But when you have a concerted and very calculated effort to impede that same administration at every turn.
Yeah, to dominate the regular working public.
A woman in shock.
I'm so glad that we're spending like $80 billion on some of the most unemployable fucking morons that are just going after people with jobs. I think it was the Chapo take, right? ICE is like an agency tasked with... ICE is an agency that gets confidence from some of the most unemployed people who celebrate them going after employed people over and over again. They took unemployable people. Peanut called you the R word. Okay. That's a peanut, dog. If you're getting your political opinions from a, 40-year-old man who plays the peanut, I don't know what to tell you, Just put the entertainment in the bag, little bro. Anyway, as I was saying, peanut chat hoppers, yeah. ICE is basically a group of unemployable morons getting fucking hired to go and arrest employed people. Okay? What the fuck are we doing?
And if we allow agents to do that, we get allow law enforcement to do that. We can allow law enforcement to work with their community members and build relationships, because that's what we've been doing in law enforcement the last 10 years. We've been focusing on building good relationships with the community, because that's what we do. So if we create those agreements in Minnesota, and we maybe have to legislate that they have to be part of them, that gives a great opportunity for ICE agents to not have to be here and not be building relationships, and your community police officers, your sheriff's departments, they can be doing this work while they're simultaneously doing all the other work and all the other great things that they're doing in our communities. I think that creates a really positive environment where everyone can wholeheartedly trust the police and feel safe around them. And again, the lack of that.
They previously had the police chief and Jacob Fry. Now they're asking the Republicans.
Minneapolis is not interested in ever working in that capacity.
But they should be getting cooked way harder, in my opinion.
That refusal of our leaders, of Frey and of Walz, to engage and work with federal law enforcement is creating this chaos. Yes. It's creating a dangerous environment where people don't feel safe to go outside, where we have 3,000 agents in Minnesota, and people are worried about that. That would not be happening right now if we just worked with the federal government, as nearly every other state does. We don't have to be prideful and boastful about fighting Tim Walz fighting Trump. Or last night he said he would physically violate the vice president. That's language that really makes people feel unsafe. They feel unsteady when their leaders are talking about getting in fistfights with each other over gravitas. That's not how we lead. That's not how we should legislate, and that's not how we should treat our people.
And the president has certainly had his licks too against those who are in power here. But let me quickly
to that point. Actually, I think it's really important to note that this week President Trump met with these leaders, and he came out and he said great things about them. If you read his post, he was very complimentary, and it was repudiated with more insults from the leaders here in Minnesota. The olive branch is constantly extended.
Oh
and it's
no!
away
Trump's feelings are hurt. Is he sick? The fucking fattest Nazis of all time on the streets of Minneapolis.
Let's address the laughter in the room. You're hearing that laughter because people...
Those guys are constituents, you fucking asshole. What do you mean? God, these people are such pathetic fucking cucks.
We saw
They're laughing.
So
They're
that's
laughing in
a
his
real
face.
problem. Media is not addressing serious issues. Just in December, the Star Tribune here in Minnesota, our largest newspaper, had a year-end wrap-up where they wrapped up the most important stories of the year. They didn't even touch on the $9 billion worth of fraud in this state, which is honestly my belief and a lot of people's beliefs is the reason that there's so much chaos and that the governor refuses to work is because this is a great distraction from his absolute failure.
If it wasn't for the countless videos from multiple angles showing the moments leading up to and after Alex Preddy's shooting, we may never have known what happened that day. And you may have seen this angle, one of the closest to the incident, filmed through a car windshield. Whoa! Up until now, we had not heard from the young woman behind the camera about what she witnessed that day. Her name is Kayla Schultz. She's coming forward. She sat down with me earlier today. Here's some of what she told me.
He was trying to save the life of that other person.
Take a look.
I am scared of speaking out and having this public, having my face out there and my name. But if
he died a hero. He's a good man, and they fucking murdered him, dude.
Shown there.
And now these sons of bitches are running around being like, well, don't you think he deserved to get killed because he fucking broke the taillight of 11 days prior to his assassination?
To be scared, intimidated into silence. I can lose my safety. I can lose security. They can take everything away from me, but they can't take my voice. They want us to be intimidated.
They feed off it.
They escalate in every single way if they are not able to use that fear in order to intimidate us into backing down.
So if you're not intimidated, they escalate.
And that's exactly what happened to Alex. He did not let them intimidate him. In fact, he stood up for two women that they were absolutely brutalizing, and that made them mad that they were not able to intimidate him into tucking his tail and leaving.
Your camera is actually the closest camera to that moment of the Border Patrol guy shoving these women onto the sidewalk, but it's the closest, and you have the closest vantage point of them being pepper sprayed.
One moment, there are people being pushed around, there are people being maced right in front of me. The next thing I know, it's gunshots. It's so many gunshots, I couldn't believe it. I really have barely a recollection of the moments immediately after, other than just the feeling of absolute horror and also rage that it escalated like this. So they backed up, and I was sure he was dead.
You're scared, but you're still standing up.
Yes, I think it's so important. Now is not the time to stay silent in this for anyone at all. It's imperative. Things are going to get a lot worse, I think, not only in my city, but around this country as this project expands. And we all need to be courageous. We all need to be a little bit brave. And again, do what we can in order to stand up for our rights.
Well, coming up, we're going to hear from Minnesota's Attorney General Keith Ellison on whether he thinks any federal officers should be held accountable for their actions in Minnesota. We'll be right back.
This is something no one would have expected even a few months ago.
There's new drama here on Capitol Hill tonight.
Bro, while all this shit's going down, I'm going to go back to this one more time, okay? Did you see Dr. Oz talk about the Armenian mafia fraud in LA? This is going to be the next ethnic cleansing ICE mission. I did see that. I don't think ICE is going to have as easy of a time fucking roaming the streets of Glendale, if I'm being real. And I cannot believe that the Trump administration is so fucking insane that you can just have like a Turkish dude decide to go after an ethnic group in the country advancing his own personal fucking interests. It is insane to me. It is actually insane to me that this motherfucker is running around in Glendale talking about how Armenians are doing fraud. The only type of fraud they're doing is car insurance fraud law. Oh shit. Moist is back to blasting dog 5-pointer gnome. What, Kirsty gnome? Moist critical. He'll go after anyone. Finally, he's going after a real dog abuser. Just finished the DSA orientation and chatters were in the Zoom chat calling you hot. Hell yeah. Anyway. Where was I? What was I going to talk about? Yeah, Angus King already folded, said he would accept a clean resolution on DHS funding to avert a partial shutdown and give Congress more time to put restrictions on ICE. Shaheen calls it a reasonable approach. Oh, God, these guys are such fucking pathetic losers, of course. And also, Chris Murphy says, Democrats are right to deny funding to the DHS absent changes that stop the lawlessness and inhumanity. Changes that Americans are demanding. Let's talk for a second about what has to change immediately and why it's so important to demand these reforms. Alec Karakatsanis says, this is a speech designed by someone who thinks you're stupid. He's explicitly promising to keep the recently triple budget of the DHS Gestapo if there are reforms that, behind closed doors, their lawyers admit are unenforceable, irrelevant, and even harmful. Adam Johnson wrote about Dems' proposed reforms, which range from superficial to likely unenforceable to actively harmful. The grip billionaire-backed anti-abolish groups have over Washington the conscious, conspicuous absence of any attempt to touch DHS's obscene budget. They are straightforwardly trying to get you on board. They are literally, dude, we talk about how incompetent and feckless the Democrats are. But honestly, this is a moment of competence. You have to also recognize when Democrats are competent, right? They immediately go out and they do messaging bills, right? Or not messaging bills, sorry. They immediately go out and get their third-way neoliberal messaging operations. They float it to fucking Politico and they say, see, the best kind of messaging here is modest reform on ICE. Okay? Then they turn around and have backdoor meetings about how they're going to demand certain reforms. Okay? This is a moment of competence for the Democratic Party. Do not misunderstand me. It's horrible, and it's feckless, and it's appeasing. Dare I say, it's fascist collaboration. However, they are being competent here. They're getting together, and they're basically trying to cast aside those who have the bravery to say abolish ICE as naysayers, as outsiders. Just remember this, okay? Remember this when they do this for Medicare for all, for example, right? Remember this if there's any sort of significant movement to demand cutting funds to Israel. When it comes down to collaborating with fascists, Democrats will become incredibly competent overnight. And this is a perfect demonstration of such. They haven't arrested either of the ICE agents. Where's that demand? I mean, there's that too. It's so fucked. Here's a friend of the show, Keith Ellison, talking.
In 3 different cases now, so we had to take that action. So I'm concerned about it, but we're moving but we did something about it, and we're going to continue to do so.
I want you to meet Kevin Brown.
Hi, Kevin.
He's a local business owner here in Minneapolis. Kevin, what's your question?
Attorney General Ellison, do you actually have the names of the individuals who shot Alex Preddy? If not, how can you investigate someone for potential criminal activity if you don't know who they are?
This is an excellent question. And I mean, it really speaks to the fact that it's rather absurd that the names are not public already. I can't imagine I mean, look, I've been a lawyer for 36 years. I've never seen anything like this before. We have heard some reports that the names might exist in a report form. I haven't heard them yet. And I'm confident that we will get those names. But the fact that I don't know them yet is an absurdity and is example of how little cooperation that we're getting. I mean, if you believe that you you used deadly force in a lawful manner, why would you be afraid to disclose that name? You're claiming that you did the right thing? Step up, admit it, and let us all deal with it. It feels like a cover-up, Kevin. And I would never want to say that about our federal government, but over the least
you have to remember, he's the attorney general. He can and can't say certain things. Like, for example, he can't call it a murder. I hope you know that. He is the attorney general. He literally is not allowed to call it a murder. I just need you to understand, when he uses certain words, the mayor can say whatever the fuck he wants. The governor can say whatever the fuck he wants. He can't say whatever the fuck he wants. He's the attorney general before you get mad at him.
Pursue civil or criminal action if federal accountability
He has to do lawyer speak because he is responsible for being the top prosecutor.
Barrier. There's no absolute immunity for a federal agent who commits a crime in Minnesota.
What do you mean? He's the fucking attorney general. I feel like our brains have been so busted from Kash Patel and Pam Bondi constantly fucking going out and just being like, these guys are all rapist murderers before a fucking court proceeding happens, that you think that you can't think that you can tarnish an ongoing investigation. What the fuck?
To debate me on the point.
It will literally compromise him. It's his job.
Wrong. In fact, there's other examples when federal agents have been charged. You think of has anybody heard of the Randy Weaver case? There was a white supremacist named Randy Weaver, and federal agents suspected
he has to be impartial. Only Republicans get to be not impartial.
Ruby Ridge. And
he brought this up in our conversation too.
And killed his wife. And Idaho pursued charges against that agent, and the case actually was litigated up to the Ninth Circuit, and it was determined that there was no blanket immunity and that this officer would have to stand trial. Now, then there was an election, and the local county attorney said, within my prosecutorial discretion, we're not going to pursue the case. But the fact that you could pursue the case is very clear, and J.D. Vance and Stephen Miller are absolutely wrong on the law.
This is Rob Dorr. He's a defense attorney from Minneapolis, who's also active in local gun rights group. Rob, welcome.
Mr. Attorney General, first, thank you and your team for your strong advocacy, trying to get transparency in the investigation. They did amazing on Monday.
Thank you.
Court. Thank
He's
you.
a part of the problem here. He told you to write a fucking letter, bro.
Stronger gun control measures, including policies that would have banned what Alex Preddy was carrying and limiting the right to public carry. Have federal operations in Minnesota and the shooting of Alex Preddy changed your perspective on these policies?
No, they haven't. But let me be clear on what my views on gun race are. I am a gun owner myself. I enjoy hunting deer, pheasant, turkey. I believe people should have the right to lawfully and safely own guns.
Bro, people in fucking... people in Minnesota do not play around about hunting, by the way. That was something that I learned. Remember the guy I was talking to that heads care out there?
To save the precious lives of
and he was talking to me about how he loves hunting. He goes up on a deer stand and shit.
Some common sense restrictions on guns.
They do not play around about hunting out there. It is crazy. It's just people that you would not assume are going out to hunt.
We should have background checks. And as a gun owner, I don't mind any of that.
And he had a lowrider too, which is fucking sick.
But you'll also never hear me say that you should have an unlimited right to possess a gun. I'm sure
it's revolting.
People of goodwill can come together
I wouldn't
and say
it's revolting.
What makes sense. So that's where I stand on these issues. I am powerful. I am effective.
It's so funny when motherfuckers go, "Oh, go vegan, bro." Hunting for your own food is probably closer to veganism than going and purchasing at Walmart. What are you talking about?
Up next, we're going to hear from Minneapolis faith leaders on what is giving them hope during the city's immigration.
There is the reason why I brought that up is because there is no better proof of complete assimilation to American culture than a Somali dude talking to me about putting on the fucking real tree camo and sitting on a deer stand, okay, to go out hunting. Like, that's it. That is like, that's it. You are you are the proof. You are the proof that you come to America and you assimilate no matter what. Okay? You keep some of the traditions, you keep some of the culture, but you do objectively become American. That's a Rogan take. It's just the truest take of all time. Okay? White people don't even do that anymore. They hunt in Somalia too. I know, but it's different when you're sitting in a fucking deer stand with a real tree camo. I feel like that's deer stand is like an objectively American experience in my mind, at least. You know what I mean? Maybe it's because I'm so Turkish. Like, people hunt in Turkey too, but it's not like as common as it is in the United States of America. That's the dumbest take you've ever had. If everyone went hunting, we would make every animal extinct in like a year. Oh my God, vegans, stop chirping. Tree stands are glam hunting. Okay, shut up. Holy shit, Hasan, fuck you for that. Don't ever buy protesters vegan pizza. Your bitch ass better come here to Minneapolis in the cold and hunt for the vegan protesters. Real head spot and stock. Deer stands for lazy motherfuckers. To me, I feel like that's, bro, you've been to a Walmart. They sold rifles for a reason, someplace to get off of school for the first day of the hunting season. Yeah, to me, as someone who has, who only came to the United States of America and has lived here almost half my life now, but basically for me, it's like, that's peak America. Okay. You are the most American. When you're hunting, you're the most American. No one is more American than a guy who hunts, especially in a deer stand. Anyway, that's all I got for today, folks. I'm tired. I love you all. I will see you tomorrow. You already know what it is. You already know what it ain't. You promised gaming tonight, please? I did not promise gaming tonight. I don't know where the fuck you got that from. We're 7 hours in. Love you all. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. We got a slam day on Friday. We're doing I.C.E LA protest with Ray Huang, who is running for mayor, DSA candidate running for mayor, Los Angeles. It'll be a fun little introduction. Get to know her a little bit better.